This place was home to many animals that had not yet had time to sense the presence of humans in their natural territories and coexisted with them carefree. Many animals, different in species. But what is interesting is that they all lived in peaceful coexistence. In the middle of this forest where it all began, a man sat on the stump of a majestic tree. He focused on the spot and immersed himself in meditation, striving to reach the furthest reaches of consciousness. However, it was surprisingly difficult to free himself from habitual thoughts. The image of the cloud dragon especially haunted him, gnawing at his consciousness. Before that, the teacher, after many years of teaching, approached his protege and handed him a very important item. He explained that all the Kunlun arts are on her side of heaven, but only Taizhong Shigang can help achieve them. The student had been waiting for this moment for so long that he could no longer concentrate. It was obvious from his face, which clearly displeased the teacher. He eagerly asked his teacher when the time had finally come. The teacher just sighed, explaining that he couldn't answer this question yet, because the student must practice until he reaches the desired level of mastery. The teacher believed that the path to success lay through the unremitting efforts and boundless perseverance of his student. From that day on, the student devoted himself entirely to training, putting all his time, strength, sweat, and blood into it to achieve success. His skill did not grow every day, but perseverance and determination did their job. He eventually became a true master. Once, while he was in the forest, he almost flew, moving so fast that, having reached a considerable height, he resorted to the Tekchan technique to subdue the element of air. At this critical height, he delivered an incredible blow, the force of which is difficult to measure physically, but it was impressive in its energy. The energy that exploded upon impact was extraordinary, and the explosion that followed all this was astonishing in its incredible power. Time passed unnoticed. The student didn't even realize how many years had passed since he first immersed himself in closed-style training. Thanks to the techniques he had mastered, he glided through the water without losing his balance. He took a few steps across the water, waving his right hand lightly. This movement was so powerful that it split the waterfall in half, holding back all the water that fell from it. The water flowed again, just as before. It was impossible to imagine that he had managed to stop such a powerful natural force with just a wave of his hand. The student, realizing his achievements, sat in the lotus position, plunging into deep meditation to feel harmony with the world around him. He had mastered all of Tekchan's methods and felt a connection with nature. But returning had no appeal. Months passed, and finally, after a cold winter, sprouts began to poke through the ground. Years passed, and these sprouts turned into vines that, growing, relentlessly reached out towards the student as if drawn by an invisible magical force. Vines wrapped around his body, but the young man remained motionless, for some unknown reason making no attempt to free himself from the trap. However, this immobility could not last forever. One day he folded his hands in a special way to transfer a new type of energy from one to the other. He achieved two outstanding states. One when 5 colors of energy surrounded his body, and the other when the energy transformed into 3 flower buds. From the outside, it looked simply incredible, like an amazing natural phenomenon. Flowers suddenly bloomed from where the man stood. The energy became uncontrollable. Despite all the miracle, it also brought negative consequences for his body. His body lost too many cells, giving up energy, and soon the result of this became obvious. The body was exhausted to the limit. His hair, already gray from time, suddenly began to fall out, because his body had no strength to support life. He managed to lose his appearance and return to his natural state, while also rejuvenating himself. I wonder if the master knew that he would not remain in the state of Tahan until the end. And now, finally, this day has come. The very day the student has been waiting for almost his entire conscious life. This day, when the world met a new creature, ready to turn everything around and change it according to the model that seemed most correct to him. The first thing the disciple who survived the renewal did was climb onto a tree stump and promise himself to do everything to see his mentor again. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. It was the perfect time to implement a long-delayed plan. The hero reached the place where his mentor was supposed to be. 2 guards immediately asked who he was. The warrior addressed the guards, introducing himself as a disciple of Kunlun, known as the Cloud Dragon. The guards fell silent for a moment, exchanged glances, and decided that they were dealing with an ordinary homeless man who had appropriated their uniform for someone else. The guards were furious and sternly ordered him to stop pretending he belonged here, because beggars had no place here. The hero didn't waste time explaining. He simply walked past and, opening the main gate, noticed that they were too harsh on their comrades. Then the guards, armed, prepared to attack him from the rear. However, the hero, without lifting a finger, instantly cut off the blades of their swords with just a turn of his head. The guard stood, staring in amazement at the remnant of his sword's hilt, and tried in vain to understand how this could have happened. Meanwhile, the hero confidently moved forward through the lands that were well known to him as his native land. It even seemed to him that the air here was much fresher than the one he had been breathing all these years in the forest. His appearance here did not go unnoticed. While walking, he suddenly heard a sharp whistle. The sharp whistle meant only one thing: an alarm. All the guards on the territory were instantly put on alert. It was clear from the expressions on their faces that these guards were ready to destroy their targets in an instant. The guards surrounded the stranger, swords tensely held at the ready, silently watching him with the alertness of an avalanche before it moves. The hero suddenly realized that there were only strangers around, and not a single familiar face in this unknown crowd. A man appeared behind him, his voice sounding much more serious than those of the two guards. A strange man asked in a serious voice what the commotion was about. The hero, a little confused, realized that this was another new face in his surroundings. He explained that he was a cloud dragon who had returned from closed training. But it seemed like an eternity had passed since no one recognized him anymore. The man was very angry because their sect did not have such training. He also noticed that there had been many imposters here recently. To prove his involvement with this place, the stranger decided to ask the man about the names of the masters who currently teach here. He began to list Xinjiangjing, Now Guangjing, and many other masters. After these words, the man flared up with anger and instantly raised his weapon, ready to attack. The hero instantly sensed this, anticipating the man's every move before he even made it. He ordered him to be silent and at the same time made a lightning attack, trying to attack him with his weapon. With just one movement, he dodged the blow and was instantly under his weapon. The hero struck only one blow to the blade, which caused an incredible resonance in the metal. The resonance was so powerful that even the warrior holding the weapon felt its power. He raised his weapon up, and even the other students noticed that it had received significant damage and was unusable. About 100 years passed, and the hero realized that a lot had changed here during that time. The world around him was no longer the same. Everything seemed new and unfamiliar. The students surrounding the hero complained about his cunning. They warned each other to be careful and attack in sync so as not to leave him a chance. The hero dedicated his youth and life to Kunlun. And now 100 years flew by like a single breath. Everything seemed incredibly fleeting. The students drew their swords again, ready to strike at the uninvited guest. The hero, sensing the powerful energy, instantly used a technique that created a protective energy sphere around him. This forced the students to scatter in different directions, as their skills did not allow them to successfully confront this threat. Their bodies were scattered in different directions. They desperately put their hands forward, trying to soften the fall and avoid injury. The screams were still echoing inside, but the boy had already decided that this was not the place for him. He needed to act and choose a different path. The question remained unresolved, and the boy did not know where to go or what to do next. And so the boy decided to wander through the forest, and everything was going well until his body reminded him of his necessary needs. The boy felt hungry cats marching through his stomach because he couldn't even remember the last time he had tasted anything. His passion for martial arts had consumed all his time, and he had completely forgotten about food. Now he felt terrible. As he walked further, he suddenly noticed a white and beautiful hare by the road which looked extremely appetizing. Now the prey was in his hands, and all that remained was to prepare it properly and eat it quickly. But the task was complicated by a tiny animal that looked extremely cute, as if it was looking into the hero's soul. He let the rabbit go, because he realized that he would not be able to eat it out of pity. Continuing the journey, the hero could not think about anything, because the feeling of hunger became too strong. And so it went on until he suddenly stopped, noticing a truly interesting place. This building seemed surprisingly familiar to him. It seemed like he had been here before, and more than once. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued walking forward until he entered the inn. Almost nothing has changed here in these 100 years, except that the place has deteriorated a bit over time. He remembered this place with special warmth, where hospitality was always respected. There were such unforgettable moments that left only pleasant memories. He missed the days when he and his friends from the Magic Academy would sit at the same table discussing various topics. It created an atmosphere of unity and brought them even closer together. He almost remembered his past, but suddenly his thoughts disappeared when a girl approached his table. The girl quickly greeted him and asked what he wanted to order first. The hero undoubtedly came from Kunlun, but his appearance was suspicious. His clothes were torn and covered in dust. Despite having plenty of time, the hero couldn't decide what to order. Seeing his hesitation, the girl calmly asked him not to rush. At that moment, the girl disappeared somewhere. It was then that the hero realized that he had absolutely no money to pay for the order, so he decided to leave and come back when the money arrived. But that was not to happen, because within seconds, the girl brought a tray with a large amount of food. The guy replied in surprise that he didn't order it, but the girl confidently informed him that the meal was paid for by the establishment. She warmly wished him a delicious meal and smiled. She immediately realized that she was facing a member of Kunlun who had been robbed. Difficult times are a time for supporting each other, so she decided to help. The guy was confused and could not answer coherently because his thoughts were completely occupied only with the delicious dishes on the table. He thanked the girl, and there was a truly sincere gratitude in his voice. The food was so delicious that he felt as if he hadn't eaten in ages. The emotions that were surging through him at that moment defied any description. Everything was going well, until suddenly the hero felt something hard in his shoulder. The stranger insisted. First, the hero must take off his clothes and only then eat. The stranger had heard that many people were pretending to be Kunlun, and confused the hero with one of such imposters. Meanwhile, the boy continued to eat calmly, but suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked intently straight into the stranger's eyes. The threats didn't end there. Within moments, the Kunlun member again ordered the hero to take off his clothes, returning the situation to an even more dangerous and tense state. Finally, he answered, still eating. He was actually a member of the Kunlun, although perhaps not anymore. The stranger watched in amazement as he easily removed the scabbard from his sword, and, without being distracted from his meal, warned him not to disturb his dinner again. The stranger became even angrier and did not take his fiery gaze off the hero, stubbornly drilling his back with his eyes. The Yomek seethed with anger because the hero did not react to his words, and it was unknown whether he truly belonged to Kunlun. He sat down at the table, next to the hero. Keeping a serious face, he decided to buy him a drink. The stranger was very serious. He remarked that these clothes were not for imposters like this hero. He demanded that he take them off, explaining exactly how he had managed to obtain these clothes. The hero remained steadfast and unmoved. Having eaten every last crumb, he drank the broth and, contentedly putting his plate aside, said the following. He turned to the waitress and noticed that she had inherited the recipe for the extremely delicious couscous they had been served here before. His face radiated confidence, and he added that he thought Kunlun should share some secrets. At this moment, the stranger's patience snapped. He swung his fist and, burning with rage, asked the hero, "How dare you insult Kunlun?" However, the blow never reached the hero. For some strange reason, the stranger struck himself with all his ardor. The blow was incredibly powerful. The stranger instantly lost consciousness, and like a puppet without strings, began to rapidly sink to the floor. Leaving the tavern, the hero wondered how to thank him for the generous welcome. But as soon as he was out on the street, his gaze fell on a huge object that instantly attracted attention. It was a huge and tall tree that had long since died. Without a single leaf, it stood like a ghost from the past. A bright sunny day awakened optimism in everyone around. The hero found a way to use this dead tree. Meanwhile, the girl who figured out how to help the man in dirty clothes left the kitchen. She noticed that the man had already finished everything, and it had happened surprisingly quickly. It was impossible not to hear the noise from the street, so she had to check what was going on there. When the girl rushed out into the street, the picture that opened before her eyes struck her to the core. Before her stood a mountain of firewood, so huge that it easily exceeded the width of the tavern itself. She, with a note of fear in her voice, asked the hero what was happening. The girl didn't know how to react to the situation. The guy explained that he simply looked around and noticed that there was almost no firewood left where they usually store it. The girl looked at the pile of chopped firewood in confusion, not believing how she could cope with such a huge job in such a short time. While she was thinking, the boy turned away and said it was time for him to go. When she came to, the girl called him over and offered to eat dumplings. The hero was instantly at the table, ready for the mouth-watering meal that awaited him. As soon as he had had his fill of dumplings, the girl reappeared, carrying a new tray with a fragrant dish, a whole-baked chicken, tempting with its golden crust. He hadn't tasted chicken in a long time, so this dish seemed like a real treasure to him. She asked him not to rush, because that way the food is better digested. She kept bringing him new dishes until he felt full. Some time passed, And when the hero had almost finished everything, she realized that it was time to meet. Her name was Jin So-hee, and she was 19 years old. The hero realized that it was time to introduce himself, but something prevented him from doing so. After he left Kunlun, the hero realized that even mentioning his name had become an impossible mission. It made him feel like he had lost a part of himself. In order not to arouse suspicion, the hero had to act quickly, which is why he introduced himself to the girl as Bayok. He knew he would have to say something about his age, but lying was definitely not an option. He mentioned that he was about 100 and a little over. She had heard before that strong people often go crazy during training. It seemed that this was exactly what was happening now. She didn't know what to say for a long time. But finally her gaze dropped, and she told the guy that he was holding up well. Realizing what she had said, the girl began to apologize, explaining that she was talking about a chicken that not only looked good, but also melted in her mouth. The boy really liked meat, and he was pleased when he realized that he was not offended by her words. Then he thanked the girl again and asked who was running this tavern now. The girl replied that her grandfather used to run the tavern, but he died. Now she has taken over the duties of the manager and is successfully coping with this task. Because of this, all the rooms fell into disrepair, as there was no one to take care of the repairs and no one could offer help. It's not easy for Beck, running such a large tavern at the age of 19, to handle the job. Beck rose from the table, simultaneously announcing that he had a small proposition for a girl he had met elsewhere. He offered to renovate the tavern if the girl would hire him. Despite the fact that this offer turned out to be extremely profitable for Jean, she quickly realized that she didn't have a single coin left in her pockets to pay for her work. Bayok didn't even think about refusing. Instead, he offered the girl. Let her provide him with food and housing during the construction period. The girl was worried that he would have to work for free. However, the hero assured her that it was his own wish, so she shouldn't worry. Jin couldn't refuse such an offer, so she quickly agreed. Meanwhile, the guy wondered where to start the renovation so that everything would look much better. To accomplish this task, it was necessary to use tools, as all people do when repairing. Bayok turned to the girl and asked if she had the necessary tools. She handed him a small set of tools and, after a while, asked if he had started work yet. The guy replied, thinking at the same time that he should determine the next steps while he was busy helping with the repairs. New ideas were already forming in his head. Going outside, he set up a table at which he intended to work non-stop. During the preparation of the parts, the knocking became so loud and sharp that for many listeners it was a difficult sound attack. It was the usual construction noise that came from his careful preparation. He concentrated on using a special tool, carefully adjusting the dimensions of the parts, like a conductor directing a symphony of construction noise. These were the sounds that Jean heard every time her grandfather worked. She didn't believe she would ever have the opportunity to hear them again. While Jean was lost in memories, she suddenly realized one extremely unpleasant fact. If a hero approached Jean in the evening and asked where he should spend the night, she would answer without hesitation. As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, Jean jumped up and rushed out into the street as if sensing that something extraordinary awaited her. Running out into the street, Jean shouted to him that the contract must be cancelled immediately. Jean explained that all the bedding was ruined, and now there was nowhere to sleep. The boy admitted with relief that he had realized this as soon as he looked around the room. He decided to simply take a nap right on the table in the tavern, feeling that it was the best decision under the circumstances. The problem was solved, so Jean announced that everything was fine now and he could return to work. The situation seemed mysterious to Bayo because he could not understand the girl's true motives. Bayo had no idea why she was acting this way, but he understood that the girl was usually a little absent-minded. Meanwhile, the sunny day continued, and someone snoring on the tavern floor created an additional layer of mystery. It was unclear where the sound came from, but since it didn't arouse suspicion, no one paid attention to it. However, it was a member of Kunlun who knocked himself off his feet with one precise blow to the nose. Upon waking up, he instantly flared up with anger, outraged that he had simply been disconnected without asking permission. Rushing, he broke the window and in a moment was on the street. The guy landed and instantly looked in the direction where Beck was now. Holding the sword in his hands, he looked at the cloud dragon and admitted that he had no idea how he had managed to neutralize it. But he insisted that these clothes be removed immediately. Then Beck asked why he broke the window, because there was a perfectly working door nearby. The mysterious stranger was not surprised by this reaction, so he instantly realized that it was time to act again. So, the stranger drew his sword and, making a sharp leap, decided to make a surprise attack on Bayek. His movement was lightning fast, and in just a few seconds he was near his target. The young man looked closely at Bayok, trying to calculate his weak spot in order to deliver an accurate blow. However, at the last moment he stopped, comprehending the instructions Kunlun had given him. He suddenly remembered that in his backpack, which was on his shoulders, he had exactly what he needed for such a situation. So, he carefully took the backpack off his shoulders, set it on the floor, and began to slowly pull out something he needed. He declared that, as a disciple of Kunlun, he would never attack an unarmed person. So he drew his sword and held it out to his opponent so that he could defend himself. There was no response, so he decided that even if he didn't accept the terms, he would warn him again, and proceed with the attack anyway. He was irritated beyond belief by the situation, so he snapped, "BOC." He felt he was missing a chance that could have saved his life. He deftly dodged blows, maneuvering easily in different directions, like a dancer on stage. It was impossible to stop, because that would give the enemy a chance to counterattack. It was incredibly difficult to reach the body of an enemy who was dodging attacks with a smile and didn't even counterattack. Having reached the critical distance, he rushed into the air, trying to deliver a decisive blow that could end the fight and bring the long-awaited victory. However, even this incredibly unexpected blow was no obstacle to Bach and his impressive evasion. The stranger couldn't believe his eyes. How could he seem so weak? He was so strong. There was no one like him in this world. He backed away a little, assuming that this guy must have mastered some great martial arts somewhere because his moves were impressive. At that moment, Bach had already set himself a goal, which he persistently sought to achieve in this duel. The stranger realized that it was time to use all his strength, and decided to use Kunlan's secret method. Those who once competed with the students of Kunlan called this method the Sochihan sword. In other words, the 100 flowers technique. Thanks to it, the master's speed increases incredibly, allowing him to move his weapon in space with lightning speed. Despite the opponent's impressive speed, almost no one was able to avoid the blows when he used such an attack. But the speed turned out to be insufficient. The enemy was already behind the stranger, hitting him with the blunt side of the sword directly on the back of the head. His body slammed to the floor, raising a small cloud of dust. This scene served as further confirmation to the Cloud Dragon that victory was his. The guy quickly settled down at the table in the tavern, obviously needing to rest a bit. It seemed that this warrior truly appreciated and was an expert on Kunlun. However, it was strange that he possessed a technique that was usually only used by girls. As Bayek gazed at his fallen enemy, he suddenly heard a sound from afar. His intuition told him it was the ringing echo of a djinn. As he approached the kitchen, he noticed that everything around was scattered, and it seemed as if the girl had fallen there. He rushed forward and saw Jean down on one knee. She confessed that she had been suffering from a fever since yesterday, but now she felt even worse. He raised his hand to her forehead to feel the hot temperature of her body. Her forehead was literally burning. The temperature clearly exceeded normal conditions. If a girl practiced martial arts, she could quickly replenish her internal energy and recover. Within minutes, the girl was lying on the bed. The Cloud Dragon, watching her, decided that no magical powers could help her. She didn't need magic so much as just a good rest. However, as he left the room, Beck assured everyone that everything was fine. He would just hang a closed sign and then go downstairs to the room where the defeated enemy was now. After falling asleep due to loss of consciousness, he began to have hallucinations that resembled incredible dreams. He remembered the moment when his teacher turned to him and calmly said that he had a small errand for him. The teacher asked Yongrung to go to the place of the 9 secrets as soon as possible. Yongrung was stunned that his teacher had ordered him to head to the 9 secrets site right now. The place of the 9 secrets. This is where representatives of the Orthodox group gather to discuss your skills and share experiences. The boy admitted that he had not even mastered half of his abilities and skills with the Sochihan sword. The teacher was aware of this, but advised him to focus on the skills in which he was truly skilled. Even more time passed, and the teacher could not believe how far-reaching the consequences of the Great War were. Although the war between the demonic cult and the Orthodox faction ended in victory, the consequences were so terrible that it could not be called a true victory. Having lost so many masters, the teacher had to turn to his student with a new request. It turned out that this was the argument why young mischievous people had to visit that place to improve themselves and become better people. He carefully packed all his things and looked forward to new adventures. The master wished him luck on a journey full of amazing opportunities. Before setting off on his journey, he was unexpectedly overcome by an obsessive thought that would not leave him alone. Youngpun quickly returned to the teacher and stated that perhaps it would be better if another friend went with him. Someone objected, explaining that this was impossible, since his comrades were heading to Gumhoban. This place resembled a real den of thieves, who would not hesitate to skin a person even for a small debt. Despite this, the student remained optimistic, believing that his teacher had sent him to this ominous place to guide him on the path of justice. In fact, the real reason was something else entirely. Young Poon was disappointed by the answer he received. He thought about his mentor's words for a long time and could not understand how he could even suggest such a thing. The teacher said that he was sending these students to earn money because they could not cope with it. They were even threatened with starvation in the winter. During the campaign, Jongpoon thought that not everything in this world can be solved by martial arts. Suddenly, a vision appeared before his eyes, which began with the sun shining brighter than usual. He rested well during the hike, then quickly set off, determined to return as soon as possible. The road stretched out into an endless ribbon, and he felt a little bored because he was walking alone, and there was no one around who could support him or dispel the monotony. However, what surrounded him attracted him with its magnetism and subtle charm. Suddenly there was a sound behind him, and he almost died of fear. The boy drew his sword and realized that now he would most likely have to fight off the robbers. He knew that he had to keep his cool to fight back properly. Suddenly he shouted loudly towards the bushes, ordering the strangers to come out of cover. But suddenly he turned his back to the other bushes. From behind the bushes came a soft whisper of energy heading his way. He swung his sword with all his might in different directions, not knowing exactly where the enemy was hiding. The blows he delivered over and over again became faster and faster. And then Jongpoon realized that he was no longer fighting a human being, but something else. Now he saw his opponent. It was Bio. His words about everything passing and after 100 years all his friends and brothers would be gone were all too familiar. After these events, the hero pushed himself off the ground and disappeared somewhere in the sky, leaving everyone stunned by his mysterious disappearance. This unusual situation caused young Pun to suddenly wake up and jump up from the table where he was trapped. All this time, immediately throwing off the nap, he began to look around and realized that he was still in the same tavern. The strangest thing for him was that on the table next to him was a large map with traces of spilled wine. It seemed that he was simply sleeping peacefully, as if a moment ago he had not been bothered by any issue in the world. Jongpoon screamed until the walls shook. He shouted that a 100-year-old ghost was lurking near him. Although it was not yet night, Dragon Cloud decided to catch his breath and take a short nap. Bayok instantly woke up to the loud screams and, looking Jongpoon straight in the eye, declared that he was not really a ghost. The stranger asked who he was then, if he had indeed seen him in the forest when he was walking along the road to this tavern. Bayok just looked away, carelessly stating that he saw no point in making excuses, because it seemed to him that the young man was just a ghost out of fear. There was one more question left. Where did Bayok, the form of Kunlun, come from? This was one of the greatest mysteries that haunted everyone around him. After a short pause, the Cloud Dragon suddenly declared that the mystery of Bayok did not concern him, since he himself came from those places. The dragon was so engrossed in martial arts that he completely lost track of time. More than 100 years passed. More than 100 years have passed since the completion of the retreat training. Young Pan couldn't believe that everything he was hearing now could be true. Young Pan was nervous, but when silence fell around him, his stomach growled unexpectedly, breaking the tense moment. After much thought, Cloud Dragon rose from the table and asked if the young master could make sushi. He nodded in agreement, and Beck inspected all the tools needed to prepare what was not the simplest dish. He hadn't cooked anything in a long time, and now he wondered if he had been too confident when he claimed he could cook a stump. Beck resolutely picked up a handful of vegetables and threw them into the air directly above him. With a flick of his hand, Beck applied his technique. The vegetables rustled through the air like gleaming blades, cut with a precision that was hard to fathom. In an instant, the mountains of vegetables floating in the air turned into thin slices. After that, it was time to use the water that had been prepared in special tubs that stood near Bach. Using his skill, he deftly lifted the water and immediately directed it to where the vegetables were located. It is worth noting that all these manipulations take place in the air, and the ingredients almost never touch horizontal surfaces. Putting it all together, a ball of water was levitating above the kitchen, with large pieces of chopped vegetables floating inside. To begin the cooking process, Beck used the secret of divine fire technique, which ignited objects with pure energy, creating an incredible flame. The broth was boiling rapidly. It was time to add the noodles to it. All the ingredients were already together. It was just a matter of waiting a few seconds for the water to fully absorb the flavors of all the vegetables. A moment later, each ingredient was smoothly transferred to a plate, waiting right under the watchful eye of Bayok's hand. He took 2 wooden sticks and began to carefully stir the contents, trying to give it a more attractive appearance. The emotion on Zhangpun's face was indescribable. It had to be seen with his own eyes. He started screaming when he noticed Biak using incredible secret techniques just for cooking. Young Pun fell to his knees, begging the Cloud Dragon to impart secret knowledge to him. Under the guidance of Master Bindo, he was sent to the site of the 9 secrets. However, his skills left much to be desired, and he feared bringing shame on the Kunlun name. Upon learning of this, Biak began to wonder maybe it was really worth starting to train this stranger. His curiosity gradually turned into serious intentions. He clearly remembered the moment when he decided to tell his mentor about his desire to attain to Qin Shingon. The master replied that it was too early for him to dream of such a thing. After several months had passed, the disciple again approached the master, asking if they could begin their journey to Tachin Shingon. The master, sitting at the table, noted that to master such an exquisite martial art, one must be in good physical shape. To do this, you need to master the bloodletting technique, directing internal energy into the Biok's body, cleansing it of all negativity. The master's comrades were too old for this, and even he was not capable of such a feat in those years. This is the merit of Bach, a young man who surpassed all their expectations. Realizing this made Biok seriously think about whether he should take John Pun as his disciple. Biok pointed to the plate of food, ordered him to eat it all and hurry into the yard. The Cloud Dragon went outside and stood still, waiting for young Yan to appear. He still didn't understand what exactly he should teach young Jan, and where it would be best to start his training. Meanwhile, a real extravaganza of positivity reigned in the tavern. Everyone was enjoying the joyful energy radiated by the young and charismatic Taeyong Poon. The taste was unbeatable, and young Poon couldn't believe they had prepared it so quickly. Despite the fact that the couscous was prepared without any meat, its taste was strikingly rich, as if this delicacy contained something mysterious and unusual. Young Poon didn't even notice how he ate all the noodles. It tasted so good that he just couldn't stop. Here comes this long-awaited moment. Now, the moment has come when you need to drink the broth left over from the entire dish. A veritable feast of flavors was taking place in Yongpun's mouth. An incredible number of aromas exploded at once, filling him with sensations. His head was buzzing with freshness, but his stomach was screaming from the searing heat and pungency that the red pepper had filled it with. The dish consisted only of vegetables, and the boy could not understand how it could be so tasty. As soon as he finished eating, he immediately ran out of the tavern, shouting something loudly in the direction of Biah. As he approached, he exclaimed with delight that the couscous was a masterpiece, incredibly delicious. Beck watched with pride as the young man enthusiastically expressed his admiration. He even admitted that he had never tasted anything so amazing before. The boy instantly fell to his knees, and with a smile asked the dragon to reveal the recipe for such a food. But Beck changed the subject, stating that there would be no such secrets. Instead, he began training, promising to teach new martial arts that included movement techniques and hand positions. Junpun had no idea that such techniques existed. The mentor's movements were so graceful and transparent that Junpun didn't have time to follow them. Beck noted that everything always begins from nothingness and gradually comes into existence. Existence moves forward incessantly, and sooner or later inevitably returns to a state of non-existence. In this non-existence there is absolutely nothing, neither light nor darkness. In this all-consuming wasteland, there is no horizon of day or night, even the concept of time is unknown here. Being and non-being are not antipodes, as many people believe when first introduced to these concepts. Being and non-being are interconnected. Even a powerful typhoon cannot break a fragile blade of grass or resist gentleness. Watching what the guy did while he spoke was both enjoyable and incredibly fascinating. At this moment, the Cloud Dragon said that one should grasp the essence of martial arts. First of all, martial arts is the ability to feel and control the flow of the universe within oneself. The master finished his instructions by forcefully exhaling all the air from his lungs. He cast a careful glance at his student, asking if he had understood all his instructions. As he watched the young student, he noticed a strange reaction to his newly acquired knowledge. Something striking changed in his gaze. This went on endlessly, and Becht finally dared to ask the boy why he had been screaming and struggling for so long. With tears in his eyes, he explained that by showing all this, he realized how senseless his actions, developed over all these years, seemed. The teacher remarked that in this case, he really had a good chance of succeeding. If Junpun remembered everything, then everything would turn out as well as possible in the future. The lesson continued, and Beck noted, the truth is often devoid of beauty. During the lesson, Beck asked his student about opposites, to which he received an unexpected answer. They do not contradict each other, but on the contrary, they support each other. The entire world is based on the 8 trigrams of yin and yang. By mastering these 8 elements, one can become a martial arts master who can change the very essence of the world. The student was immediately interested in the name of these martial arts, but the master did not have a precise answer to his question. He was called the Cloud Dragon in Kunlun, so he thought these martial arts were called the 8 Cloud Dragons. When Yongpun had already mastered the theory well, Bayok asked him to demonstrate what he had learned during this time. It was at this moment that the practical part of the training began. The sun was shining at its zenith, but when the training was over, the Cloud Dragons decided it was time to check on the injured man. He cautiously went up to her room to find out what condition she was in. Looking at the girl, Beck quickly realized that she looked very bad, and her condition clearly had not improved. As he moved closer and touched her forehead, Beck felt the hot mark of the fever that still burned within the girl's body. But there was nothing that could be done now. The girls could only rest and get as much sleep as possible. Little Poon was dozing right on the table in the tavern when Biak, returning from the girl's room, noticed him. It was hard not to admit that this guy was really trying, and was an excellent specialist in Kunlun. One day, Beck realized that his achievements were noticeably superior to others. He realized that it was entirely due to his skill in shedding blood in battle. He remembered the moment when he thanked his master for the knowledge that helped him succeed. The elder replied that it was not his personal gift, but a gift from Kunlun himself. After some thought, Bayok decided to pass this gift on to his new apprentice in the name of Kunlun. It seemed like the best decision. The master had gained control over his inner energy through the blood purification technique, which had filled his body with true power. He shouldn't dwell on that now. So, we decided to help the student overcome his limits and accept the energy of Mother Nature into his body. Even when the young student was asleep and his mind was at rest, his body still showed signs of its presence. His muscles involuntarily contracted and relaxed as Beck lifted the student's body, transferring life energy to him. The negative energy slowly left the boy's body, although he still remained unconscious. He didn't feel different types of energy enveloping his body from different sides, unaware of everything happening around him. The Cloud Dragon diligently ensured that everything went as smoothly and flawlessly as possible. His disciple was still floating in the air, the energy in his body becoming purer with each passing second. When it was all over, the young student's body slowly sank onto the table, and he himself could not comprehend what had just happened. Even the feeling that the dark energy had completely left his body didn't make him wake up. Then Beck realized that he needed to find out what had happened, and he too could lie down on the nearby table to rest a bit. Little Pun will be a little hot at night now, so you can take the blanket off him. A new day has come, and now the new student is full of energy, ready for adventure and discovery. He went outside and was surprised to feel an incredible amount of strength, ready for training, come over him earlier in the morning. His eyes shone with confidence, focused on the task ahead, and his posture betrayed readiness for any challenge. He walked over to his backpack and moved it a little to the side so as not to forget that he had not taken the first step on this adventure empty-handed. Incredible energy was bubbling inside him, and he could have thought that ancient martial arts and training had magically changed the situation in just one night. So he concentrated as much as he could and saw a huge boulder right next to the tavern. And it was then that he realized here and now he had the opportunity to test his strength. He directed a concentrated energy attack directly at this stone, calculating every movement in detail. An incredible blast wave occurred inside the stone, and the fragments flew in different directions at lightning speed. The boy remained focused, his eyes fixed on the debris that fell to the ground one after another with astonishing speed. He tried to understand what had happened that night when his strength suddenly increased several times. Beck, standing aside, remarked that the boy would have to hurry if he didn't want to be late for 9th place. He stood with his back to him, saying that the young man could do without formalities, and again emphasized that he was free. The student had difficulty concentrating, and his body trembled slightly from anxiety. The constant thoughts that he already had a teacher named Bindo haunted him. He still really wanted to express his gratitude to the elder as a sign of respect. To understand what happened next, you need to go back 3 days. 3 days ago, in Cheonghe County, in the heart of Gyeongkuban, events erupted that changed the course of time. The huge house was teeming with people, for it was the middle of the day in the courtyard, and life was in full swing there. There was a great uproar at one of the tables where the gambling was taking place. The spectators watched in amazement as events surpassed all expectations. One of the men achieved an incredible victory that amazed everyone around him. A huge pile of coins appeared in the man's hands, which caused him incredible joy. One of the men sitting nearby suspected that Hawk was in too much of a hurry to disappear after his big win. The man grabbed Hawk's arm and jerked it down sharply to see what he had up his sleeve. Another cube fell out. The man felt suspicious, quickly turned to the guards and reported that he had just been scammed. The guards began to gradually approach the one who rarely followed the rules of gambling. Kim Ho-bin's warriors wore black, red, blue, and white belts, depending on their rank. The guards were of blue rank, and their names were Huan Yong and Sam Bongi. The guards resolutely grabbed the man and, ignoring his plaintive cries for help, began to lead him somewhere unknown. Once in the basement, they placed his hand on a small wooden barrel, preparing to conduct a visual lesson. Within seconds, the space was filled with loud screams and piercing shrieks mixed with crying. When the victim's motionless body was brought out, the commander of the guards received an unexpected message from a messenger. The leader was looking for him. His name was Nan Soban, and he was well known in narrow circles. Upon entering the building, Nanom Soban immediately turned to the leader, asking what he wanted from him. It is unknown what was so important that the leader sought him out in person. He asked the leader if he really meant Choi, the son of Yunran. The task was to capture Chohi, otherwise the entire operation could fail. The organization would face huge challenges that could completely derail their plans. Nan felt grateful for the great trust placed in him, ensuring that everything would be executed flawlessly. Events picked up again, now in the same tavern, but in the present tense. Someone was rushing towards her as if they were running away from someone, or simply in a state of constant panic. The stranger abruptly opened the door and shouted loudly, as if looking for someone. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Only Bayak came out of the door, and looking at the stranger incredulously asked who he was and what he was looking for. With a trembling voice, the stranger assured him that he was just a regular customer. He also asked Bayak who he was. Bayak replied that his name was Beck, and that he was a new employee at the tavern. The hero asked him what he had forgotten in the kitchen and why he was here now. To which he replied that the lady was a little sick and needed his help. Cloud Dragon, remembering something important, asked the new visitor if he had noticed the sign at the entrance. When he received no answer, he politely asked the guest to leave. A visitor saw the sign in the tavern and confidently said that it seemed to refer to her. It seemed that the hero had forgotten about her, as he devoted most of his time to grueling training with young Pun. When the Cloud Dragon turned away from his interlocutor, Choki suddenly realized many truths. The dragon turned to him and asked if he had actually come from Kunlun. Although Bayaki insisted that he hadn't, Cho still found it strange as he worked at a hotel next to military Kunlun. However, despite this, he didn't dwell too much on his feelings and just continued calling Soka. Cloud Dragon advised that the lady was unwell, so it was better to come a little later. Choka couldn't shake the thought that this guy could have tricked and tied up the girl. He realized that he couldn't waste any more time. He approached the scene of the accident and, turning around, said that he planned to inspect other places. Suddenly, a strong blow to the chest deprived him of the ability to breathe for a few seconds. He immediately collapsed to the floor. A sharp pain shot through his body, and he felt as if he had broken several ribs. The two mercenaries discussed that Choke was late in escaping, and now he would have to pay for it. He leaned closer to the face of the one he was chasing, and, with a faint smile, threw him a sarcastic greeting. The frightened boy said that his real names were Cho-hee and Jang-hee. The mercenary was not ready to believe this nonsense, so without hesitation he slapped the boy hard across the face. After that, the man came closer, looking the boy in the eyes, and asked his name again. But Choya's thoughts were occupied only by the fact that his debt of 30 gold to Guam Hobun could cost him his life. Lost in his gloomy thoughts, Choi felt his heart clench with anxiety. Choi received a powerful slap from Yang, a blow that almost knocked him unconscious. The second mercenary turned to him and remarked that Choi should have been less ceremonial, and acted more decisively. The guy was captured, and the second mercenary, increasing the distance, blurted out that Choi was already starting to get on his nerves. He jerked his leg up and asked if he could stand it now. Bungie gained incredible speed in the air and hit his target with all his strength, right in the stomach. The blow was so powerful that his opponent immediately felt his vomit roll up and found himself on the floor in a state of nausea. Nan burst into the tavern, shouting to his mercenaries that all they had to do was capture him. One of the mercenaries, hearing Nanavi's noise, laughed and said that he was crazy. They decided that it was time to teach him a lesson in all severity. Nenvi suggested simply tying his legs so he would never escape, and then begin the interrogation. The boy screamed so loud that it echoed throughout the room as one of the mercenaries began to pull off his boots. He screamed that his real name was Choki. He was overcome with such terror, for he felt that soon it was clear that Nan planned to cut off his leg. But as soon as Nan was about to carry out his terrible plan, Beck immediately shouted to the whole gang that there was no need to make any noise here, and it was better to just leave this place. He also began to walk away, acknowledging his guilt for not putting up the warning sign. However, despite this, he insisted that everyone should leave the area immediately. It was worth remembering that long ago the Kukus was not ready, so there was no point in staying here. One of the mercenaries, more frightened than the others, suddenly drew his sword and moved towards Bayuk. Within a moment, he realized he was in a state of free fall, flying uncontrollably in an unknown direction. One move from the cloud dragon and all the mercenaries were thrown out of the building, right on the street. When all three of them were tumbling out onto the street, Nan Sabone was at the bottom. Two mercenaries fell on him like a mountain, not allowing him to even move. Nan Sabone was extremely angry. He asked the mercenary what had just happened, trying to understand how he had fallen into such a trap. It looked like he had just been hit by a waiter, which had caused him to push Nan away. Now he was out on the street trying to figure out what had happened. The mercenary immediately began to apologize and beg for forgiveness, because Nan believed that in a different situation he would have stayed inside and overpowered the waiter. His anger knew no bounds. With sword in hand, he resolutely approached the entrance to the tavern. His eyes were burning with determination, and now he was ready to do anything to eliminate the waiter. Meanwhile, the mercenaries remained outside, listening to the sounds coming from inside the tavern. One of the mercenaries said that it seemed like the NS was really angry. Another added that it looked like they were going to have to wash away the waiter's blood again. It became obvious that it was time to enter the tavern and start cleaning up what was left of the waiter. When they entered, a sight that none of them could have predicted opened up before their eyes. An unexpected scene unfolded before them. Nan was kneeling before the waiter, begging for forgiveness, and admitting to the mistake he had made. A powerful and angry voice commanded them to kneel and beg for mercy. Meanwhile, Beck taught them that in a tavern it was customary to sit down, calmly order food, and enjoy it. Choki felt safe again and thanked fate for accidentally coming across the hermit master, who became his true salvation. They could only wait until the mercenaries left the place. But Chohi was so hungry that he decided to ask Bakak for a plate of couscous. The cloud dragon thought for a moment, then said he could prepare another batch. However, it would take some time. Nan and the mercenary sat down at a nearby table, barely closing their eyes to the fact that the one they had come to find was sitting just a few steps away. He realized that Choke was just trying to seize the moment, so he decided to come up with something more cunning to get ahead of him. Choki thought for a moment, then turned to the mercenaries. They must guard this place. In the meantime, he was going to report to their leaders. This decision was made, realizing that even the three of them would not be able to defeat Bayok. All problems would only be resolved when a report was made to their leader. In a few moments he left the tavern, rapidly moving away from it with each step. A lot of time had passed. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries stood up resolutely from the table, declaring that he wanted to say something to Bayok. Despite his incredibly serious and angry expression, the mercenary turned to the cloud dragon with a request to receive a piece of cookie shoe. Bayok's face was far from calm, and for several seconds he simply stared intently into the mercenary's eyes. An interesting phrase came from Choi, because he understood Huangyan and Bongji would stay here for a long time. Cloud Dragon smiled sincerely and said that he would immediately start preparing 2 servings of the dish. The mercenaries welcomed the Cloud Dragon's words with joy, but Choki clearly did not share their enthusiasm. In fact, it wasn't long before the 2 tables were served with ready-made meals. And while the others were rejoicing, Choki was only thinking about how to quietly leave the place without attracting the attention of the mercenaries. But his plans changed dramatically when he, like everyone else in the tavern, tasted this kukesu for the first time. The feelings that gripped him were difficult to put into words, because it was the first time he had experienced such emotions. Choki finds it hard to believe that ordinary food can bring so much pleasure. Huangyang and Bong himself, who tasted this dish, were no less surprised. They exclaimed at the top of their voices that the dish was incredibly delicious. And even Choka seemed to share their opinion. After a delicious feast, evening gradually enveloped the city, smoothly transitioning into the darkness of night. When he washed his hands, he noticed that all the guests he had been serving were still at their seats. He approached the table with the mercenaries and asked why they were still there, since they had already paid for their dinner. They didn't know what to say right away. But Choki mentally weighed the situation and turned to the waiter. If this is a tavern, then maybe that means we can stay here. The Cloud Dragon thought for a moment and remarked that if a regular table would suit him, then he could stay. But Beck didn't have time to finish this sentence, because at that very moment, a powerful explosion occurred in front of his face. Due to panic, the people inside were at first unable to realize where and what had happened, as fear clouded their thoughts. It soon became clear that someone had made a huge hole in the wall. 2 men appeared in front of the Cloud Dragon and asked where the Hermit Master was. But in a moment it became clear that there were many more guests than just 2 men. A whole group of ominous figures, each more threatening than the last, opened up before Choki. He realized that tonight might be his last in this world. The uninvited guests entered, and the largest of them chose a chair, placing it right in the center of the tavern. The leader settled into a chair in the middle of the tavern like a star captain on the bridge, and raising his face with a calm, commanding expression, ordered the Hermit Master, who was hiding somewhere behind the walls, to be found. Choki, sitting at the next table, could not believe that the leader of the Yellow Warriors himself had come here. Beck emerged from the kitchen, beaming. He welcomed the crowd that had gathered. However, despite his joy, Beck announced to those present that he would not be able to serve them today, as all the products had run out. Stepping aside, Beck mentioned the unfinished renovations that had long required his attention, and assured him that he could not serve customers at the moment. One of the warriors who arrived with his leader tried to attack the Cloud Dragon. When he swung his sword, the blade flew a few centimeters from Biox's body as he dodged with lightning speed. Cloud Dragon didn't even pay attention to the attack, calmly striding forward. And then came the moment for the second mercenary, who remarked that Cha could use some practice in hitting the target. The mercenary turned his massive head and smugly declared that he was now capable of finishing Cha off with a single blow. The impact flew past again, and the huge fragments of stone that had just been underfoot flew in different directions. Beck was unhappy with what had happened, and was already estimating how long it would take to recover. With a quick movement, he found himself behind his opponent, and quietly said that such antics were not in keeping with tavern etiquette. The leader, losing patience, abruptly jumped up from his chair and exclaimed that this was the same Master Hermit who needed to be captured as soon as possible. In response, all the mercenaries present raised their weapons in unison, preparing to strike a decisive blow. However, the Cloud Dragon didn't even strike a single blow, but simply moved behind the mercenaries in a flash. A moment later, he was out on the street, leisurely descending the steps leading from the tavern. The warriors looked around in shock. Their enemy had passed them with lightning speed. The warriors met Bayok's gaze, and there was a stern condemnation in his eyes. Only a moment later, Bayok pushed off the ground, disappearing into thin air like a shadow in the wind. The leader quickly ran out into the street, loudly shouting orders, while simultaneously asking his mercenaries where Bayok had disappeared to. When all the mercenaries gathered around their leader, one of them was about to admit that they were unable to cope with such a powerful opponent. But before he could say a word, an explosion suddenly occurred right in front of them, sending a cloud of dust flying around. Everyone squinted their eyes, trying to shield themselves from the dust that had risen into the air, and concentrated to understand what was happening right in front of them. A few seconds later, when the dust began to settle and the heroes finally got a chance to see what was in front of them, their gazes lingered on a huge stone cube that had mysteriously risen from the ground. When the dust finally settled, a Cloud Dragon appeared before the travelers. "The walls on the second floor have collapsed," he said. "It's better to replace them with stone ones." One of the walls of the cube remained uncovered with a stone slab, as it was located at a distance from the cube itself. When Beck barely touched her, the girl instantly broke free and flew into the cube at breakneck speed. The geometric figure was finally completed, and everyone around watched in amazement, their eyes and mouths wide open. Surprise instantly turned to fear as the Cloud Dragon gathered energy around him. He announced that everything must be done immediately, without wasting time. His movements became incredibly fast, as if cutting through the space in front of him. His sharp movement caused even the thinnest cuts to divide the stone cube into equal parts. The leader realized that not everyone could do this, and the only right decision was to escape. But as he pondered, the Cloud Dragon seemed to sense his fear and came closer, offering to stay the night if they didn't want to leave. Choki, who had run outside, said he was about to go to bed, and then Bayok asked about the advance payment for the service. The boy approached the master, handing him a few coins as payment for the night in the tavern. Then Nan lowered his voice significantly and addressed the leader, hinting that Cho had done this before. It was decided to approach Bayok and ask him to rest in his tavern as well. A new day had arrived, and it was full of positive emotions, especially for the hostess of the establishment. Ms. Jean woke up with a happy expression on her face, feeling energized after a wonderful rest. Quickly gathering herself, she ran out of the room, full of curiosity about what had happened while she was gone. She looked around and saw that the walls around her were no longer wooden, but had turned into an elegant stone masterpiece. She approached to touch it, and realized that all the walls on this floor had been transformed into luxurious stoneworks. She had so many questions, he rushed down the stairs at incredible speed to find Bayok. When she descended, a second wave of astonishment awaited her. What she saw made her freeze in place. An impressively large number of people had gathered in the tavern, and each of them was enjoying a meal or a drink, immersed in the pleasant atmosphere. No one could understand where all these people had come from, because the last time there had been this many visitors was when her grandfather ran the tavern. Then, as the girl looks around, trying to figure out what happened, the Cloud Dragon will approach her and ask if everything is okay. She happily replied that she felt surprisingly great after the rest. What she was most interested in was what happened to the walls on the second floor. He shrugged it off, saying he was just doing some minor repairs and decided to replace the walls. But he still asked why so many people had gathered here. He replied that they were yesterday's guests who had already paid but decided to stay a little longer. The events moved into the depths of the forest, where an unprecedented amount of energy was now raging, filling the atmosphere with tension and anticipation. This all happened because Yongpun trained in this place. He constantly emphasized that without light there is no darkness, and without day there is no night. These are not opposites, but interdependent phenomena. In 6 days in Kunlun, he mastered as many as 4 techniques, almost halfway to his goal. Thanks to the elder he met in the tavern, the young man significantly changed his understanding of energy and his own body, opening up new horizons for self-improvement. Now his mind was full of determination, for he had gained a strength he had never dreamed of before. The boy felt sincere gratitude for meeting the mysterious stranger. He promised himself that at the meeting of the 9 he would show his true strength and not let himself down. The young man was almost 1 step closer to his goal and focused on showing his best qualities at the 9's meeting. When Vadim reached his destination, he was stopped by 2 guards at the entrance. "Who are you and what are you looking for here?" they asked sternly. The stranger wondered for a moment if he had taken the wrong door, finding himself in the wrong place, although everything around him was familiar. However, in a moment, he recovered and confidently declared that his name was Yongpun of Kunlun, and he had come here to participate in the secret gathering of the 9 schools. Hearing similar words from a stranger, they burst into loud laughter. Yongpun didn't understand why everyone suddenly started laughing so loudly. If he could go back 4 days, he would learn a lot of interesting details about this tavern. The tavern was experiencing its best days, especially compared to the dark days of just a few weeks ago. The crowd filled the establishment as everyone wanted to taste the unsurpassed dishes capable of satisfying the most demanding tastes. Suddenly, Jin approached Choe and asked what he was doing here, and if he was even going to pay back his debt to her. Seeing how he was eating leisurely, she immediately ordered him to chew faster and answer where her money had gone. Chewing, slowly rubbing his chin, he suddenly pointed at the Cloud Dragon and voiced, "I gave everything to him." Byok approached the girl, considering them close because Choe had once called her his sister. The girl was surprised and replied that they were only united by money. Meanwhile, the leader of the group had already left the tavern. He sincerely praised Kukus, calling him simply wonderful, and thanked the owner of the establishment for such a warm welcome. The girl bowed and thanked the leader for coming such a long way to visit her tavern. She expressed her hope that one day he would visit her tavern again with all the others. As soon as the leader of the squad said goodbye, he immediately spurred his horse and quickly galloped away from this place, wanting to leave its borders as soon as possible. As he drove, he turned to Mungbo Ho and noted that he had to deal with this master from the tavern. Benrak and Kunaku were given a task. They had to hide and capture the master alive. Soon all the walls of the tavern were replaced with beautiful and reliable stone ones. It was a special moment for the girl. She tried delicious and aromatic couscous for the first time. It was like discovering a new world of flavors. Only at that moment did she understand why everyone spoke so favorably about this place. She suggested that from now on, the Cloud Dragon would run the kitchen, and she herself would take on the responsibilities of serving the guests. Of course, the boy agreed, and Jean promised to gradually teach him all the other dishes. He was satisfied because he had finally found his place in this world, an ordinary boy and not a martial arts master. He walked, holding in his hands a plate of guksu, a gift from Lady Chin. It had its own special charm. Just 2 days ago, when you moved to Chunhei, you could have learned at the market about the existence of several dark groups here. Among them, the Four Dragons faction stands out, the most powerful of all. It has over 1,000 warriors: the Black Dragon, Kudoki; the White Dragon, Yanukazan; the Yellow Dragon, Quaxin; the Red Dragon, Larva. Together they formed an unstoppable faction of 4 dragons. Among them is the Yellow Dragon, one of the legendary Yellow Warriors from the distant island of Guam, whose name is Hoban. A leader, whom everyone knew well, approached him and, bowing in embarrassment, apologized for failing to catch one of the members of Hyunryong. He explained that the whole problem came down to the master, who was staying at the inn on the slope of Mount Kunlun. It was immediately clear that he belonged to this formation. The Yellow Dragon noticed that now everything had become extremely clear to him. He noticed that the chief seemed to show little interest in Kunlun, which was why the news took so long to spread. The problem was that the Yellow Dragon believed that Kunlun no longer existed. All the comrades from this detachment have disappeared, and now there is no one left who could help them. Because of this, they were expelled from the ranks of the Murama army forever. They were left alone in the middle of an unknown world, without support and without a chance of returning. The Yellow Dragon was happy, knowing that he would never encounter members of this group in this area again. The leader was left with only one question: who was destined to take their place in this story? The Yellow Dragon only laughed in response and couldn't stop laughing for a long time, because who would actually take their place would certainly shock the leader. Meanwhile, events are transferred to the present day, to Mount Udon, where the fate of the heroes is decided. When he approached the members of the other clans, he immediately announced that his name was Yongpun and he was from the Kunlun clan. Hearing this, the others present burst into loud laughter, as if Yongpun's reaction was the funniest thing of the day. One of those present remarked that it was all over, implying that Yongpun was late, even for this important meeting on the mountain. Members of other clans assumed that Yongpun was afraid of possible defeat during the journey, which is why he moved so slowly, as if hoping to avoid dangers. However, the man noted that there might have been a slight misunderstanding, as his teacher had said that everything would happen today. One of the boys mentioned that they had gathered here, but it was 4 days ago for a discussion. It was strange that Kunlun only found out about it today. At first, the guy who liked to ask stupid questions assured his friend that there was no difference. The truth was that Kunlun would not be able to attend school from next year. Young Poon had already become more irritated and told that guy not to be so rude. A representative from another clan noted that this guy belonged to the Heavenly Mountain sect, and in his opinion, he was not being rude at all. The sect's members announced that their order would now become part of the renowned Nine, replacing Kunlun in the prestigious alliance. The young disciple could no longer remain silent and exclaimed that he did not believe this story about Kunlun being expelled from the Nine. One of the other order asked him to calm down, because the decision had already been made by the high-ranking officials. He began to scream so loudly that everyone around him turned around, stunned. This couldn't be true, he argued, waving his hands in disbelief. During the war with the demonic cult 25 years ago, almost all of their masters gave their lives for the victory. As a result, they lost most of their best warriors. No sect had suffered more losses than Kunlun. That was why Young Pun felt used. At this time, one of the members of another sect admitted that those words inspired him with terrible fear, because they were surprisingly terrible. He changed his tone abruptly, accusing the young man of attracting attention. Pointing a finger at him, he assured everyone that their sect alone was not enough to fight the demons. Suddenly, from behind him, a demand was heard to stop clinging to the young man. Suddenly, it turned out that it was the girl who had warned him. If he continued, the young man might cry again. The young man said that in that case he would stop contacting him, because he did not want to associate with the weaklings from Kunlun. When the laughter died down a bit, Yongpun turned to the representative of the other clan with a smile. "Could you repeat what you just said?" When he didn't respond, the clan representative confidently declared that he could endure any trials, but would never tolerate an insult to his skills in Kunlun. Suddenly, 2 sharp daggers appeared behind the mountaineer, high up on his back. He simultaneously threw only the name at him, but fortunately, the enemy was at a safe distance. The witnesses could not believe their eyes. They expected laughter and a peaceful ending. But it did not happen as expected. Young Pun stunned his opponent with a sudden blow to the stomach at the decisive moment. The consequences of this not-too-strong blow were incredibly impressive, especially for young Pun. Thanks to his incredible speed, Pun flew several dozen meters in the air. After flying a considerable distance, it hit the floor with a loud thud, and then, touching the ground, performed several more dizzying somersaults. The bystander watched in horror as the power ripped from Yanpun's body, having just knocked their comrade to the floor. One of the members of the enemy sect drew his sword, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to his opponent. But at the last moment, the opponent managed to dodge, showing his skill, and avoided the obvious blow. He rushed forward, determined not to waste a second. He saw the enemy on the other side, who for unknown reasons was keeping his distance. It turned out that the enemy was keeping his distance in order to unexpectedly throw several knives at the most convenient moment for him. But such an attack was no problem for the young Pan. With just a wave of his hand, he managed to change the trajectory of the knives. He wasn't alone, so he had to act quickly. With a few swings, he managed to deflect a series of knives, preventing any of them from reaching his target's body. All the kunai fell to the floor. Their speed was so low that the boy was easily able to deflect each of them. The audience could not believe that the guy would be able to so easily fend off the attacks that were supposed to destroy her. The girl resolutely took action. Jumping back, she skillfully aimed her weapon, aiming with her palms, towards her young opponent. But the young man only calmly took a few steps towards his rival, radiating self-confidence with every movement. With one powerful movement, directing energy in a single direction, he knocked the girl off course and lifted her into the air, surprising everyone present. As the girl rose into the air, it became important for her to move away from the point above her opponent's head so that he would not deliver a decisive blow. She had to act with lightning speed, so she quickly spun in the air. A moment later, she landed a short distance from Yongpun, but there was no strength left for a new attack. However, it seemed that this was unnecessary. Now Yongpun was attacked by one of the largest and strongest members of the sect. His punch was powerful but lacked maneuverability. All he saw was the young Yongpun, ready to strike back with an even stronger punch. The counterattack was of extraordinary power. A simple but impressive palm strike, hitting the center of the target precisely. When the red hand struck, the giant opponent flew into the nearby wall with lightning speed. The giant lost consciousness from the force of the impact as he crashed into a massive wall. One of the warriors, armed with a sword, reacted quickly and tried to deliver a surprise blow to the enemy. But the warrior did not know that the young Pun's speed in battle resembled the lightning whirlwind of a cheetah. This enemy also retreated, leaving young Pun alone with only one task. The girl, who was just preparing to strike back, gained strength and determination for the next move. Although the blow seemed imperceptible, the opponent instantly caught her wrist, easily throwing the girl to the ground. The blow was so powerful that the girl could not even move for a few seconds. At the final stage, energy has already accumulated around the palm, ready to be released. The only thing the girl managed to see before she fainted was a weak warrior from the Kunlun sect, who in a few seconds had her shoulder blades turned over. The explosion swallowed the girl along with her as the powerful energy penetrated through the ground. The observers stood in amazement. They could not understand how the force of the wind could reach this place. The young gentleman's body was constantly changing color, as if playing a mysterious game of shades. The girl was extremely exhausted, unable to move after such a battle. The observer noted that it was unlikely that such a method of fighting had been seen in Kunlun. Watching Yongpun's movements during combat, one would notice how his movements resembled a graceful dragon. All observers suddenly realized that his movements resembled the fighting style of the Dragon Master from Kunlandia. After this epiphany, the boy firmly declared that from now on, they should think carefully before saying anything. This is particularly true when they try to ignore the Kunlun sect. The events were moved again, and now everything was happening right next to the same tavern. On the one hand, you could see that the renovations weren't yet complete everywhere, but where the Cloud Dragon had decided to intervene, everything already looked pretty decent. Part of the group that was hunting Choki announced its withdrawal from this sector, but continued to persistently search for its target. It was not easy to find him because of the thick bushes, and in her mind she could already imagine him returning to the tavern. Nan was seething with rage. He was now the one entrusted with the important task of capturing the target, and he could not afford to fail this mission. Meanwhile, the boy was hiding in the bushes right next to the tavern. One of the search party members could easily look in there and spot him. Choki knew that if he was caught, death was inevitable. But he knew that he had no chance of staying in the tavern forever. One of the NAS wards said that he had an extremely important message for him. The ward hurried to tell the NAS that they were planning to search the outskirts of the village, but he should carefully check the tavern and the surrounding area again. The leader had previously emphasized never taking your eyes off the tavern. so it was necessary to monitor every movement around it. After that, the black squad jumped on their horses and, without wasting time, quickly moved away from the scene of the incident. Choki watched carefully, noticing the black squad finally leaving the scene. He felt relieved and anxious at the same time, realizing that he was almost alone on the battlefield. The best news for him was that the Anan team, including Savan, had also entered the tavern. This meant that she hadn't even glanced in the direction of his bushes. So, now is the perfect time to start running away without looking back. Meanwhile, the girl instructed her new employee and announced that it was time to move on to practice. She noted that the most important thing is to ensure that the dough for the dumplings is thin and sticky. When she noticed that Biak was about to try, she began to slowly back away, but at the same time watched with curiosity. At the same time, the girl said that she would dig up some greenery, but for now she would let Biak train. Left alone, Cloud Dragon decided to devote all his time to making dough. He didn't even have to touch the dough. It just bounced from side to side, changing its shape. It took a short time for the dough to become almost transparent, but Bach was not going to stop. Bach continued to shape the dough without touching it, only by his skill. The three warriors watched in admiration, not believing their eyes. This show seemed even more bizarre than they expected from this unusual craftsman. Meanwhile, Yongpun continued on, step by step crossing the forest immediately beyond the meeting place. In this forest, Yongpun constantly pondered what the status of his sect had become. Yongpun hesitates, unsure of how to turn the situation around and regain respect for Kunlun in the eyes of others. Suddenly, in an instant, he noticed his grandfather sitting on a branch of one of the trees. Grandpa suddenly jumped off a branch and started moving incredibly fast, which looked quite strange. This was surprising because for a grandfather, he was extremely active. When Grandpa approached Yongpun at arm's length, he cautiously asked the student if he could spare a moment. Meanwhile, in the tavern, Beck was talking to two mercenaries and their manager, who was standing a little to the side, squinting from the smoke. The manager, squinting from the cigarette smoke, asked why the mercenaries were still here and hadn't set off on their journeys to earn money. The mercenaries replied that they had plenty of money and asked Biox to let them stay in the tavern again. While they were talking, a girl flew up to the dragon holding a small package. She smiled and said that she had a small gift for him. These were a few things that John found in her room. Jean advised the boy to try them on, emphasizing that these were her father's shoes and clothes. The boy didn't want to part with his clothes from Kunlun. Even though the girl insisted that he couldn't wear the same thing every day, he wondered how to choose a new style. However, it was obvious that sooner or later he would be forced to do this, because his basic clothes already looked completely indecent. Biak now looked like a true martial artist. His gaze had taken on a new confidence, and his movements had become quick and precise, like those of ancient warriors. As the mercenaries looked at him, they couldn't help but notice how unfair the world was, because just one new outfit made him look so much better. The girl watched the boy in fascination and unexpectedly suggested that he take a walk. The girl loved visiting Chang'an to learn something new. This time, it was all due to the running out of ingredients, so it was time for another on-site inspection. A group of mercenaries noticed that the master was about to leave, and one of them suggested a cunning plan, to follow him. Everyone fell silent as Beck turned to them and announced that he had a task for everyone. Intrigue hung in the air, attracting attention like a magnet. He instructed 3 of them to stay and guard the inn while he himself set out on his journey. The scene changed, and now the old man came face to face with Yangpun. They were silent for a while, listening to their own thoughts, and staring intently at each other, as if trying to anticipate the next move. At one point, he began to step forward, and Yangpun instantly felt the tension in the air. We must not forget that this old man may turn out to be a martial arts master, and become his enemy. So Yangpun gathered all his energy, warily warning the old man, "Don't come any closer." He thought it would be difficult to develop such skills at that age, so he wanted to know where he got his deep knowledge of dream energy from. The man was now absolutely certain that the elder had done something to him while he was asleep. However, the man realized that he could not share his discovery with everyone he met, so he told the old man that he couldn't tell him because the information was too important for him. The old man felt a little disappointed, but he did not lose hope. He asked Yangpun again with a sly smile if he would reveal the secret so easily. Again a pause fell between them, echoing with silence, and no one dared to disturb the peace with words. The boy felt a powerful internal flow of power being transmitted through the wind, almost paralyzing him. Grandfather, turning his back, said, "I'm going to Kunlun. You'll find out everything yourself." A moment later, he pushed away from that spot, instantly disappearing into the heavenly heights. At first, the boy thought that maybe he should run after his grandfather. However, everything happened so quickly that the guy had no time to take any action. Now the task for Yongpoon can be considered a failure, because he still did not understand why his grandfather asked this. Meanwhile, the girl and her faithful assistant were walking around the city, carefully examining the surrounding landscapes. Beck looked around intently, for he had not seen such a landscape in a long time. Every detail captured his attention. Their path led straight to the entrance to the Porcelain Tavern, known for its evenings among the locals. When they finally sat down at the table, the waiter didn't even come over to ask about their orders. Jana cheerfully announced that she wanted to try dumplings and Coke without chicken. Meanwhile, the guy just looked around, realizing that this was a popular tavern that looked much more luxurious than the one he worked at. This place was attractive with its charm and atmosphere. After a while, the waiter brought 2 servings of couscous and some delicious dumplings to their table, which they really wanted to try. They enthusiastically began their meal. But the boy still kept secretly listening to everything that was happening around them, searching for important information. And after a short time, his eavesdropping yielded results. At the next table, 2 men were discussing how Kunlun had been expelled from the 9 sects. One of the men could not believe his ears, as the news of Kunlun's expulsion seemed unbelievable. He also learned that his sect members were borrowing money from bandits. If that wasn't enough, the 4 Dragons faction was furious with them. Judging by the abilities on display, it became clear that the sect would not last long. But on the other hand, he was no longer too concerned about this issue. The girl noticed the grimace on Beck's face as he pondered all this and assumed he didn't like the food. The guy replied that everything was fine. He was just thinking about different things. After that, Jean asked him how he liked the food at this restaurant. After a brief thought, Cloud Dragon noted that the food at this establishment seems ordinary at first glance, but in fact, each dish has a unique taste and richness. Even with ordinary dishes, these taverns were successful, and it seemed unfair to her. Meanwhile, the boy noted that he encountered injustice at every step in this world. He was still listening to the conversation when he heard a loud and aggressive dialogue behind him. Several Kunlun sect members were arguing with the waiter about a refund, to which he replied that debts were not paid here. One of the sect members asked the waiter to look at him and tell him what he saw in front of him. He confidently declared that they all belonged to the Kunlun sect. At this moment, one of the men suddenly began to loudly call out to the tavern owner, hoping to attract his attention. Within seconds, the tavern owner approached the table and politely asked the 3 SEC team members to turn the volume down a bit, hinting at their noisy behavior. Kunlun boldly declared that they would postpone paying for the food, because even now they remained an influential clan, capable of finding funds at any moment. However, the tavern owner stated that their policy had changed, and they had no longer provided loaner products for a long time. When the Kunlun clan members' friends checked the ledger, they saw discrepancies with reality, suggesting falsification. The man became furious, kicked the chair vigorously, and ordered the owner to come over immediately. He leans closer to the owner and asks if he will write them down in the debtor's book, which he always keeps. Realizing that he might be left without several teeth due to broken ribs and bones, the owner immediately agreed to enter them in the debtor's book. So, approaching the clan, the Cloud Dragon declared that even those like them from the proud Kunluns must immediately pay their bills after the meal. The man was extremely dissatisfied. He approached and asked the name of the person who had appeared here so confidently and boldly and started giving orders. The 2 warriors reacted to these words differently. The first was frightened, and the second, on the contrary, laughed, as if anticipating an interesting adventure. The Kunlun man leaned towards the Cloud Dragon and remarked that in youth it is difficult to distinguish wisdom from foolishness. For this reason, he decided to give the boy a chance to escape. But suddenly Beck noted that the man's thoughts seemed to be completely corrupted. Beck also warned that such people need to be addressed urgently. Otherwise, their problems will only grow in the future. The man instantly raised his fist, ready to punch his opponent straight in the jaw. But the region merely bent one of its fingers and cupped it with its thumb, preparing for an unknown move. With just a flick of his finger, he threw the Kunlun clan warrior several meters away from him, as if he were a light leaf caught in the wind. A large mark now appeared on the forehead of the defeated warrior, a mark that would long remind everyone around him of his defeat in battle. The next warrior from the Kunlun clan confidently approached the master, asking about his actions. One swipe of his finger, and he didn't even have time to defend himself, receiving a devastating blow. From this blow, the boy flies rapidly into the air and, after flying a few meters, crashes heavily into the ground. The boy lay exhausted on the ground, not even trying to get up because all strength had left his body. The last of the Kunlun members ran up to the tavern's founder, handing him the money. "Don't count it as a debt," he assured, refusing to compromise. He ran closer to the master, announced that they were now even, and it was time to move on. The tavern's founder looked intently at the master, trying to guess his next move. And in an instant, the cloud dragon struck the last enemy with a light touch of one finger, and he, like his two brothers before him, fell to the ground. Beck noted that even after the battle, enemies must answer for all their crimes. The observer in the tavern raised his glass with satisfaction, watching the events unfolding before his eyes. He managed to come to Kuxi's aid and help them get out of this difficult situation. Bjork and Jean left the tavern and the girl immediately asked why those people were behaving like that. But the guy only apologized for the spoiled meal. Jean smiled, assuring her that everything was wonderful and even admitted that she liked what she saw. What fascinated her most was what she saw, and her eyes shone with curiosity and delight. This was how Cloud Dragon managed to make it all happen. She meant that Cloud Dragon defeated 3 opponents at once using only one finger. The master, looking at the girl, noticed that she seemed to be eager to master martial arts. But the girl replied with a smile that she would like to, but the time had not yet come. During this period of her life, the tavern takes first place among all affairs. Watching the emotions on the girl's face, he realized that he often smiled because of her. They continued on their way, and the girl remarked that it was time to prepare the ingredients. At this time, strange events began to occur in the forest, not far from the Moonhorse base. Grandfather was making his way through the forest at breakneck speed, lost in thought about various things. His steps were light, and his thoughts deep as he moved forward. He kept thinking about the stranger he had met in the forest. He realized that he wouldn't even say a word because of his stubbornness. There was no point in continuing the interrogation. Kunlun had ignored his advice for over 10 years, and the old man was not happy about it. How could such incredible energy come from a Kunlun resident? The old man could not understand it, and was willing to do anything to find the answer to his question. When he approached the entrance to this sect, he noticed that the security there was not too strict. When his body was near the gate, and no one even noticed his approach, it became clear that the sect could not be called serious. Because of his poor eyesight, he assumed that the 2 guards who were dozing at the entrance were already dead. He simply walked past the guards and opened the gate, entering the dangerous area. This woke up the guards, who immediately began to detain the intruder. When asked to introduce himself, he introduced himself as Nogok, and said that he had come here to learn something important. The guards looked at each other, a little frightened that this stranger had actually answered all the questions. The guards pointed their guns at his face, warning that beggars had no place here. A subtle hint. It was time for him to leave. However, the grandfather ignored their prohibitions and broke forward, destroying the guards' weapons. Having made this breakthrough, he calmly moved forward, getting closer and closer to the center of the sect's territory. One of the guards caught up with him, grabbed him firmly by the shoulder, and sternly ordered him to leave the area immediately. The old man, without making any extra effort, waved his hand, and his opponent, unable to believe his eyes, flew into the air to a height of 5 meters. After that, the boy fell heavily to the ground, his body and head hitting the stone with such force that it could be heard echoing. The second guard, standing next to the old man, shouted that this would not just remain like that, and the old man would pay for his actions. He had already swung, ready to strike his opponent from behind. But suddenly, at the moment when the blow was about to be delivered, time seemed to freeze around him. The old man instantly hit him on the head with a wooden stick, causing unexpectedly great damage. The guard also fell to the ground, exhausted, having suffered a severe concussion that left him unable to move. The old man moved forward relentlessly, while the first guard regained control of himself and quickly began to take something out of his pocket. The guard, with trembling hands, took an object out of his pocket and began to blow. It turned out to be a whistle. The whistle broke the silence so loudly that within seconds, the old man was surrounded by clan members, ready to attack. But before acting, they not only surrounded the unexpected guest, but also, with swords at the ready, looked straight into the depths of his soul. The old man just stopped and didn't even move, carefully watching their every step. He watched intently because all that remained was to determine where such powerful dream energy was hidden. Looking around, he still couldn't find the same source he had been searching for so long. Despite all his attempts and constant looking around, he still couldn't achieve the dream he had come here with. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. He looked up and saw one of the Kunlun clan masters standing before him. The master carefully examined his students and announced that before them stood the leader of a gang of beggars named Nogok. The Kunlun members could not believe their ears, as they only knew of one Nogok, the fifth of the 7 most powerful masters in Marama. The teacher, outraged by the students' level of knowledge, asked his colleagues to devote more time to teaching, because the students had not even mastered basic concepts. After that, the teacher turned to the old man, expressing his request for forgiveness and also adding that now he could move on, freed from the burden. Grandfather only grumbled that he was too rude, and not paying attention, confidently moved forward. He approached the building in the heart of the city, not responding to the words that echoed behind him. One of the clan members approached the teacher, wondering why masters were suddenly appearing and causing chaos in the sect. Meanwhile, Grandpa looked around, feeling as if the energy of sleep had taken hold of him, and he began to wonder if he had made a mistake. All these tense moments quickly exhausted him, and he realized that he had to stop by the tavern to drink some moonshine. Meanwhile, Bayok and the girl reached the tavern. Her gaze immediately fell on the broken table, and Bayok raised an eyebrow in surprise. He glanced at the mercenaries watching the building, but they shrugged, assuring him that they were not involved in anything. The young man immersed himself in memories, trying to recreate in his imagination the interior of the tavern where he and the djinn had been weaving intrigues. He remembered how everything in that tavern wasn't so colorful, so he decided to create a new stone table. To accomplish his plan, he focused his energy and directed it directly at the stone that rose from the ground. With a single movement of his hand, the stone shattered into pieces, leaving a smooth cut in the middle. It was a feat of skill that mesmerized those around him. The 3 mercenaries who watched this through the door could not get used to the incredible abilities of this master. Grandpa was transported to where the old house now stood, as if he had returned to the past. As Grandpa approached the entrance, he was surprised that the place was still in operation. The incredible is surprising. Next to this god-forgotten place, Grandfather felt not reality, but only the energy of sleep, as if the world around him was a pale illusion of the past. Beck stared intently at the block of stone, intently adjusting it with energy. He carefully prepared the material to create a new table. A few more legs needed to be prepared to complete the process. He installed the final elements, and the new tavern table was ready, giving the room a new functional look. He turned to the mercenaries and ordered them to lift the last table and carry it inside. The mercenaries instantly rushed to the Cloud Dragon, grabbed the table created by sleep energy, and headed back inside sparingly. Cloud Dragon liked the changes that were taking place, especially the ease of the renovations. Jean was pleased with the transformation of the tavern, noting that the stone tables gave the decor a fresh look. Nan, who had been looking at all these tables carefully, noticed that they were too cold, so it was unlikely that anyone would like them. As soon as these words left his mouth, Grandpa flew into the tavern from the street and fell with a thud onto one of the cold tables. The mercenary mockingly remarked that Grandpa seemed to have found his favorite table, but in reality, Grandpa stormed into the tavern and slammed the table due to the excessive presence of dream energy. He immediately glanced at the mercenaries and asked them who had made this wonderful table. Almost without thinking, each of them pointed a finger at the craftsman who, at that very moment, was wiping the unfinished tables with a rag. Grandfather approached him, intending to talk to Bayok. He was overcome by a desire to learn as much as possible from him. The old man, approaching the Cloud Dragon, at first did not understand what the dragon wanted from him. Everything became even stranger when the old man began to walk around Bayok, carefully examining him from all sides. The old man was extremely surprised, because he felt only emptiness from this young man. Not even any inner energy was noticeable. After a few seconds of silence, he turned to Bayok to ask for a word, but Bayok replied dryly, "I only communicate with guests." The Cloud Dragon returned to the mercenaries and ordered them to serve the new guest who had come to enjoy drinks and delicious dishes. The weather was surprisingly pleasant, and this caused an upbeat mood in everyone present. There was an incredible atmosphere inside. Everyone was delighted with the warmth and comfort that enveloped them, creating a feeling of a real holiday. Gina brought food to the old man, and at first he treated her with some distrust. The initially cautious old man changed when he saw the food that Gina had brought. He was delighted, for this couscous was filled with the energy of the uplifting song. However, what impressed him most was the unsurpassed taste, and he drained the entire plate in one go, savoring every drop. The hero confidently greeted those present, gave his name, and proudly added that he was a skilled cook from the Tavern of Kunlun. Grandfather, suddenly becoming serious, asked if Bayok came from the mysterious world of Murim. The guy replied that he had been to Kunlun in his youth, but not now. When the mercenary offered to learn from this cloud dragon to his boss, the latter ordered him to be quiet, as he wanted to eavesdrop on a conversation that was taking place nearby. The dragon tried to understand what was being said, and what the man meant when he said he had been to Kunlun in his youth, although he was still young. The old man asked the cloud dragon how old he was. The dragon thought for a moment and replied that he was definitely over 100 years old. The cloud dragon waited tensely for his interlocutor to finally cheer up and admit that it was a joke. He seemed to see his interlocutor begin to laugh out loud. However, since this did not happen, he abruptly rose from the table and exclaimed that he knew it, namely that the young man was resorting to this cunning technique of youth. He also added that he himself was already 115 years old, and asked the cloud dragon if he had heard of the Unop Jin. The plot moved to a place where the members of the Kunlun sect were shackled to several pillars, like prisoners in a trap. It turned out that for some reason, the Kunlun sect members had fainted, so those who had regained consciousness earlier rushed to wake up their comrades who were still sleeping. No one understood who had dealt them such a blow, and what had happened before they ended up here. Suddenly, an unknown person burst into the room and ordered his henchmen to take all the chained people out into the street. The Kunlun sect fighters froze in fear because nothing was clear. A few minutes later, they were outside, still strapped in. When they had already traveled a considerable distance, the last member of the sect to wake up suddenly saw something terrible in front of him. An incredible landscape unfolded before him, as if from a nightmare. In the familiar marketplace, all the masters of Kunlun were captured, bound as if in a dream. One of the prisoners returned to the Yellow Dragon. With all due respect, he reported that his charges had searched Che Yong-hei. The Yellow Dragon praised him for his courage. Then, turning to the warriors of Kunland, he asked, "Why do you turn to humans for food when your place is on the mountaintops?" One of the teachers recognized the man and realized that they were facing a yellow dragon. It was then that it became clear that they had fallen into the hands of a group of 4 dragons. One of the sect's fighters dared to ask the yellow dragon what he planned to do with them all. At the same time, he received a powerful blow to the back of the head with a stick, because earlier they had been strictly ordered to remain silent. The 4 dragons, not hiding their mockery, made it clear to the sect members they were fearlessly preparing for war. By this time, a crowd of interested passers-by had gathered around the captured Kunlun prisoners. They stood aside, discussing the strange situation among themselves and whispering something. Suddenly, the pale dragon Yong appeared before Wuxan, declaring that the members of Kunlun would not be dealt with like this now. At first, Yong decided to take the prisoners home, then return for the rest and take their lives. Finally, the time had come for the long-awaited freedom. The 4 dragons rejoiced that they would be able to get rid of the oppression that those who oppressed them had inflicted for decades. A red dragon appeared on the horizon, approaching the central square with its army. Its flight gave hope of freedom to those who had long suffered under oppression. The ordinary inhabitants of the city whispered in surprise when they saw the red dragon. This rare bird did not often grace them with its majestic flight. The yellow and white dragons were happy that their brother had joined them in their heavenly flight. However, he did not answer his brothers, but only silently drew his sword from its sheath and raised it up to the heavens. The red dragon shouted loudly, ordering the entire army to draw their swords. "Today is the last day of Kunlun's existence." While this turbulent action was unfolding, a fascinating conversation took place between one of the members of the Beggar Brotherhood and the Cloud Dragon, which added intrigue to the events. Grandpa curiously asked his interlocutor how he managed to accumulate the energy of dreams. The interlocutor replied that he seeks to harness the energy of sleep, which is the crystallized essence of Mother Nature's power. Bach also noted that Mother Nature flows on her own and cannot be compressed. This is similar to learning mental techniques to charge them with their inner energy. Beck was glad that he was able to easily help the good-natured man. After a short pause, the Cloud Dragon said that to achieve energy, one should not strive to obtain the energy of nature itself. Grandpa quickly realized his foolishness, for he had always been obsessed with the desire to achieve a higher level than others. His constant search for superiority clouded his mind. He constantly compared himself to others, was overcome by greed, and eventually lost himself in the abyss of his own arrogance. Grandpa sincerely thanked his interlocutor for opening his eyes. It was time to say goodbye. Nogok turned to the Cloud Dragon, asking if he could drop by here from time to time. Without a moment's hesitation, Beck assured Nogok that he would always be a welcome guest in this place. The 3 bandits sitting at the table and witnessing this scene were surprised by the situation. One of them even turned to his comrades, asking if he was really trying to settle the old man here permanently. His friend also agreed, because he found it suspicious. What interest could a strong master have in this old man with a gang of beggars? Besides, it seemed like the boy was joking, claiming to be 100 years old. But the grandfather didn't even smile in return. Getting up from the table, the guy ordered everyone to leave the place as quickly as possible, because there was nothing holding them back here anymore. John, walking nearby, noticed that the guests were already preparing to leave and approached them. The captain thanked them for the excellent food, noting that, unfortunately, it was time for them to return to their own affairs. The girl smiled, bowed, and invited them to come again. The trio hurried towards the main door, but suddenly they heard a familiar voice from behind them. As the trio tried to get out, they were stopped by a voice. It was Cloud Dragon, who asked why they were leaving. The captain, barely keeping the tremor in his voice, replied that they were very busy. Despite his fear, Buck just wanted to thank the team for taking care of the hotel in his absence. After they separated, one of the bandits approached his captain and dared to ask him about the ultimate goal of their journey. The other bandit was smarter and quickly answered his brother. Of course, they were heading to Koban. Meanwhile, a large column of several horses and an entire army of red dragons is steadily approaching Kunlun. One of the 4 dragons' companions announced that ahead of them on their path was the end he had already mentioned, and they must enter it. The yellow dragon was dissatisfied, but he admitted that if there was a powerful master in this inn, then they should stop there. All his thoughts were occupied with how this master would deal with the 3 united dragons. His brother only smiled at Chidna, sure that even the most powerful master would not have enough strength against 3 of the 4 united. This entire large column did not even suspect that the Cloud Dragon had been following their movements for a long time. Beck realized that there were a lot of people gathered here. About 200 combat units in the army in total. It seemed that they were planning an attack on Kunlun. His gaze remained calm until he noticed one extremely important element. As the entire column approached him, he noticed the bound Kunlun masters among the troops. It was impossible to believe that the opponents had simply tied up the masters and were dragging them along. In addition to the sect masters, the column was filled with young warriors who had just begun their journey. Suddenly, the movement stopped. An unexpected obstacle appeared in front of the horses. The animals stopped abruptly, filled with fear, and the dragons sitting on them tried to calm them down, holding on tightly to their saddles so as not to fall. The Cloud Dragon stood before them, staring intently into the faces of the strangers. He asked why they were torturing the sect members, as if seeking to shed light on the injustice that hung in the air. The yellow dragon was surprised to hear this because he still didn't know who was standing in front of him. Outwardly, this master resembled a real weak-minded person, and the white dragon assumed that he was just a forest madman. Biak again made his demands, ordering the Kunlun people to immediately release them and return to where they came from. No one in the column was going to follow such orders, so the white dragon turned on his horse and ordered his army to deal with this impudent man. Each warrior in the army was dressed in a black robe, and high-quality swords gleamed in their hands. All the army men watched in amazement as the winged dragon pulled out an ordinary wooden staff from his pocket. The staff emitted a powerful purple energy that mesmerized everyone present, forcing them not to look away. Beck suddenly launched an energy blast through the air, skillfully controlling its trajectory. He soon had it aimed directly at the crowd of opponents. The power of the explosion was directed at the target, causing devastating damage to everything in its path. All the warriors flew a considerable distance, continuing to fall to the ground, carried aside. The yellow and white dragons could not understand how this was possible. With one movement of a wooden stick, the master put an entire detachment of warriors on their shoulder blades. The white dragon exploded in fury, claiming to have heard of it. Before them now stands the brimstone fire born in the west. Confidence reigned in his thoughts, for he was convinced that this technique would have no effect on him. Gaining amazing speed in the air, he began to radiate energy from his body, intending to use the cold strike technique. Surprisingly, the Cloud Dragon did not move, but only watched the white dragon's approach intently. Now his fear grew even greater, for Backwood had once again seized that wooden stick in his hand. In one fell swoop, a huge wave of energy rose from the end of the staff and flew rapidly towards the white dragon. The blow was incredibly powerful, and the body of the mighty master flew far into the crowd of warriors standing behind him. The force of the blow was so powerful that 30 warriors standing nearby fell to the ground without even realizing what had happened. The warriors flew in different directions like bowling pins, losing all control over their bodies and balance. Most of the soldiers were now immobilized, having suffered numerous closed injuries. The white dragon lay on the floor, spitting blood after a recent powerful blow, breathing heavily, but his eyes burned with anger and desire for revenge. Quaxon ran to him, filled with excitement to find out from his brother what really happened and what it all meant. The master replied to him that from that moment on, his inner strength seemed to have been destroyed. The yellow dragon could not believe it, because he realized that such serious consequences would be difficult to cause with just one breath of mist. Quaxon continued, admitting that he did not understand how the enemy was able to defeat her. It barely had enough strength to stay on its feet. After just a few seconds, the white dragon collapsed to the ground, exhausted from the struggle. The red dragon approached Bayok and froze for several minutes, staring straight into his eyes, as if trying to understand what kind of mysterious warrior was standing before him. In famous lands, there lived a legend about the red dragon, an incredibly powerful warrior named Magan. He challenged the enemy, menacingly demanding to remove his mask. The enemy replied that his name was Beck, and he was the cook of the ship Kunlun. The enemy did not accept this mockery, and was furious that such a powerful opponent called himself an ordinary cook. Enraged, Mego began to prepare for the attack. The warriors breathed a sigh of relief when Mego stepped in. After all, he was the best of all 4 dragons. Mego drew his sword, and like lightning rushed into the attack, ready to cut his opponent into small pieces. Beck was acting strangely again. He stood still but slowly swung the twig in his hand, moving it left and right. Then the red dragon understood the source of his opponent's power and struck his sword directly at that branch. After that, the red dragon wasted no time in directing his burning rage at the enemy. He raised his sword, and gathering his strength, accurately slashed at the branch that was the source of the enemy's power. He lunged forward, aiming for the enemy, but the blow missed the target, and he fell to the ground, feeling the blow of his own failure. It all happened so quickly. He couldn't believe he had missed such a simple blow that should have hit the enemy. Having gathered his last strength, the white dragon ordered to stop, warning that otherwise he would lose all his internal energy. Meg only got annoyed and replied that he was talking nonsense again. The white dragon would just rest, drink some of the infusion, and he would feel better in no time. Despite all this, the red dragon proudly shouted to his enemy that he had no idea what magic he possessed. He boldly promised to cut off his head. They decided to use one of his secret techniques, a red sword to destroy souls. The soldiers were even more amazed when they saw that the red dragon was now holding this sword himself. In narrow circles, this technique was called the flash technique, capable of surprising anyone with the enormous energy generated when it was used. As the red dragon horizontally slashed space with its blow, a powerful stream of energy shot straight towards Byok. A grandiose explosion shook everything around, scattering rocks in different directions and sending powerful streams of energy straight into the sky. When the soldiers looked closer, they noticed that the red dragon was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. The yellow dragon, seeing his brother, screamed his name, full of despair, because he did not want him to die here, lying on the ground. Exhausted, on his knee, Maggot concentrated, pondering what move would lead him to victory in this duel. Suddenly, Maggot felt something inside his body, and this feeling made him anxious. However, now the great warriors did not feel the powerful energy within them at all. Their bodies seemed empty. Within seconds, he suddenly began to cough, vibrating with tension, and a stream of thick blood gushed from his mouth. His strength was fading before his eyes. Exhausted, he collapsed to the floor, showing no signs of life. The yellow dragon watched all this and couldn't believe it had happened, but he knew he had to take control of the situation somehow. He ordered all remaining soldiers to attack this man, luring them with the promise of a reward and an honorary title for his elimination. This motivation worked, because for the hardened soldier, the promises of great wealth and an honorary title became life guidelines. The soldiers quickly rushed forward, preparing to attack and tear the enemy apart at the same time. At the same moment, the dragon from the clouds threw the branch he was holding onto the floor, and it stopped emitting energy. He assumed a fighting stance, and a different shade of energy surged through his body. It began to make a strange sound, growing louder with each passing second. The bandits felt no fear, because they had only one task ahead of them, and no obstacles could arise in their path. The opponent changed stance, and suddenly, the energy radiating from his body shone even brighter. He used the 8 elements of the Cloud Dragon and sent a super powerful energy strike towards the opponents. The yellow dragon saw everything from the side, and to his eyes, this spectacle was nothing short of true horror. The warriors escaped mortal wounds, but were weakened by the extremely powerful blow. The yellow dragon remembered what was said about the dragon that appeared in Kunlun. Suddenly, one of the warriors shouted that it seemed that the dragon had turned into a human. At that very moment, Beck moved slightly away from the battlefield, took off from the ground with a powerful leap, and suddenly disappeared. When you look at the battlefield, you will notice how the patterns carved into the ground resemble dragon silhouettes. The next day began very differently than expected, and was marked by a strange spectacle. The scene of the battle seemed to have miraculously been transported through time and space, leaving traces of dragon forms in its wake. The two bandits had already woken up and headed to the captain's room to wake him up. Once inside, one of them said that the sun had long since risen, and it was time for them to set off. The captain fell asleep late, so he couldn't realize how quickly time had passed. They were walking down the corridor to the street when one of the bandits suggested that Sobun get drunk while he had the chance, because no one knew what task the leader would give them in Gimhobun. A trio of characters, all different from each other, came together, united by a single feeling: hunger, which persistently reminded them of itself. Even so, Bong remembered how much he had wanted to taste that kuksa from the inn again. He still didn't understand why this dish was tastier than all the others. While the group was considering where to get a bite to eat, Soba suddenly noticed a large fire burning behind several houses in the distance. The captain suddenly realized that the fire was burning right where the gumbo was located. Without wasting time, they quickly ran to the scene. There they noticed a local resident who had also noticed the fire and was standing at a safe distance watching the event. Subahan rushed to the cell where the flames were burning and heard a wild cry. "Who dared to do this? And when did it happen?" The stranger reported that the news had come too late. A dragon had appeared in Kunlun. The captain assumed it was the Four Dragons faction, but the stranger denied it. It was claimed that a man had transformed into a dragon and destroyed the other three factions. The leader was also there and died. The people were outraged by Gomabun's actions. They gathered together, set fire to his building, and then fled, leaving clouds of smoke as their only witness. The news did not please the small company, so one of the bandits asked the captain about their further plans. It was difficult to solve the problem right away, but Sobong noticed that there were many shady groups in Shenyang, and making money there wouldn't be much difficulty. One of the bandits said that he would not go there, and he had very good reasons for this. He had in mind the inn at the foot of Mount Kunlun, but the others did not understand why he had decided so. After thinking about it, he explained that he felt safe with the master and could just sit around doing nothing. Or perhaps he would think a little more and master the martial art. To Sobong, this sounded like complete nonsense. His subordinates didn't even realize how complicated and time-consuming the process was. Despite all this, they were willing to take risks to avoid losing their jobs. The captain realized that his subordinates were trying to come up with something, but they couldn't even gather their thoughts. Over time, the subordinates became so carried away by their plans that they began to convince the captain to join them in this adventure. Seeing the expression on his face, they instantly knew it was time to leave. Bowing to the captain, they thanked him for all he had done for them and prepared to leave. They had only taken a few steps when suddenly Song began to feel indescribable stress, although he did not understand the reasons for this. He commanded them to stop immediately and turn towards him. His face was burning with anger, even though he was about to say something completely harmless. Despite all this, the subordinates were frightened, because now they did not know what to expect from their captain. Within seconds, Sobong announced that he would join them, as he was not going to sit idle. He would rather at least enjoy a delicious dinner at the tavern. He also decided to add that he had nothing to learn from this master, so he simply planned to spend the evening at the tavern. The action moved again, and now all the events unfolded in the renovated Kunlun tavern. The girl was happy because after a long break, a regular customer appeared in the tavern. Grandpa, who came inside, happily announced that he would come here every day now. Grandpa chose his favorite table and, sitting down at it, asked the girl where Mr. Beck was now. The girl smiled, turned to her grandfather, and with a playful wink, asked if he really wanted to try the couscous she had prepared. The grandfather assured that he unconditionally believed in his words, and at the same time, asked his grandson to call Biok. In just a few seconds, they were sitting at the table, and Grandpa pulled out a surprisingly beautiful bottle from a small bag that his hand had brought. Cloud asked his grandfather what this strange bottle was and why he had brought it. Grandpa explained that it was a special type of yellow wine that had been aged for 10 years. He also emphasized that it was not easy to obtain. Victor said that yesterday a real dragon appeared at the foot of Mount Kunlun. According to him, members of the Four Dragons faction faced a majestic dragon and were defeated in a fierce battle. The leader was killed and his subordinates fled in panic. He believed that fate had given them a chance to become better, and perhaps they would thank him later for these challenges. Grandpa immediately understood who this dragon was and said that Biok seemed to have had a hard day yesterday, so he should drink this wonderful wine. The man raised the small cup to his eyes, lost in thought. Lately, he had almost completely forgotten what alcohol tasted like. He took the first sip and suddenly remembered that feeling, because he hadn't done anything like that in decades. Grandpa continued his monologue, saying that according to his information, these leaders were still alive. The boy decided to change the subject of conversation. Pouring more drink into Grandpa's mug, he remarked that he should drink more often. Noguk smiled with delight, saying that it was a taste that took his breath away. He wished that this taste would remain with him even after death. After Plum Dragon sipped some of this wine, he admitted that he felt his mood improve significantly. Grandfather became bolder and announced that he needed to drink more. He explained that he had brought the drink from far away precisely so that he would not leave a single drop for the next day. By that time, the girl had already brought the couscous and placed the plate right in front of her grandfather. His leg matched his expression, becoming serious. He turned to the Cloud Dragon with an important question. His heart ached as he told them that all his friends had died. His students had left, and now no one cared about him. He felt incredibly lonely, without friends to spend the evening with over a glass of wine. For the Cloud Dragon, the art of martial arts and the spiritual majesty of the heavens have proven to be impermanent. Because of this, he knows from his own experience what true loneliness is. Grandfather, noticing the other's intentions, asked again if the other would suddenly want to become his friend. Then Book realized that there was no point in thinking any further. He smiled and happily agreed to become Grandpa's new friend. The grandfather laughed out loud, amazed that he now had a friend to talk to just like he could talk to his grandson. In his opinion, it was time to drop all formalities. Cloud Dragon immediately supported him in this, feeling that it would bring them even closer. When Nogok was about to offer them some more drink, he instantly realized that their bottle was already empty. Grandpa turned to Jane, smiled gently, and quietly asked her to postpone some other matter until later. Meanwhile, life has come to a boil at the site where a fire had recently raged. At the scene of the fire, a man was strainingly carrying the burnt columns, as if he were competing with his own abilities. It turned out that he was dragging these columns for a reason. It seemed that he was looking for something in the burnt chaos. Leader Gui Hobong admitted that the master's decision to attack the Red Dragon made him consider fleeing the battlefield. He was too brilliant and strong to die in an unequal battle. It became obvious. He was diligently pulling away charred columns and other debris to free the chest from the rubble. Opening the chest, he was relieved to see that all the money he had previously placed there was still there. He instantly turned around at the sound and saw a man with an attractive appearance standing nearby. A man appeared in black, declaring that a leader should not abandon his comrades for the sake of wealth. It was the Black Dragon Kudoki. These were difficult times for the sect, so many important decisions had to be made. In the main hall, all the influential members of the sect gathered to discuss the latest news. One of them shared a rumor. A dragon appeared on Kunlun Mountain a few days ago. The elder of the 4th sector named Bake Odin noticed that now everyone was talking about their sect's victory over the 4 Dragons faction. One wise man admitted that he had heard about it, but he still couldn't figure out where exactly the rumors came from. The elder said that according to the captured disciples, they were attacked by a young man who was able to defeat them all. However, the 3rd elder, Bakimok, doubted whether one young man could really do it. In his opinion, all this could have been the result of a mass hallucination, or everyone felt ashamed and invented something like this together. The sage noted that regardless of the reasons, the consequence is obvious. Thanks to these events, their position in society has increased significantly. He asked his subordinates which of them had attended the 9 sects meeting. The 4th elder replied that it was Yongpun. He said that according to information received from members of other sects, they were expelled from 9 major sects. The sage exploded with anger, unable to hold back. He slammed his hand loudly on the table, expressing his dissatisfaction with the situation. He declared that when everyone turned their backs on them, immediate action was needed. He approached Baek Wan and suggested that he accompany his disciples to the Namgon clan, believing that this would be a decisive action in their mission. This task was urgent, although the 4th elder did not yet fully understand its purpose. Meanwhile, a small group of disciples left their barracks, trying to understand what their task was. One of the students asked why they had come here at all. The other replied that it was necessary in order to... After the collapse of the 9 factions, they were in dire need of new allies. Another student mentioned that he had heard about the clan's treasury. Yongpun, having become an unwitting witness to these gossips, was left dissatisfied with what he had heard. Meanwhile, visitors came to the store again. The girl happily greeted the new guests, feeling that today was going to be a good day. The same 3 bandits appeared on the threshold of the tavern. All the visitors looked at each other in surprise. What made them return so quickly if they had gone on business? The trio announced that all issues were resolved quickly, therefore they planned to stay here for a short time. One of the bandits, passing by, whispered that the real reason for their arrival was nostalgia for the local cake. He noticed the man eating, greedily and quickly, as if it were his first meal in a long time. It was only a moment later that he realized that this was the very Choki they had been looking for recently. Seeing those who had been looking for him for a long time in front of him, he instantly got up from the table and rushed to run towards the black exit in the kitchen. However, the captain, without much effort, managed to grab him by the clothes and with a firm grip detained the fugitive. Then, with a sly expression on his face, Grid winked at his partner and quietly asked the boy how far he planned to run. The bandits approached him and declared that escape was no longer possible since Jumgaben was no longer there. Without him, they had no more reason to pursue the boy. However, the captain decided to emphasize that Choka had caused a lot of trouble for their group, and therefore they should answer for it. After a brief thought, he turned his head to Jean, who was doing something in the kitchen, and ordered 3 portions of kuksu for their table. The girl turned to him and, after thinking, suggested adding a portion of dumplings to the order. The captain hugged Choki tightly and promised to pay for dumplings, a mug of corn, and a week's stay at this tavern. His generosity surprised everyone. While the group was discussing their affairs, a stranger began to approach them, which immediately attracted the attention of the bandits. It was none other than the Cloud Dragon, who, wasting no time, had already brought them a tray of food, surprising the bandits with his unexpected hospitality. As if on command, everyone turned their eyes to Bayok, greeting him in unison. Choki saw this as the perfect chance to escape. Beck smiled slightly and noted that he had added a little more because he had carefully analyzed the situation at their table. It quickly became apparent that Chokia had disappeared somewhere, and the bandits, instead of searching, were desperately trying to satisfy their hunger. Sobung looked around again, looking for Choki. However, it seemed that he had already fled far from the tavern, leaving footprints on the dusty roads. It was necessary to look for Chokia, but this matter did not seem as important as enjoying hot couscous. Some time passed, and almost before the end the downpour began, heavy and prolonged. The rain seemed to fall without end or end. A small group of people approached the tavern, and without hesitation, decided to go inside. They were already quite tired from this endless rain. Jin immediately headed to the entrance to greet the new visitors and find out how many had arrived. His energy knew no bounds. The Kunlun sect walked inside, and the 4th elder announced with a smile that the 4 of them had arrived. She began to list everything they had, but suddenly froze when she saw a familiar face among the guests. She greeted a young man named Pan, and he happily replied that he was happy to meet her. The young man was especially happy that the girl recognized him. All his sect comrades were surprised to see him here. He only explained with a smile that he had stopped here on his way after the meeting of the 9 sects. When everyone was gathered at the table, young Ponce noticed that the most delicious dish here was the gursu. He suggested that they order 4 servings for each person. The food was already on the table, and of course it was brought by none other than the Cloud Dragon, who always amazed with his mystery and the most delicious treats. Although she and the young mischievous boy did not go up to each other with words of greeting, their gazes met, and they only nodded silently to each other. One of the sect members asked Zhongpun why he had suddenly become so noble. Zhongpun replied that he owed this tavern since his last campaign. Young Pun was impressed by the martial arts traditions, but the ancient art of the elders of Kukusu surprised him more and more each time. At that time, the robbers were sitting at a nearby table. They pretended to talk among themselves, but instead, they listened to the conversation of the sect members. Meanwhile, Sabun noted that, as far as he knew, it was the Kunlun dragon that trampled the 4 dragons. However, there was an air of ignorance in the sectarians' conversations. One of them even asked the maestro about the Namgon clan's earnings. The maestro replied that although he didn't know for sure, he had heard that the Namgon clan was earning several thousand every day just from their shady dealings. The master noted that they live in the mountains without money or rice, so no one knows them. For others it is different. Their way of life is far from the secrets of the mountains. The sect fighters from Kunland expressed hope that they would be fed again upon arrival at the location. Over time, they also began to feel harmless fatigue after the long journey. But the hope of a hearty lunch did not leave them. They were thinking about more delicate topics. They would need to form an alliance with these unusual people. However, the master instantly realized that discussing this issue in this place would not bring any results. The master looked at his subordinates and announced that the rain had stopped. It was time to set off. Hearing this, the girl instantly rushed to the master to inform him that he now had as many as 8 nannies. Yongpun approached the master and without hesitation informed him that payment was required immediately. The senior, ignoring Yongpun, moved towards the door. He merely threw over his shoulder that he would pay later. If any of his subordinates had money, they should pay now. The young man pulled a small wallet from his inside pocket and shook out all the coins that were there. He handed over all the coins to the girl, promising with a smile that he would pay off the rest of the debt later, gradually. The girl smiled, wished them a successful and peaceful journey, adding with a touch of mystery that their paths would soon cross again. The master was dissatisfied and, turning to Yongpun, declared that he was unlikely to return here again. Bayok appeared on the horizon and immediately announced that he had just been in the kitchen and smelled the terrible smell of this master's terrible dish. Yongpun just gave her something as a gift, and so he approaches that guy and says that he paid much more than he ate. The ordinary dragon carefully placed the coins into Yunpun's palm and, without further ceremony, quietly moved towards the 4th elder of the sect. Looking in his direction, he declared that everyone else would have to pay for all expenses immediately. The subordinates immediately began shouting loudly at the cook, asking if he knew who he was dealing with, and shouting that they were not going to give anything away. At that moment, the bandits began to chuckle ominously, realizing that the boys were in a hopeless situation. They wondered how they were going to get out of their predicament. Cloud Dragon's face became serious. He informed the guests that this place did not feed for free and did not lend food either. The master, without thinking twice, ordered his subordinates to give this cook a lesson in good manners. While waiting for his subordinates to rush at the cook, the master suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, the master saw an acquaintance who greeted the cook like an old friend, admitting that he had missed him for just one day. Bayok gently asked his grandfather to wait at the table, because he himself was busy with a small matter. The 4th sect elder walked up to his grandfather to solemnly congratulate him. Grandpa tried to remember the man's name. After several tries, he decided it was probably Pek Wan. All the subordinate masters bowed in respect, greeting the elder. Pek gathered everyone and, maintaining a confident step, led them outside, inviting them to follow him. The elder still couldn't decide if he and Nohawk were truly friends. It seemed like every look Nohawk gave was a riddle that wasn't easy to solve. The Cloud Dragon approached the guests with a condition. If they could not pay, they would have to make even more tables. The abbot of the sect stood in confusion, trying to understand the meaning of the cook's words, who was pointing to a huge stone. Beck's words sounded especially strange when he said that he was going to cut this huge boulder so that they could work with the material. In one powerful movement, energy rushes straight to the stone, directed with great force for a long time, like a blast wave. At this time, the Kunlun sect members were laughing, convinced that they and Nogek looked like the local lunatics. Their laughter was unexpectedly light, but after a few seconds, they heard a loud crack from the stone, and it instantly stopped their laughter. An unprecedented force was hidden in the huge wave that divided the stone into several almost equal parts. The moment Junpun sat down at the table, he was greeted by an old man who was already sitting there. Grandfather wondered why his brothers were behaving so strangely. Clearly not like members of a once great sect. The boy was silent in confusion, not knowing what to answer. He had no clue to this question. Meanwhile, his brothers were outside, watching real miracles. When they heard the Cloud Dragon order a table to be created from this stone, they were shocked. The dragon added that the table should be so smooth that even a child could not hurt himself, even if he really wanted to. When one of the clan members objected that they were not sculptors and that this was impossible, the Cloud Dragon coldly declared, in that case, no one would leave here. Grandpa, watching all this from behind his desk through the open door, noticed that the Cloud Dragon seemed a little angry. The action briefly moved to another location, hidden high in the mountains. On the throne, majestically seated, was the black dragon Kudoki. He was heatedly discussing with the leader of Gyumhoban the reason for the betrayal and flight that had separated the brothers. The man tried to justify himself, sincerely apologizing for his cowardice, adding that at the time he only cared about his own safety. The black dragon paid no attention to these words, indifferently asking the leader who really did it. This whole picture was woven around the scent of perfume. His voice trembled more and more as he confessed. The real culprit was not the master from the Kunlun sect, but an ordinary cook from the Kunlun Tavern. The Black Dragon needed a little more time to consider all the events. The only desire burning within him was to get rid of the sight of this coward in front of him and finally free up space for his own plans. His voice became quieter, and he coldly informed the leader of the Humboltians that he could not forgive him. So the sentence had already been passed. Death. The man screamed incessantly, promising to give up all his possessions in exchange for his life. This didn't bother the Black Dragon much, because he already had a piggy bank filled with all the riches of the leader of the Rubber Bums. Before he learned this from the leader, he believed that there were several opponents there who had attacked his brothers in a group. Meanwhile, the Kunlun sect members were making every effort to cut the stone evenly, feeling the progress become more tangible with each blow. One of them guessed that in order to cut the stone, you need to take a sword, wrap its blade in a thick cloth, and stand. Then you should master the standing like a pillar technique and apply considerable effort while pressing on the stone. With one precise movement, the sect member easily sliced the stone in half with his saber. Turning to the master, he suggested doing something similar, challenging him with a mysterious gleam in his eyes. After these words, the master slowly turned around and began to walk away from the inn, leaving a mysterious atmosphere behind. One of his subordinates asked what he would do if Bayok found out about this. The master replied defiantly, "He just won't find out, that's all." One of the group members decided to go see what the master was doing and promised to return with a report. He sneaked up to the tavern to look inside and find out what was going on there. Opening one eye, he noticed Yongpun sitting at the table next to the cook himself, and there was not a single gawk around. He turned to the others and said that this was their chance. After all, Yongpun was currently engrossed in a conversation with the cook and would definitely not notice if they escaped. The master ordered his subordinates to hurry because there was no room for delay and it was necessary to run as quickly as possible. One of them asked what to do with Yongpun. The master, smiling, replied that he seemed to like staying here, so let him go without him. Meanwhile, Cloud Dragon was talking to an old acquaintance about their achievements. He replied that he had not forgotten the master's teachings and now trains every day. Bayok warned Yongpun against being arrogant, as he had not yet reached the required level. Grandpa added that if he had known about his apprenticeship with the Cloud Dragon, he would not have been rude to him. No one knew exactly why the boy didn't want to be called the Cloud Dragon's disciple, but Bayok ignored it. Grandfather turned to the boy, confidently stating that he was indeed a true disciple. Then the grandfather leaned closer to the boy and asked if he also wanted him to teach him something. Grandfather looked seriously at the young man and declared that he had long been a true member of the mysterious Kunlun sect. All this time, the Cloud Dragon remained calm. Only a few seconds ago, he had seriously stared at the wall and suddenly announced that he would disappear for a moment. Meanwhile, the three members of the Security Council ran as fast as they could to catch up with their mentor. As they walked, he reminded them to guard one important truth. He reminded them that they should run not out of fear, but because they were wasting precious time. However, while the sect elder was still speaking, the one who had stood steadfastly blocking their path suddenly appeared in front of him again. Dragon Cloud shouted that he did not expect such stupidity from the Kunlun sect members. Screams were heard outside the hotel, attracting the attention of Yongpun and his grandfather. They went outside, eager to find out the cause of the commotion. Opening the door, they saw her right at the entrance to the inn, where the three young Poon brothers lay on the floor, moaning in pain. The Cloud Dragon announced that they would have to stay here for a while. The events moved to a remote place that only a select few knew about. It was a small temple, long forgotten by people and hidden from their eyes. It seemed that this place had been abandoned forever, and not a single soul would disturb its peace. In fact, there was one person who cleaned from time to time, but so unnoticeably that the temple still seemed neglected and unvisited. While cleaning, the man heard the gate open and realized someone was approaching. A young man walked through it, greeting the man who was carefully examining the metal stairs. The man bowed and admitted that he had not seen a black dragon for a long time. It took him a few seconds to realize that the black dragon had come here for another assassination order. The dragon explained that for 10 Nan he would send a killer of the appropriate level, and for 100 Nan he would send a top-class warrior. That was why he had come with 100,000 Nan to eliminate one target. The man felt great fear, because he could not understand why such a huge sum was offered for the destruction of someone. He quickly noticed that the amount was huge, and guessed that the target might be someone from the Wudong sect. However, Black Dragon only silently took something out of his inner pocket. It soon became apparent that it was a scroll with a diagram depicting a chef from the Kunlun hotel. The man was even more surprised and frightened when he realized that the Black Dragon was offering a huge sum of money for this cook. However, he warned that this enemy should not be underestimated, as all of his brothers had died at his hands quite recently. The man took a small box of money and announced that the deal was done. He added that from that moment on, the cook could be considered dead. Meanwhile, the grandfather's communication with his old friend was gaining momentum. The intrigue was growing. He asked Yongpun if all four of them would really go to the Namgan clan. Yongpun didn't have time to answer as he immediately turned to Gog, advising him to go alone. After all, they said, if he went with the teacher he would only be disgraced. The boy agreed, because his teacher and other brothers often find themselves in awkward situations. However, before making this decision, he had to talk to and ask permission from his mentor. Meanwhile, work was in full swing on the street near the tavern. The stone was being leveled, making it smooth. The members of the sect were happy that everything had worked out, and they didn't even feel exhausted. The sect members strongly urged their teacher to try it several times to speed up the process of completing the ritual. He was very proud and reluctant to help, even though they really needed to speed up the process to get to their destination faster. When the cloud dragon flew nearby, he approached them and assured them that no one was forbidding them to eat. Rejoicing at this news, one of them smiled and said, "We will take 1 couscous each. That will be enough." However, Beck warned them. After the meal, they would have to make 2 more tables to pay. Going outside, Yunpun decided to chat with his mentor. Gathering all his courage into a fist, Yunpun declared that he had decided to go to the Namgan clan alone. The teacher asked Yongpun what had inspired him to think this, since all the brothers and the teacher himself were standing here before him. Yunpun persistently explained to the teacher that if he did not leave immediately, their arrival would be delayed and would disrupt the scheduled date. Cloud Dragon decided to support his comrade in this difficult situation. He promised himself to help him in everything he could. The mentor realized that the situation needed to be resolved immediately and moved closer to Bayok. In a low voice, he asked him to leave, as they had urgent matters to attend to. But the Cloud Dragon ignored the request, stating that he would only leave when he had completely completed the work. At that time, Nogok also went out and advised the master to send the apprentice away first, because if they didn't keep their promise, they would become a laughing stock. Junpoon thought for a moment and said that he needed to get permission from his mentor before setting off. When the 4th elder of the sect, named Baekwan, gave his consent, the boy did indeed set out on his journey. His brothers suddenly felt jealous of him. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a real training session was in full swing in a huge training hall. The training hall was filled with a variety of weapons wielded by the fighters, each with their own unique style. In the very center of the room stood a man ready to begin his workout, radiating confidence and determination. In addition to the various types of weapons, the room was dotted with simulators, which were also used to train in these skills. Concentrated and with an unknown power of gaze, the man directed his attention to the wooden exercise machine, full of a mysterious aura. Using one of his secret techniques, he lifted the axe that had been lying on the floor. The weapon began to levitate in the air, and with just a movement of his hand, the axe was behind him. Suddenly, the axe flew at an incredible speed towards the target and stuck straight into the wooden part of the training rig. And at the same moment, a virtuoso manipulation lifted a variety of weapons into the air, which remained there for several seconds, creating a fascinating spectacle. Suddenly, all these various types of weapons flew rapidly towards the target when the man only slightly waved his hands in that direction. A moment later, all the projectiles hit the simulator and each in its own way struck the target, stunning with accuracy and force. The man realized that the training had been successful, but at that moment he felt someone's presence behind him. These were several of his henchmen, one of whom came closer and noticed that the Ike was moving more and more skillfully every day. This man's name was Sojik. He had lived in the hall since childhood, like a master, but he still believed that he had much to learn. The chest was filled with money, though slightly less than the Black Dragon had given his middleman. The man counted out 70,000, revealing that the client had offered 100,000 for the task. The assistant noted that there was no information about the chef from the tavern, because the people from Kunlun always stick together and do not maintain contact with outsiders. He told his commander that the owner of the tavern was Jin Plav, who was only 19 years old and lived without a family. He also mentioned defeating 3 dragons in battle. In fact, the secret to making this dish was the ability to remove the skin from the carcass without damaging it. The girl deftly makes a small incision above the wing, and persistently explains to the Cloud Dragon how to repeat her maneuver. All the entrails had to be removed through the hole, seasoned and broth added. After all these preparations, the mixture was carefully poured into wooden barrels to give it a special, refined aroma. And of course, before serving, this magical drink had to be perfect in every drop. Of course, the bird had to be boiled. To the hero, this recipe seemed simpler than ever. He could already imagine how it would appear on the menu, but something was wrong. The hero immediately noticed that the rooster's loud crowing was not heard in the morning. Jean explained that she had to sell the rooster to buy new hens. While Jean was explaining the reasons for such an act, a man entered the tavern and, looking around, exclaimed loudly, "Are there any alive here?" The girl noticed the newcomer, and the Cloud Dragon declared that he would serve him. The stranger walked deeper, and Beck slowly approached him, closing the distance with each step. When the distance became comfortable enough for both of them, the stranger greeted the newcomer. This man was the same one who had recently been training intensely in his special training room. By then, the Cloud Dragon had already approached their table and asked the new guest what he wanted to order for dinner. The man examined the new guest. His neat appearance hinted that he was clearly not from the local Marim. Soon, Songguk decided to ask the waiter about the menu. He listed kuksa, dumplings, and another chicken dish. When Songguk asked what kind of chicken dish it was, the waiter promptly disappeared into the kitchen, promising to bring something to try. The man began to wave his hand, assuring him that he had not asked for a chicken dish to be prepared especially for him. However, I quickly realized that a snack wouldn't hurt. The road had taken a lot of strength, and I clearly didn't have enough energy for further adventures. Within seconds, a bowl of chicken was standing in front of him, steaming from the heat as if it had just come out of the oven. The man didn't hesitate for long. Quickly wiping his hands on a special napkin he carried in the pocket of his coat, he picked up the knife and began to cut up the chicken. The bandits at the next table couldn't take their eyes off the mouth-watering chicken aroma that filled the entire hall. Even the Kunlun sect members, who were currently crafting tables outside, were enveloped by this aroma. The man instantly began to analyze the situation and realized that it was probably true. The former leader of the gang of beggars appears in this place every day. It could be assumed that the leader came to meet with the cook, and the man decided not to interfere for now. Seeing the grandfather in front of him, the Cloud Dragon immediately smiled, and the man sitting at the table eating chicken was indescribably surprised. After a few seconds of holding back, Grandpa handed the heroes a small bag. Grandpa carefully held out his bag, adding that he had a small gift for them. The bag contained ginseng that was about 200 years old. But Beck assured that he did not use that kind of ginseng. Nogok smiled, noting that the hero definitely wouldn't eat ginseng, but the girl wouldn't resist the temptation. At this moment, the hero only thought that it would be good if Jen practiced his martial arts a little, at least for the sake of his own health. So, Beck accepted this gift from his grandfather, noting that he was a wonderful friend, which made him smile sincerely. The man at the table suddenly realized that the boy who had just accepted the gift was his target. As soon as Nogok left the premises, he should be grabbed and taken out of here immediately. But his opinion instantly changed when his grandfather asked the cook why it was so beautiful around him. But the smell was terrible. Suddenly, the Cloud Dragon interrupted him, noting that he meant the smell of blood, which was now felt everywhere. Goku hesitated, wondering why this guy didn't do anything, since this was the first clear sign of danger. So, Beck noted that as long as this man hadn't done anything, there was no point in expelling him as a guest. Hearing this opinion, Grandfather was forced to agree, although he did not forget to add a few facts that he knew about. Grandpa wanted to tell the boy that there were definitely a dozen people hiding in the forest. This was the man's camp, and he was surprised that both Nogok and his target already knew about it. This move brought a smile to Nogok's face, and he handed his friend a small gift. Despite his outward cleanliness, the killer made the mistake of believing him innocent. It became obvious that if he had rushed forward a few minutes ago, he would probably have met his end here. Trembling with fear, he could not put down the knife that still lay on his lap. Not understanding how this situation had arisen, the man approached the girl with trembling hands and asked how much he would have to pay for all this. Jin Sohee, with undisguised ease, announced that their dinner would cost him 145 months. Jin tried to contain her emotions when she asked the girl why the price was so high. In response, she explained with a smile that he had ordered the most expensive dish on the menu. The murderer quickly threw the money on the table and left the tavern. Behind him, the screams of the girl who was still waiting for her guest could be heard. Having reached a safe distance, the man powerfully pushed off the ground and gained maximum speed. Afterwards, one of his subordinates ran up to him, filled with the intention of urgently asking his master an important question. His burning desire was to know how the battle had gone, and whether it was time to gather forces for a counterattack. However, Suguk ordered them not to ask questions, but instead to leave the place immediately. To understand the further development of events, you should go back a month and travel to the picturesque mountains of Tengxian. The places there were truly magical. Nature was striking with its incredible beauty and grandeur. There were no settlements in these parts, and people hardly visited these places. But suddenly the peace was broken by a frantic scream that cut through the majesty of nature. The scream grew louder, as if coming from one of the nearby caves. As they approached the cave, their ears were pierced by a piercing scream, mingled with an even louder scream. At the very end of the cave, a man was seen in a state of shock. Chains tightly clamped his hands to the rock, while his entire body radiated purple energy, and he screamed frantically. In just a few minutes, his screams subsided as the energy stopped ripping from his body, and the pain receded. This was the most powerful blood demon in witchcraft, known as Kuyachion. He was the lord of the heavenly temple of demons and commanded a 100,000-strong army of demonic minions. But this man was dissatisfied with his power and sought to conquer the whole world. Did heaven change his cruel desire? By the end of his life, he did get what he wanted. It was the skill of the celestial demon that was his greatest gift. His hands touched the greatest knowledge of the central plane, left by the celestial demon, the founder of the magical arts. After grueling training in battle attire, only the third heavenly demonic sword technique remained. After mastering the first technique, incredible changes occurred in his body. His bones had undergone a complete transformation, and now his body was stronger than the hardest stone. When he mastered the second technique of great destruction, time obeyed him. Now he could play with it like a ball, controlling it without any effort. He started with rejuvenation techniques, and thanks to this, he regained his youthful years. However, along with these powers came negative consequences. He no longer even remembered his own name. He had to deal with all this and find a way out, so he tensed his muscles and focused all his strength to break the shackles that bound his hands. Shashank could not remember why he was chained and who had dared to do such a thing. The most important thing was that Shashank could now move freely. An incredibly beautiful world opened up before him, striking him with its grandeur. Coming out of the cave, he saw a light he had long forgotten. When he finally did it, stepping outside, an unexplored world opened up before him, and he was completely confused, not understanding the purpose of his journey here. Despite all this, he felt the most powerful internal energy in his body. With the small amount of energy he could unleash, he was able to move 1/2 kilometer forward from the cave in one leap. This brought him incredible pleasure, because ordinary people are not able to move at such speed. The landing was incredibly soft, and he took this opportunity for a new, even more powerful jump. The jump stretched for many kilometers. The guy was so carried away by the third technique that he didn't even notice how he lost his memory. Jashan enjoyed flying for a whole month. He was tirelessly captivated by the feeling of freedom and movement. At this time, the events had already moved into real time and unfolded in the vastness of the Kunlun Mountains. The killer gathered all his subordinates in one place and declared that everyone should listen to him carefully. According to his observations, the chef who became their target is a monster he has never seen before. Sogik added that he was not going to betray the client's trust, so the mission could not be cancelled. Suddenly, a stranger appeared next to his subordinates and asked the killer what he was muttering under his breath. The stranger, the best blood demon in the magical arts, suddenly appeared next to everyone and asked curiously if they had any food. Everyone was shocked by such impudence, and Sogik even wondered with interest where he had come from in the first place. The young man repeated his point again. He was hungry and insisted on being given something to eat. Indignantly, they rushed at the impudent young man, shouting how he dared to speak to them like that. A surprise attack could catch anyone off guard, but Joshin had the ability to control time. To him, the attack lasted an eternity, giving him time to think and strategize. He managed to kick the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and freeing a pile of rocks hidden beneath the surface. The stones flew at the opponents with incredible speed, striking them one by one, as if an invisible fist of fate was destroying each of them. Suyoguk watched in amazement, unable to believe that he had encountered several monsters in just half a day. The Soguk could not believe it. Someone, like a legendary hero, had destroyed a dozen professional assassins with just one kick. The stranger admitted that success had finally smiled on him. But after 30,000 attempts, Sogik was amazed and did not understand how this was even possible. The stranger began to explain how he woke up and jumped from the top of the mountain. He soon realized that it was the Tian Shan Mountains, and he liked it so much that he made 30 jumps. The view was a true masterpiece, and it was this that inspired him to make 31 dizzying jumps. One of the unfinished scythes moved during his story, and he finished it off without a trace with one movement of his foot, playing on the contrast of his story. After the guy did it, he said with a smile that he had done about 300 more jumps. But suddenly, some guys appeared and started demanding payment for moving around their territory. However, Yakom still won, although he had suffered 3,000 defeats before effectively dealing with the attackers. It was in these mountains, where they were now, that he had made his 30,000th jump. Tired of all these stories, he looked seriously into Sajik's eyes. Sighing, he said that he was hungry as a wolf. He was annoyed that this murderer was threatening him with knives out of fear, although he had only asked for food. Sogup, using his simplest tactic, pointed several swords at him that remained on the corpses of his subordinates, and ordered him not to come any closer. Seeing the enemy steadily approaching, he aimed all his swords directly at him, forming a sharp barrier of iron-steel anger. None of these knives reached their goal, as the stone wall turned them all into a pile of metal, and some of the knives crumbled into powder. The killer could not believe his eyes, realizing that he was probably looking death in the eye most closely now. The bloody demon of the magical arts appeared before him, and his gaze said, "There will be no mercy." With just one movement of his hand, the demon punched a 20-centimeter hole in Sohex's body, and he began to stagger and lose his balance. The murderer only managed to let out a terrible scream, but death overtook him instantly, cutting off this sound in mid-sentence. Barely touching the ground, Jashi jumped up, raising his leg, and declared that he should leave if he had nothing to pay off. Jashi instantly kicked his opponent in the stomach, who flew at incredible speed straight into the sky, remaining there forever. When his stomach resurfaced, he said that all this only increased his desire to eat even more. A short time passed, and the action returned to the conclusion, which was already preparing to receive new guests. The guests did indeed appear. The tavern door opened, and a new visitor entered the room. The bandits immediately paid attention to him, warily assessing the stranger with their eyes. Chekshun came closer and asked her if he could eat here. The girl kindly replied that today they were serving dumplings in guksu sauce and broth. The girl was still smiling as she asked the boy if he wanted her to bring him all this. The guy agreed, but realized there was a small catch. He had no money at all. He warned the girl not to expect payment. The bandits realized that this was their chance to prove themselves and achieve recognition. The stranger who had just been talking to Jean began to hear a strange sound behind him. Wondering if this signal was meant for him, Nan walked up close to him and asked in surprise if he was really trying to eat without a penny in his pocket. He added that this would not happen, as the three of them were vigilantly guarding the place. The bandits began to take their friend away, but to their surprise, Beck ordered them to shut up and simply remain at the table, demanding silence and discipline. Yakhon decided that this time he would not remain silent, and loudly declared that they were all alive only because there were 3 of them. If there were only 2 here, only memories would remain in their place. Although Nan did not understand a word, his fury grew with every moment. But as soon as Nan saw Suver's features in the stranger's eyes again, his anger instantly dissipated. The stranger sat down at the table without hesitation and loudly shouted for Kokja to be brought to him. At that moment, the cook came out of the kitchen, and the bandits, who had already taken their places at the table, realized that something special was about to happen. The hero moved closer to the table where the stranger was sitting. It looked like he didn't like what had just happened at all. Although the stranger's gaze was stern and incomprehensible, Bayak was not at all intimidated by it. The bandits were nervous, but their gazes were fixed on the table, where the tension was growing with every second, and no one could predict what would happen next. The stranger remained completely confused. Then the cloud dragon sternly pointed to the door, declaring that a guest without money had no place here. Jakon could not bear the humiliation of some cook. Enraged, he instantly raised his hand, preparing to strike. He couldn't even realize it. The opponent suddenly appeared fast enough to block the blow with his hand, as if anticipating this move in advance. After the blow was repelled, the hero effortlessly threw the opponent over his head, as if it were an easy task for him. After making the throw, he sent his opponent to the next table. So all that was left to do was sit there, still not understanding how it all happened. The best of demons thought it was impossible. After all, just a few hours ago he had scattered his opponents with a single blow. He remembered his incredible strength well. But now he discovered that there was someone who surpassed him. Obviously, this thought was not easy to accept. So he decided to prove to himself and his opponent that his martial arts skills were far superior to theirs. Suddenly, he jumped up from the table and shouted that he would set off immediately to hunt the dragon from the clouds. But as soon as he got closer, the hero used one of his techniques and lifted the enemy into the air again, like a doll. Everything happened incredibly fast, and now Jashan was hanging in the air again, lost in guesses as to where it would take him this time. It turns out that the enemy threw him with all his strength against the door, and Jashan flew straight out into the street. Thanks to his exceptional skills and abilities, Jashan was able to turn around in midair and land on his feet, slowing his flight. Something had to be done. The realization that you were not the strongest in these lands gave no peace to the best of blood demons. He was especially frightened when the cloud dragon emerged from the hotel. His appearance resembled a real monster. For the hero, this was a new and unpleasant sensation, because it was the first time he had experienced such an impact that was not an ordinary attack. Despite all his fears, the hero resolutely went outside and approached his opponent, prepared for a new challenge. Beck felt a dark energy emanating from his body, and it could only mean one thing. And his appearance, which indicated that he was not even 20, reinforced the suspicion that Beck used rejuvenation techniques. The strongest blood demon's heart froze. Every time the enemy approached him, he felt an unpleasant squeeze. When the cloud dragon stood before him, the hero, shaking off his surprise, turned to the stranger with a question about his identity. The realization that the stranger could die at that moment forced the hero to answer the question honestly and without hesitation. Jashan admitted that he himself does not know the answer to this question. He does not know who he is and what his purpose is on this earth. Now that the cloud dragon is aware, upon learning that the mysterious stranger had lost his memory during training, Dragon Cloud turned his distrust into curiosity about his story. He nodded in response, and Beck, turning his back on him, entered the tavern, gesturing for him to follow. In a few seconds, a bowl of fragrant couscous was already on the stranger's table. The unsurpassed bloody demon, leaning over the table with curiosity, thoughtfully asked what kind of dish was waiting for him and why it was here. Beck, smiling, emphasized that it was couscous, a dish he had ordered before the fight. Only now did the stranger remember what this food looked like, and now he would not forget what it was for a very long time. He carefully picked up the bowl and began to inhale its aroma, trying to recall the smell he had once forgotten. The bandits watching from the sidelines wondered with interest how the stranger would react to the food. One of them suggested that he would probably cry or squeal with pleasure. As soon as he tasted the kukisu, the stranger opened his eyes wide, not believing his own taste buds. Tears began to fill his eyes, and he asked again what it was. He merely touched it to his lips. One of the bandits smiled slyly, saying that he knew that this stranger would definitely pay for trying such food. The stranger ate the dish without looking up, savoring every morsel until there was nothing left on the plate. After a few minutes, the stranger set down his empty bowl and looked up. His face was hesitant, but he seemed to be preparing to say something. He turned to the cloud dragon and asked in surprise if he had really just done that. The dish was so delicious that one of the bandits exclaimed, "It seems that such exquisite food can even teach unusual manners." The hero got up from the table and asked the stranger if he would like some more of the same delicious food. He tried to delve into the thickets of his consciousness, but admitted that he could remember nothing except the number 3. The girl felt this boy's pain, and her eyes shone with sincere compassion. Sympathizing with the boy, the girl invited him to stay with her until his memory returned. Cloud Dragon's face reflected judgment, as if he knew more about the girl than he let on. Jin couldn't ignore someone else's misfortune, and it was because of this trait that Beck stayed with her. However, if this stranger is truly from Murim, perhaps he will eventually destroy everything in his path. Then no one will escape disaster and bloodshed. Muramu couldn't believe he was being offered to stay here, as the people he had met before were hardly friendly. The girl came closer and assured him that now they would be together for a while, and together they would overcome numerous problems. The most prominent blood demon, a master of magical arts, could not believe that all this was really happening. Meanwhile, the robbers rushed from the next table, asking if they could join in the work here. However, the captain of the robbers decisively intervened, ordering everyone to return to their places at the table where they had been sitting all this time. Bayok thought for a moment and decided, since spring had come, they would call him Changsung. The bandits realized that the very moment they had not been looking forward to had come. One of them said that it seemed that the moment they had been talking about had arrived. The other just blinked in surprise, not quite understanding what was being said. A minute later, the grandfather entered the tavern and told his friend that he had finally arrived here. Seeing an unfamiliar face, he realized he had never seen it before. His friend explained that this was their new employee, and Grandpa added with a smile that it was quite interesting. His interest was evident in his approach to the stranger. Grandpa said that they would see each other more often now, and added that his name was No Gook. In response, the stranger only said his new name, which did not please the grandfather, who had just arrived. Grandfather looked at the stranger with suspicion and displeasure, saying that he was behaving too impudently, although he was familiar with etiquette. His perception immediately suggested that there was something unusual here. He snapped back that, in his opinion, there was no point in respecting those who were weaker than him. It seemed like everything was heading towards a fight, but suddenly Grandpa felt a powerful surge of energy, and all the tension began to subside. A living energy pulsed inside the stranger, which unexpectedly filled Chun Sam's body. Semyon realized that talking to a stranger made no sense, so he turned to his friend for an explanation, feeling the tension filling the room. Meanwhile, outside, 3 members of the Kunlun sect are diligently laying out stones, setting up makeshift tables. Their movements are precise and coordinated, as if they are preparing for some important ritual. The hero and his grandfather went outside, where he told him everything in detail, including the mysterious stranger they had recently seen. Everything became clear to the grandfather, and he decided to share his thoughts about the mysterious guest with the cloud dragon. Grandpa warned that this mysterious guest was like an active volcano that could erupt at any moment. The guy told him that was why he was keeping it to himself, because otherwise a disaster could happen in Murim. Nightfall and 3 warriors from Kunlun were camped in the courtyard behind the hotel preparing dinner. For dinner, they had a rabbit caught near the building. Everyone was eagerly looking at the piece of meat roasting on the spit, waiting for the moment to come to remove it and finally taste the aromatic dish. The teacher suddenly turned to the students with an important message. He emphasized that he did not want to cause trouble or fulfill unreasonable desires. So he asked each student to bring a table. They, of course, disagreed, and said they would rather give up the rabbit than work on creating new tables again. In the midst of the argument, someone quietly and imperceptibly approached them and snatched up the skewer with the rabbit. It was none other than a strange traveler who had recently appeared in the tavern. Gradually approaching, he began to pinch off pieces from the rabbit. The master's students burst into indignant exclamations, accusing the stranger. The members of Kunlun held their breath as they watched the events unfold. He turned as he left and said quietly that compared to the chefs at the tavern, this food was nothing more than garbage. This outraged the cooks, who, seeing their dishes in danger, began to shout after them and resolutely prepared to attack. The situation became even more tense when Changsum noticed the table the students had been working on for hours. With a wave of his hand, he turned it into a pile of pebbles. They couldn't believe their work had disappeared so quickly, and they felt an energy they had never known. Their rage was boiling, but even that wasn't enough to attack a stranger and thereby sign their own death warrant. A new day had begun, and the sun was already flooding everything around with its light in the morning, filling the world with warmth and brightness. The new guest really enjoyed the dumplings. His insatiable appetite confirmed that the years of training had not been in vain. The grandfather, who had already arrived, expressed his wish that this young man be a guest, and not someone who just comes to eat for fun. Jin quietly explained to Byoka that since this guy wasn't paying, they would have to stop providing him with food and housing because it would result in losses. Nogaka generally agreed with this, adding that if everything went smoothly, the money wouldn't be... The ordinary dragon pondered, analyzing the words that came from these two. After that, he was also ready to express his opinion. The hero noticed that it would be better to invite another employee, a smart one who could increase their sales. The girl didn't really agree with this idea. She asked the hero if he was really sure they needed to hire new employees when things were already going badly. He assured her that it was better to act now. It would instantly improve sales and increase the number of visitors. When the Cloud Dragons and Jin learned about this clan, they were surprised. Its fame thundered throughout the world. However, he immediately replied, "Don't think they won't agree. These guys are in his debt, so their agreement is guaranteed." This is all because of a recent incident when the Black Thieves managed to break through the defense line. That day was a turning point in their history. All of these thieves were not from the Morima clan. And then the son of the clan founder suggested that the reason was that they had sent an advisor to the Wudong sect. Tension among the warriors was rising at an incredible rate when a powerful explosion thundered right next to the wall, threatening serious danger. A powerful explosion tore a huge hole in the defenses. Armed bandits rushed through it, confidently declaring that the clan would not survive today. But an old man met them outside the gate. His confident word prophesied, only the violators would leave this world. He thundered so loudly that the enemy's bad intentions would evaporate without a trace. Everyone watched as his grandfather dealt with his enemies, and the founder's son could not believe his eyes. It was like a miracle how skillfully he overcame every obstacle. The image of a grandfather with a wooden stick, standing on the top of a mountain with defeated enemies, was forever etched in my memory. Ninok convinced his friends that this clan would not be able to refuse him, because the debt to him was huge. Time stood still. There was no point in sitting in the tavern. So he stood up resolutely, declaring that he would immediately go to the clan. The Cloud Dragon announced that he would join him, because he simply could not leave him alone on this path. Meanwhile, Jean, with a sweet voice and a smile on her face, assured them that she would stay here to wait for their return. He realized how dangerous it was to leave such a powerful man alone. He nodded in agreement. The Cloud Dragon looked at the bandits at the table and ordered them to watch the waist. So Bong beamed with pride, having finally seen the Cloud Dragon himself recognize his worth. The three strongest warriors left the tavern, while Nan sighed, as he had already become attached to this place, and therefore wanted to leave everything at the highest level. When they went outside, they noticed that the Kunlun sect disciples were still skillfully grinding stones for the new table. No rooster at that moment thought otherwise than that his friend had shown him only simple courtesy. He pushed off the ground and flew several kilometers through space at high speed in an instant. For an ordinary person, this speed was incredible, but it was impossible to surprise Chung Sam with it. It was so weak for him that Chung Sama, turning to Bayek, contemptuously noted, "This jump was simply pathetic." In an instant, he and the hero were pushed off the ground, their speed surpassing Grandpa's speed several times. The Kunlun sect members watched in awe as the hero's spectacular takeoff disappeared from sight in a matter of seconds, leaving them in a state of astonishment. At this moment, Nan and his comrades left the hotel and informed Kunlun that they had been ordered not to deviate from the task. Just as Sectmaster Kunlun had barely had time to think about taking a break, the guards appeared on the horizon again. Meanwhile, the action moved to the mountains, where the most skilled demon in the magical arts continued to hone his skills after long training. The hall was filled with commotion. Numerous figures in black flickered, moving with incredible speed. After several hours of non-stop movement, one of them finally saw an important piece of evidence. He immediately called his brothers to share the discovery. His brother agreed, and added that these were undoubtedly the traces of the celestial demon they were looking for. After a short pause, the commander of the small detachment concluded, "Judging by the soil, this is the same mountain, but it is still unclear what is happening on it." The men moved forward, exchanging guesses. There must be an important reason somewhere here, so they decided to continue their search. Once again, the action has moved to the territory of the demonic cult of the celestial demon. Important negotiations usually took place in these offices, and this day was no different. In a spacious reception room, as huge as a throne room, sits Sada, an advisor to the cult, named Sama Yoga. A visitor entered the office unnoticed, and Sada continued to concentrate on his work. A familiar visitor entered the office and, barely crossing the threshold, asked, "How is the search for the celestial demon going?" It was the already well-known head elder of the heavenly demonic cult, named Hook Rendo. Sama replied that they had assembled a group of 200 representatives and were now moving forward, choosing only the highest peaks. Cal could not believe that everything that was happening was really true. In Yogi's opinion, it was the fact that the young cult leader was not elected that caused the battle for supremacy. He liked the idea, and Riondo took some time to think it over more deeply. Within seconds, Riondo announced to his interlocutor that he must find the location of the celestial demon at all costs before this catastrophe began. By that time, a small group had already reached the Juji clan territory. They were in the office where they usually held meetings with guests. The clan leader instantly recognized Mr. Nogok. Grandpa greeted him with a smile, and after a few minutes of conversation, he hinted that he had a small request for the head. However, the headmaster interrupted him, saying that this was the first time he had seen these two, so he assumed without hesitation that they were most likely students from the No Hawk group. Grandpa laughed and said that this was not a joke, but his real friends. The head of the clan could not believe what he heard, because a Nogok could not be friends with such young guys. But at that moment, a servant came up and announced that the tea was ready and brewed perfectly. When he nodded, the girl walked over to the table where the guests were sitting and began carefully pouring tea into small cups. Chung Sum quietly asked the hero what it was. The Cloud Dragon immediately explained. It was a drink made from the leaves or roots of various plants. Changsha amazed everyone by drinking a full cup of hot tea in one moment, without showing any emotion. But after a moment, steam began to rise from Nogek's mouth, and he noticed that the drink was too strong. At the same time, his head tried to drive away thoughts of this friend's eccentricity. It remained a mystery how they had managed to befriend such a powerful elder. Perhaps they had mastered the rejuvenation technique. That was the only explanation that seemed plausible. He noted that there is no particular need for military specialists or people with military experience. In the conversation, Cloud Dragon went into the forest, stating that they were here to select a candidate for an important cause. Beck said he works at the Kunlun Inn and is looking for someone to join his team. However, the hero refused to agree, noting that it was about the tavern, and it was this tavern that needed a smart specialist to join the team. This was the first time the clan chief had appeared here, and he assumed that the owner of the tavern was the Scourge himself. With a serious expression on his face, he explained that he was not the owner of the establishment, as the tavern was run by another person, and he was only the cook. At this moment, the clan leader was confused, because he thought that he was facing a master of the rejuvenation technique. In fact, he was an ordinary cook who came here to demand something. They had to act, because in the state he was in now, he would never agree. So, Nogok told him that things were really going badly in the tavern, and that was why they had come here for help from a smart person. Rumors always have a grain of truth, and the Jugi clan has many people who are ready to respond quickly to such difficult requests. So this is where they turned for help. She thought for a moment, realizing that this person was the perfect fit. In that second, the decision was made to act. A few days ago, this man approached his father and announced with undisguised excitement that, finally, after a long journey, he had arrived. The man immediately remembered that he had given his son the task of getting rid of the rats in the basement. Now he asked if his son had succeeded in completing this mission. The son blushed a little but admitted that he couldn't kill the rats because they were living creatures. However, he found another way to solve the problem. He took his father outside and told him that all the grain was stored on the second floor of the barn. The problem was that rats had appeared and were climbing the poles. Thanks to the new invention, rats will no longer be able to climb higher. As soon as they come across the disc mounted on the pole, they will quickly fall down. Initially, the clan leader considered this solution creative and very effective, but the clan chief didn't like the look of the disc, so he asked his son what it was made of. The son replied that he needed soy paste to give it the desired shape. The son received a blow to the forehead because his father did not like this answer at all. He shouted that his son didn't even think they would eat this rat paste because it didn't interfere with their plans at all. The father became so angry that he started shouting loudly. He was outraged that his son had decided to save the family money to build a house this spring. Despite warnings of a possible drought, his voice became much quieter, and he added that he already felt ashamed of his behavior. In the present day, the clan head was contemplating the choice of a candidate. After a few minutes of deliberation, he told his grandfather that the best choice would be his youngest son, Seom Yeon. Meanwhile, the son was not at home. He was sitting in one of the city taverns, enjoying the atmosphere and watching the colorful crowd. In this lively tavern, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "We refuse credit without question!" And immediately the visitors began to be indignant and look at each other. The waiter approached his son, point blank, and informed him that until he paid for everything, he shouldn't even think about leaving. Behind this man, two others are talking about one of them needing to go to the bathroom. Their voices are slightly muffled, but still audible enough. They sat together, discussing topics that were of concern to both of them at the time. The sun slowly rose above the horizon, illuminating the scene where a man stood before them, who with a gesture, as if by magic, had freed exactly 7 nannies, holding a thick stack of money in his hand. He left, saying that everyone should distribute the remaining funds as they saw fit. After that, the son approached the waiter who had just yelled at him and calmly stated that there were only 7 nannies here. The sun had already set when the son returned home, so tired that he could barely drag his legs. As soon as he entered, he heard his father ask why he smelled of alcohol again. As he staggered down the street, he made excuses. When he met his father, he said he had been sleepless because he was worried about the well-being of his family, and in the end he could barely resist a drink. However, instead of launching into his favorite tirade, the father noted that he hadn't even thought about his son's deep feelings. The father did not answer, but only asked how old his son was. The son, surprised, replied that he was only 21. His father assured him that of course he remembered those words. At that moment, Soman noticed that something in his behavior was strange. It was not yet clear whether he would be able to cope with this role, or whether it would end with him disgraced his family's name. Seomian was not happy with the situation, believing that people could suffer under the rule of a stupid military man. He believed that it was wrong to risk human lives. His father, smiling, noted that no one had said that life would depend on Seomian himself. Meanwhile, Seomian reflected that if he was going to this tavern, he would have to help them with their trade, using his modest abilities. No one could understand what was going on in his father's head, and this only plunged his son deeper into the chaos of panicked thoughts. Fear gripped everyone when he raised his fan and declared that the tavern was his son's favorite place. So let him take it as a rest. As he left, his father reassured Seomian that they were already waiting there. 3 powerful warriors had gathered at the entrance, and the power they radiated greatly frightened his son. His face was filled with fear, and he admitted that he had no idea that this inn belonged to Nogek. The father replied that he did not own this place, and that the true owner was standing to his left. He then approached the cloud dragon and asked it to take care of his young son, who needed protection. He also whispered to the hero that he could act strangely at times, and therefore he should be handled with care. Realizing the danger he was in, Seomian became very frightened and began to think about what awaits him ahead. It seemed that fate was not giving Seomian any rest. His father suddenly declared that now was his time to serve old Ok. The son realized that he had to introduce himself. Having become more acquainted with the cloud dragon, it said its name. Meanwhile, doubts swirled in Seomian's head. Would the young man be able to cope with the entire hospitable courtyard? It was hard for him to leave the home he had not left almost his entire life, but his face smiled when he said that he did not want to leave his father, although he later added that he was not worth worrying about. Xiamen was adamant and said he could pack up, leave, and choose the wrong path. But his father confidently assured him that this would not happen. The father pushed his son closer to the group, turned to Nogyeok for support, asking him to go with them and not be offended. Now, Seomian found himself in completely different circumstances, and he remembered well the moment when he left the gates of his native home. His father ordered him to achieve success and glorify their family. This moment deeply impressed him, for such a thing had never happened before. He immediately fell into a deep depression as he had no idea what lay ahead of him, and the future seemed unfathomable and uncertain. As soon as he left the gate, he fell to his knees, saying a prayer for his father's long life, as if trying to stop invisible time. When the father walked out the gate, all he could think about was that otherwise he would never have been able to let his son go. It was a difficult moment for him too, but letting go was necessary. At that time, Seomian had no idea that a flood would occur that summer. However, thanks to the dam he built, he managed to avoid casualties. Rodent-proof posts stretched throughout the settlement, and now its inhabitants could breathe a sigh of relief, as uninvited guests were no longer a nuisance. Meanwhile, the group has set off, and now another member has joined them. During the journey, Seomian thought that he couldn't just follow everyone so obediently. He decided to pretend that he needed to go to the bathroom so that he could escape at the right moment. He caught up with the cloud dragon and, in his excuse, lied that he had been drinking yesterday and was feeling nauseous. He said he had to go to the bathroom, but Beck remained adamant. He assured himself that there was very little left, and therefore he could calmly remain patient. The guy couldn't understand what exactly his interlocutor meant, because the journey to Kunlun took 3 and sometimes 4 days. No one reacted to these words, but Nogok suddenly announced that there was no one around and we could begin. At that very moment, the cloud dragon grabbed Seomian by his outerwear and warned him that he might feel slightly dizzy. At that moment, the cloud dragon pushed off the ground with incredible force, accelerating to breakneck speed, quickly covering vast distances. The speed of movement was so fast that for several seconds, Semyon could not understand what had happened and where he was. However, within 10 seconds he realized that he was in flight. It was incredibly scary. He screamed with all his might, saving himself from panic, not understanding why the world had turned upside down. As the tension increased, his stomach began to ache. Every time the cloud dragon pushed off the ground, it hurt. In just a few dozen seconds, the entire advance group gradually moved forward until it reached its final goal. When they were on the ground, the boy felt even worse than he had just seconds ago. The cloud dragon glanced at the boy and noted that, as promised, The movement had taken less time than he had probably expected. The sudden movement in space caused Xiaomi to feel dizzy, which was felt by everyone nearby. They decided to postpone their visit to the tavern until the boy had perked up a bit. After half a minute, I looked up and saw an inscription placed near the very entrance to the building. From now on, it became clear to him that this was the truth of the Kunlun Mountains, and that in front of him was a truly real inn. When he asked who exactly he was talking about, Nogat joined the conversation and explained that he meant guests when he talked about the need to attract new people. It was difficult to realize that the task turned out to be so simple and uninteresting, and in no way related to military affairs. He couldn't take his eyes off her charming appearance. A slight blush appeared on his face. With a trembling voice, he said, "My name is Siamilion." Meanwhile, Grandpa and Chung Sam sat down at one of the tables, ordering a bottle of something strong from So-Ho and a portion of dumplings. A waiter approached them and informed them that orders could only be placed after lunch. Kei Omehin sat separately at the table, unable to believe that he had become an employee of an ordinary tavern instead of commanding troops, as he had always dreamed of, and what he had been preparing for. Nan approached him, raising a skeptical eyebrow, and asked if he really expected to eat for free here. His face flared with anger, and he declared in a threatening tone that people like him were usually dealt with by cutting off their hands on the spot. He explained to everyone present that they were not a guest who had come to eat for free, but a future employee of the tavern. Once they realized who was sitting in front of them, everything changed. One of them even apologized for his behavior. Xiaomian sighed with relief when the situation was finally resolved. She approached the hero and decided to ask, "Are all these people around him also his employees?" Bayok responded rather cryptically, noting that these were not employees, but only guests. Seeing the surprise on the boy's face, Bayok, smiling slightly, explained that they were ordinary guests, but they also fulfilled their special role. At that moment, the tavern fell silent when someone suddenly walked in. They looked like they had worked in the mine their entire lives. They were members of the Kunlun clan. The guy was amazed when he saw them. He had no idea that people could look so tired. When this group walked inside, they immediately sat down at the nearest table, and several of them immediately fell head over heels for it. The Pillar Sect master asked the Heavenly Dragon for a drink. The dragon smiled and replied that water was free in their establishment. The master greedily drank almost the entire jug of water, leaving not a drop for his students. When one of the students asked who they were, Beck replied that they were one of those who regularly eat here but never pay. This sight was even stranger than anything Beck had ever seen before. In this place, it seemed, one could pay for food not only with money, but also with hard physical labor. The SEC team members were resting at the table, discussing how to polish the stone, as all their attempts had been in vain. Only a minute had passed before they left the tavern, leaving it in silence. Only the three bandits continued to create a sense of life in the room. The guy couldn't be distracted. He couldn't help but think about the strangeness of this place. This was a chance to escape, and it couldn't be missed. Suddenly a girl approached him and placed a bowl of fragrant food in front of him, from which wonderful aromas poured out. He immediately realized that he needed to get some food first before finally escaping from here. Finding himself tasting a juicy piece of couscous, his escape plans suddenly changed. He had never tasted anything like it before. It seemed as if a whole field of wildflowers had bloomed around him, filling the air with their enchanting aromas. He visited many fine restaurants in Hubei province, exploring the tastes and aromas of the finest dishes imaginable. He was a true gourmet, the best of the Yuga clan. Soki decided to share the story. This precious hotel was a gift from her grandfather. But times have changed inexorably, and now many things are not the same as before. Recently, thanks to the delicious food served at the tavern, she dreams of the whole world finding out about this establishment. At this point, Seomyeon had already made a decision that he had been pondering for the next half an hour. Seomyeon, getting down on one knee, promised to do everything possible for mutual success for all of Kunlun. Some time passed, and the group gathered around the newcomer, seating him separately to listen carefully to his suggestions. Then the newcomer said that he had already developed a release plan during the move. The newcomer presented a surefire way to increase the popularity of this tavern. To implement this plan, you first need to move the tavern to a slightly different location. A tavern is not just a place to eat. It is a haven for travelers looking for a home for the night, or a place to forget about your problems over a glass of wine. He hurried to get the necessary information, feeling that every minute was worth its weight in gold. Vital details could change the course of events, The mysterious cloud dragon explained that the owner of the hotel was left without capital, and this precious establishment was inherited from her grandfather. Therefore, she simply needs help. The girl guessed that Mr. Beck always thought deeper than anyone else in the room. He thought for a moment, and then said that if they insisted on their terms, things might get complicated. After a few seconds of silence, he remarked that if his ideas were implemented, the Kunlun hospitality courtyard would become the best establishment in Zhenghe. This idea was brilliant in its own way, but first it needed to be brought to the general public. Regardless of the method, they had to spread the news about the tavern and everything related to it. The main thing was to do it provocatively, to intrigue everyone. Of course, no one disputes. Cook Danya prepares such delicacies that you'll swallow your tongue. What's more, rumors have it that her food cures even the sickest visitors. The girl was alarmed to hear this. She insisted that it was nonsense and that the boy looked like a real con man. A smile appeared on Sayom Yun's face as the guy said that he just wanted to impress people. According to him, it was not a scam, but just advertising. To Noga, these words seemed quite convincing. Meanwhile, the Cloud Dragon decided to ask the boy where exactly they should start. Then, Xiumyung noted that all the locals had long known about the majestic Kunlun mountain. John decided to add information about the venue to the flyer and write that all the food was free. Grandpa didn't hide his displeasure, muttering that John certainly wasn't hired to destroy this cozy corner. He believed that innovative ideas could negatively affect the atmosphere of the place. The guy explained everything. Dumplings and cola are the same everywhere, so no one would dare to travel this distance just for them. But if the food is free, that's a completely different matter. The idea seemed interesting, and Dragoncloud decided to ask the girl's opinion. She happily supported this strategy, seeing a great future in it. Omiyan looked confident, especially when he said he could do the sketches, and Mr. Chung Sam would help complete the work in 5 minutes. Thousands of letters lay before him, ready to embody a new idea. The demon, a master of the magical arts, made it clear that he would not tolerate instructions from this boy. Beck's voice came from the kitchen, calling for help with the postcards. He wasn't thrilled about the situation, but he realized that the task would still have to be completed. In order not to lose the game, he turned to the gang sitting at the next table and suggested that they join forces. The guys at the next table turned out to be regular visitors and said they had no obligation to help. They decided at first glance that they would help in this matter. Their determination surprised everyone present. Jin resolutely approached Zheng Song and announced that she was willing to help distribute the leaflets as much as she could. Her decision gave the team a boost. While they were talking among themselves, Xiumyun had already managed to sketch out and show the team what the postcard should look like. Chunsang didn't really like the design, but he agreed that the flyer could be effective. Sitting at the table, the bandits slowly copied the postcards one by one, trying to make them as similar as possible. One of the children remarked to his friend that he looked like he couldn't write, but was simply redrawing what he saw in front of him. Chun Sam, having lost his memory, often reflects on his situation. Now he is in a tavern, drawing doodles, trying to catch a glimpse of his own past. He argued that for the sake of couscous, one could endure and work a little at a monotonous job. A few hours later, the girl happily announced that 500 postcards were ready and could be sent soon. There was talk outside the tavern that they needed 3 more sets of tables, but even the ones they had already made were much sturdier than the ones inside. The master decided that he would rather starve than continue working in such a humiliating environment. He realized that patience is not infinite. He called his students and praised them for their diligence and help, noting that Yong Mog and Yong Sok were really good. Suddenly, a cloud dragon approached them with important news. He invited them inside the hotel and treated them to 3 servings of delicious hot kuksu. Examining them, he reported that all the food had already been paid for, so you could immediately enjoy the hot kuksa without any worries. The idea of escape evaporated from the minds of all the Kunlun sect workers in an instant, and they greedily set about eating, quickly savoring every bite. The master realized that he would probably have to create a few dozen more tables, and calmly asked what possibility he was thinking of. Cloud Dragon turned around a bit, pointed at the piles of papers, and declared that they needed to be distributed immediately. Everyone who had just had a delicious meal for free suddenly realized that they had become hostages of the situation. Now they had to hand out leaflets in exchange for food. This offer intrigued them. Beck said that if they gave everything away, he would immediately fire them. The members of the Konglong sect were overjoyed to hear this news. One of them asked if they could move to the village. They were told that they would go to Sichuan province because a group had already been sent to the village. The master declared that it was impossible, as C1 was too far away. But Cloud Dragon asked if he really wanted to waste his chance so foolishly. The master loudly shouted that work was work, and they must begin to act immediately. A smile flickered across his face, but the tone was threatening. If he happened to be in a place without leaflets, they would not escape serious consequences. He assures that he will catch everyone and condemn them to eternal grinding of tables until their death. All three of them exclaimed at the same time that they would leave no place unguarded. Beck could rely on them in this matter. In just a few minutes, the group was outside, and the foreman noticed that the air seemed cleaner now than before. One of the students remarked that he had not seen such a cheerful master for a long time. The master raised his index finger up and called out, "We must move forward." The group retreated a little further from the main event to Zhongxi, where one of the team members was diligently handing out flyers to passers-by. On Chongsam's shoulder hung a huge bag filled to the brim with paper postcards. As he walked around the city, he noticed the house of Family 10. It was a huge house, so Chongsam realized that there must be a lot of people living here. He entered the house, and immediately there were sounds that attracted the attention of the guard. He resolutely stopped Chongsam. At first, he had absolutely no desire to fight, only asked who was in front of him, while emphasizing that no one should come to this place. He focused his trademark gaze on his opponent, capable of penetrating the very soul and causing genuine awe in anyone who dared to look at him. The man, seeing this look, froze with fear, realizing that the enemy was too dangerous. However, the boy did not seek a fight, so he simply handed him one of the papers that he found in his pocket. The man read the note, wondered what kind of tavern Kunlun was, and shouting after the boy, warned him that it was impossible to go any further. Several guards ran out to meet this guy, asking how far he planned to go next. It was at this moment that Zhongsam's face lit up with indignation, as he had hoped that this mission would go smoothly and without bloodshed. Chongsam's expression spoke for itself. He was extremely serious. In a loud voice, he asked all the guards how they dared to point spears at him. Just then, an elderly man ran out of the largest building and, waving his arms, ordered everyone to leave the area immediately. He lowered the spears of the guards, who were already ready to attack the uninvited guest. Approaching the stranger, he introduced himself as Changbei, the head of the 10 Families' house, and asked what brought him here. The mysterious stranger illuminated those present with an unknown force that forced him not to take risks and not to order the guards to attack. The unknown boy silently threw the bag he was carrying behind his back onto the floor. It seemed as if a secret or the reason for his silence was hidden inside. Having assumed a fighting stance, he began to concentrate energy within himself, which burst out in an instant. The energy scattered the postcards from the bag in all directions, and it seemed as if they had flown in unknown directions. But surprisingly quickly, everyone who was in the territory of this wealth received a postcard, which immediately flew into his hands. Even the manager received the postcard, and was surprised because he did not know about such skills of the master. After reading the writing, he realized that it was an advertising postcard for the Kunlun Hotel. The guards exchanged surprised looks, not believing that everything was really being given away for free now. Within seconds, the stranger had disappeared into the crowd and began strolling through the main square, striking up conversations with random passers-by. He could not understand who it was or what it all meant. It was very difficult to guess why the stranger was here. Perhaps he was attracted by the beautiful gate. Meanwhile, he was walking down the main street when his eyes fell on a brothel. The idea of going in there and handing out leaflets to everyone kept on his mind. Meanwhile, Biok found himself in a village near the Kunlun Mountains. Despite the small number of dwellings, the village was bustling with life. People filled the central streets, immersed in their own affairs, creating the illusion of a bustling city. Dragon Cloud leisurely made his way through the human bustle, offering passers-by to take one of his postcards. He had a convincing appearance, so none of the passers-by refused to take the postcard. Full of faith in its importance, some of them didn't even understand why they were doing it, as if an invisible force was guiding them, forcing them to follow incomprehensible instructions. An unknown influence forced them to support Biok, as if they were just puppets in someone's hands. This distribution came as a complete surprise to them. But despite all these factors, they took the documents and carefully read every word. After some time, Cloud Dragon approached a house where there was no adult around, which was completely unusual. Approaching the boy, the hero asked him why he was cooking broth and where all the adults from this house had gone. At first, the boy didn't want to answer anything, because he didn't know the stranger. However, he soon realized that he didn't feel threatened by this man. The boy said that his father left for work in the spring and still hasn't returned, and his mother died a long time ago. Only his grandmother is left at home, who is sick, so he borrows medicine. The hero immediately decided to help and asked the boy to take him to his grandmother to better understand the situation and find a way to help. A few minutes later, Beck entered the room where the grandmother was resting peacefully on the bed. Looking like someone who had fallen into a deep sleep, he quietly entered the room and, a little nervously, apologized. "My name is Bayoch," he said softly, peering into the old woman's calm face. The old woman froze, faintly answering that she did not know who was before her, and added with a trembling voice that she could not turn around to see. The hero entered the room, approached her, and placed his right hand on her head. He raised his hands above her body, saying that the illness was caused by the imbalance of yin and yang. This explained why the grandmother could not eat and was getting weaker every day. The magical energy escaping from his palms found its way into the grandmother's body, and suddenly he proclaimed that from now on she could move. The old woman was extremely surprised to feel her arms and legs suddenly filled with life, and she was no longer chained to immobility. She confessed to the stranger that she felt extremely comfortable and couldn't understand how this was possible. He turned his head to the cloud dragon. She asked how she could thank him. Without further ado, he pulled a card from his bag and said he worked as a cook at a tavern. His eyes were bright with hope as he invited her to visit the establishment. While he was trying to explain the terms of the action, a scream was heard on the street which became louder and louder. It turned out that there was a man shouting on the street, looking for Quanchen. It seemed that Quanchen owed him a considerable amount of money. His screams grew louder and their source drew closer. It turned out that Quanchen's debt had grown to 5 nannies, and he was far from satisfied that these were not all his debts. Beale came out of the house and asked the stranger who he was in order to break into a house where even the head of the family was not present. He immediately decided that he was dealing with one of his debtor's relatives and realized that now was the time to repay the debt. The dragon's clouds were filled with anxiety because of the unexpected guest, so he immediately asked the robber who he was. It immediately became clear that this man was not a local, because he did not know the T-bomb group from the village of Namro. A smile spread across the bandit's face. He declared that after destroying Guimaban in the village of Puno, that village would soon become their property as well. The man could not believe everything that had happened and simply froze in shock, unable to understand how it had all become reality. Suddenly, the assistant approached Bayok. The hero placed his hands on their heads, and in a moment they were kneeling before him. He didn't even have to use force to do it. Pulling a huge number of postcards out of his bag, he smiled. Suddenly an idea flashed through his head that could change everything. He assured the boy and his grandmother that he would treat them to kuksa and dumplings for free. So he invited them to visit the Kunlun Tavern. However, the heavenly dragon ordered the bandits to bring him to their leader. The bandits, without getting up from their knees, suddenly crawled on the ground, although they themselves did not want to. They were driven by an invisible desire, stronger than fear. The guy carefully examined the postcard in his hands, trying to remember the name of the tavern he needed to go to. A small group of people knelt before the leader. One of them pleaded, if he raised the protection fee, they might go without food and be unable to pay their debts. The leader, chewing a piece of meat, asked how many people this man had in his family. He replied in a trembling voice that there were 4 people in his family, including himself. The manager was not satisfied with the answer, so he decided to ask the man if he knew how many people were in his family. After he counted those on the street, it turned out that his family had 58 people, and they all had to be fed. He began to loudly complain that he didn't even dare to complain about a huge family because feeding 3 people wasn't such a difficult task. It was clear from their faces that this meeting had brought only shame and discontent. Looking up, the head saw a cloud dragon in front of him. With a serious expression, the dragon asked if he was the local leader. The 2 subordinates unsteadily rose to their feet, apologizing for their weakness before the mighty dragon. The hero again asked the head if he was the leader of this group. Later, Tauk Sahan revealed his real name and confirmed that he was none other than the leader of this group, T-bomb. Of course, Cloud Dragon only admitted that he had never served the government. This situation made the leader laugh, and everyone standing nearby understood what the ending would be. Everyone around burst out laughing, because they realized that an order would now be given that promised to be completely extraordinary and surprisingly interesting. Their faces burst into laughter as they sensed that a new order was about to be issued. It promised to turn the situation into a thrilling spectacle, and so it happened. The chief ordered everyone to take out their swords and cut the uninvited guest into pieces. At first, everything went well, and all the warriors rushed at the enemy in synchrony, their swords shining in the air, as if writing their own legend under the carved sky. But within a few moments, the situation spiraled out of control. The warriors huddled together, rushed in all directions, then immediately fell to the ground as if they had been cut down. The impact on the ground was so powerful that some warriors broke their bones in several places. The leader was furious, not understanding why his army had collapsed to the ground in an instant. What was really happening here? Moreover, when the robbers tried to get up from the ground, their mouths filled with blood. The hero announced that he had destroyed their inner energy, and now their lives would be free from any obstacles. At the same time, he insisted on their proper behavior, walking closer and closer to the leader. Once within arm's reach, he concentrated the energy in his palm and carefully pressed it to the man's stomach. The man immediately spat out a large amount of blood onto the floor. His body swayed and slowly began to fall. Beck approached the men who were asking for money and assured them that he knew their history. He expressed his hope that the bandits would no longer bother them, allowing them to live in peace. The men, full of gratitude to their savior, curiously asked him about his origins. The action moved to a tavern, where a rather friendly and cheerful atmosphere prevailed. Everyone celebrated joyfully, as they managed to distribute a huge number of postcards. In particular, Nogok praised Cloud Dragon for managing to distribute all the leaflets without a trace, without bringing any back. His face broke into a smile, as he added that there would probably be quite a few people here tomorrow. Semyon did not hide his joy, convinced that the plan had been successfully implemented. Tomorrow it would be difficult to break through here. Grandfather decided to celebrate this by pouring him a glass of a special drink, which Semyon did not refuse. A new day had begun, and when the sun was already at its zenith, the tavern doors opened for the first time. When the doors opened, there was already a sense of readiness inside. A whole avalanche of guests was about to arrive after the first visitors. When the first visitor opened the door just a little, he asked doubtfully if this was really the Kunlun Inn, and if they really served free food here. The girl and Seomyeon were already standing at the entrance, greeting all the guests in unison like a well-coordinated duet. A line was already forming outside the tavern, and people were lively discussing whether the food here was really completely free. Although some doubted that everything would be free, the allure of this mysterious dining room kept them coming inside. A crowd of people had already gathered inside, and they were all ordering a mostly mysterious dish called coke. Seomyeon was constantly welcoming new guests, listening attentively to their orders, which he immediately passed on to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Björk did his best to get the dishes ready as quickly as possible. Björk was a skilled cook, creating dishes that stayed hot for a long time in just 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Chun-sam deftly carried special plates of dumplings, walking between the rows. The bandits looked around and realized that so many people had gathered today that there wasn't even anywhere to sit. The subordinates were confused, not understanding his actions, and looked at each other. Sobanji in turn urged them to join in the food distribution, as there were still plenty of supplies. No one present noticed how the exhausted knights fell down exhausted, and all the guests dispersed to their rooms or went home. The bandits, led by their captain, were barely able to stand from fatigue after a grueling day distributing food. Semyon approached them with good news. All expectations had been exceeded, and there were more repeat orders than they could have imagined. There were so many that the income exceeded the expenses, even on the first day, an extremely rare occurrence. Hearing this, Nan got up from the table and walked towards the Cloud Dragon. Coming as close as possible, he bowed and asked to be admitted. In fact, Sobong had only one desire: to become a full-fledged employee in this colorful tavern. They approached the captain, full of determination, and asked to be hired on the team. Their desire was genuine. They were passionate about getting this position. Shumyan approached him with a clear gaze and a sparkle in his eyes. He clearly had an interesting idea in mind. He suggested trying it for a while. The hero glanced at the tavern owner, trying to catch her thoughts on their next steps. The girl did not object, leaving the fateful decision on the shoulders of the mighty Cloud Dragon. Of course they agreed, because now they would have food, beds, and everything they needed. Beck, turning his back on them, said that he was glad, because now everything was settled and everyone had their role. The number of guests in the tavern increased every day. People lined up in the street, receiving a number from Seomyeon. On the 4th day, the Bayat brought everyone together at the request of Seomyeon to discuss important news. Somyeon stood up before the audience, stating that at the moment, everything is going surprisingly smoothly, and even surpassing all expectations. Jean noted that the first stage was completed successfully, But the guy noted that this was just the beginning. The group's task is to spread rumors, and now it's time to think about how to achieve this. Now, it was time for the second step. But even Beck himself was confused. What kind of step should it be? Salmion explained that it's hard to be the best when there are only 2 dishes on the menu. The best restaurants from different regions always offer a variety of dishes. That's why he decided to invite someone to teach Mr. Bach the art of cooking. It was to be the best chef from the hotel. No. Hawk immediately doubted the idea and asked Shomyan if he really thought he had come here for this. However, the man did not agree with him. He already had an idea related to a tavern in Hubei province, known as the Yellow Crane. No one had to remember this tavern for long. Everyone knew that it was extremely popular. The girl even claimed that in this tavern you can find about 100 different dishes. The restaurant he was talking about offered so many dishes that it was difficult to choose. A fact that surprised Jean quite a bit. After everything became clear, Chung-sam came to the conclusion he just needed to create a new dish for the menu. Interestingly, the idea was not bad, but Saimyon noted that there was little time left, and there was no point in learning new knowledge. When everyone heard this, they were extremely surprised, but only Nan immediately thought he should be kidnapped, brought here, and forced to cook. But then he stopped himself, realizing that there was no need to kidnap anyone. He simply approached her and politely asked if she would teach him the art of cooking. Cloud Dragon found it difficult to comprehend what it took for such a respected person to just appear here. He, however, already had a clear plan. Just write a letter and the cook would appear. Beck was skeptical about the plan. How could a simple letter make an important person appear at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains? It sounded too naive. Although the plan required some thought, it didn't take too long for Beck. Beck resolutely stood up from the table, declaring that he would immediately go to the scene of the incident to resolve all problems on the spot. The action moved to Hubei province, where the Kunlun Inn team had been dreaming of being for several hours in a row. It was the same inn that was called the Yellow Crane. From the outside, it looked strikingly beautiful. Inside the Yellow Crane Tavern, many chefs worked hard, striving to achieve the perfect taste of their dishes. At that very moment, the chefs were lively discussing their secret recipes, exchanging ideas and inspiration. The chefs hotly debated whether they could impress the head chef, given his demanding taste. Suddenly, the door to the kitchen opened. One of the cooks approached the group, announcing that the head chef was about to appear. Acho, the head chef of the Yellow Crane restaurant, confidently stepped into the hall, attracting the guests' gaze with his aura of skill and charisma. Without wasting time on greetings, she immediately began tasting the dishes that were already waiting for her. The enthusiastic chefs watching couldn't wait for her verdict. After tasting one dish, she suddenly noticed that the taste was quite unusual. The enthusiastic chef immediately declared that it was a traditional Chinese dish and began to explain that he had added chicken to the soup. But the woman abruptly interrupted him, asking him to be quiet. She turned her head sharply towards him and asked if he knew anything about this dish. She explained that the dish should be made with chicken for a tender texture and clear broth. This novice cook managed to add pork fat. So, simplifying the task, she advised him to prepare the dish again the next day, carefully considering all his mistakes. The second young chef surprised us with a regular roast duck, cooked using standard methods. The cook was unhappy because she thought the dish was too simple. They could have made do with regular roast chicken without spending the money on an expensive duck. Chef Cho, known for his rigorous training, made Okihan and his comrades at the Yellow Crane Hotel even more disciplined. Her passion for cooking made her disappointed in the abilities and efforts of her students. She wanted to see in them the same dedication to the cause as she herself. She wanted to escape, but admitted that after her resignation, she couldn't trust anyone. The cook was not expecting any guests. Even when the stranger called out his name, she did not understand who he was talking about. A few seconds later, the door opened and someone slowly began to enter. Some time passed, and they were already sitting at the table, lively discussing something with the cook. She didn't hesitate and started the conversation. "My name is Cho Okion. I'm the head chef of this establishment." She introduced herself with a smile. The hero introduced himself, saying that he was a cook at Kunlun. The chef had never heard of this tavern before, and it was surprising that he had become involved in the culinary arts so early. His youth did not prevent him from demonstrating outstanding skills. Still, she sighed, took courage, and asked her guest an important question. She wondered why Bayok had come here and what he expected from it. However, Chun-sam couldn't resist asking why the cook had decided she could call him by his first name. The Cloud Dragon remained calm and simply noticed that he only needed Even though he had recently become a chef and currently had a limited arsenal of dishes, he was eager to learn from her to expand his skills and hone his craft. For a moment, Cho Ok-yeon froze, silently staring into the hero's eyes, her gaze empty and mysterious. But then she turned to one of the students and asked to throw these two out, because it became obvious that they were some kind of deviation from the norm. The hero realized that he couldn't do without trump cards. He mysteriously slipped a small note into the woman's hands. The woman took a small package of paper and began to read. In the letter, the author addressed the cook as if to a godmother. It was K. Omyeon. When she read it for the first time, she was surprised, because she had not heard anything about him for many years. It is said that at his father's request, he now works at the Kunlun Inn, with Mr. Byuk temporarily acting as his employer. He said he understood her frustration at not having a successor who could preserve her culinary talent, and in the letter he assured her that he considered Bosch to be the ideal candidate for the role. He also stated that he was sure that Mr. Byuk was a true genius, sent from heaven. He advised her to take him under her wing to test his culinary skills. After she finished reading the letter, the cook placed it on the table and said thoughtfully that these words had made her think. Still, she couldn't believe the words that a genius with unsurpassed talent was sitting in front of her. The young chefs nearby laughed because this guy didn't look like a master chef at all. She added that since Saemyeong asked so sincerely, she decided to give them a chance. Cloud Dragon decided to clarify a few points. Is he really just expected to cook some kind of dish? She noted that it wasn't that simple. They had all gathered here to taste his dish and make a final verdict. If everyone likes the dish, she will decide to take him under her wing, putting all her efforts into his training. She got up from the table and ordered Bayek to go to the kitchen immediately because time was running out. The hero countered that he could show everything he needed right here. He just needed to gather all the ingredients. In just a few minutes, all the necessary ingredients were already in the room, neatly laid out side by side. He focused his energy, and streams of invisible power began to spread across the room, scattering in different directions like invisible streams of light. Just one burst of energy lifted all the ingredients, including the vegetables, into the air. Then they cut themselves and instantly transformed. The bosses who watched this miracle were amazed to the core. So unexpected was the use of secret techniques that no one had ever seen in action before. The water shot out of the bucket into the air and instantly froze in unbroken flight. The cook could not believe her eyes. A real miracle was happening before her. A sphere appeared in the sky in which all the ingredients for making kuksu were gathered at the same time. It was only necessary to maintain this state for a while. Then Beck sent the finished dish in bowls to everyone present in the room, delighting them with its incredible taste and aroma. For Cho, the cooking process itself was important to Ok-yeon, and when he saw the result, he couldn't believe his eyes. This dish received the highest rating. But everything changed, or rather got worse, when she first tasted this dish. The surprise on her face was beyond belief, and the taste of this dish was truly unforgettable. The younger chefs, feeling the incredible taste of the dish, could not stop. Tears of delight began to flow from their eyes. The chef thought that this dish had so much energy and such a rich flavor that it seemed to... The dish was so lively. The chef glanced at her assistants, making sure that the dish had brought them true pleasure. Indeed, their faces immediately revealed that this was the first time they had tasted such delicious couscous. So she turned to Bayok and asked how long he had been cooking. It seemed that this guy had a divine gift, and the cook quickly realized it. She didn't want to go far, so she told the hero directly that she didn't know his fighting skills. But since he was from Murim, he must have seen a lot on the way, and he was obviously a master of his craft. Obviously, no one could surpass his skill. With the extraordinary abilities that Bayek possessed, he could have conquered the whole world, but he chose the path of a chef to conquer the hearts of people with his dishes. For the hero, there was no concept of noble work. All that mattered to him was the degree of his dedication to the cause. In his opinion, the cook's job was only to feed the hungry with warm food. Ok-yeon made a decision and, looking at her subordinate, gave him a clear instruction. She decided to entrust him with the duties of head chef during her absence. She quickly realized that this chef was highly respected, and she would have to adopt his manners to avoid losing face. The order was also given to prepare a cart, but it was clear from the subordinate's face that this could be a small problem. With a trembling voice, he announced that there was only one cart left. The cook did not immediately understand what the problem was. He said that the old horse was here, and that another cart would arrive tomorrow, so it was better to wait. But the hero, smiling, replied that there was no need to wait. Becker assured the cook that there would be no problems. She just had to trust him and follow him without hesitation. For some unknown reason, the cook believed him, and in a moment the three friends were out on the street, ready for new adventures. The subordinates, who were really offended when the ladies wished the cook a pleasant journey, stood aside, looking after their smiling friends. She really looked flawless, but the most important thing remained unresolved. Where was her horse? The man turned around, trying to find someone he could ask to help with the cart. Without thinking twice, the man agreed to help. What's more, he would have gladly done so even without orders. A moment later, the hero contacted the cook, inviting her to climb onto the platform. He said that this time they would do without a horse. Even though the cook had already taken her seat, she still asked the hero if it was really possible. He assured her that it would be even faster. It was quite strange when the hero asked her not to be shocked if the cart suddenly flew off, even though there should have been no reason for it. In a moment, the cart actually took off into the air, and the cook inside was amazed by this sudden flight. It turned out that the guy was able to lift the cook into the air without much effort and drag her along at high speed. The action moved to the nighttime Kunlun mountain, specifically to the valley that lay nearby. Near the fire, which had been burning for a long time, a small area was brightly lit, standing out in the darkness of the night valley. A man sat by the fire, patiently waiting for someone. From time to time, he threw in some wood so that the heat would properly heat the meat, which was crackling in anticipation of dinner. As he sat there, he suddenly noticed several warriors dressed in the same attire as him jumping up to him. They landed carefully. One of them reported that he had scouted the Kunlun sect, but found no trace. They were the 5 commanders of the demon cult persecution squad, true masters of their craft. Chewing a piece of meat, the man declared that the leader remains invincible, even if all enemies unite and attack together. Penrock was at the head of the pursuit party, and he informed his subordinates that the trail was lost in Kunlun. He was troubled by the 11 corpses scattered during one attack. There was a tavern nearby that was often visited, but this was of little help to the commander. It was called the Kunlun Inn. The commander concentrated for a few seconds before giving a new order: to search for those involved in the known events. The squad was to search every corner and expose the culprits. The next day, she was ready for action, hiding in a cozy corner of the tavern. She was surprised by the number of people in the tavern, which was far from the city center. Samyeon, passing by with the tray, said that he was right about this place. Finally, Kuksu will soon appear before him. Suddenly a voice came from behind the girl, asking if she was standing because she had nowhere to sit. Grandpa guessed that the yellow crane in front of her was the head chef of the tavern. She sat down at the table and decided to ask her grandfather how he had found out about this information. The girl asked if they knew each other. Grandpa replied that Seomyeon had told him because he was the one who brought him here. Seomyeon had a request to the Juga clan. After a momentary pause, Grandpa announced that the guests would be staying until the evening. So now it was time to have a few drinks and relax. The cook hadn't left her tavern for a long time and wasn't particularly thirsty. After a brief thought, she asked for a glass, and the grandfather realized that he could arrange it. Grandfather poured a small glass for the girl and added that he knew the tavern's cook. The girl found it hard to believe that this grandfather was a friend of the brilliant chef she had met earlier. The grandfather remarked that she would be surprised to learn his friend's real age, since he could be her father. The girl asked her grandfather not to joke with her, but he only advised her to remain calm. The old man assured her that he had no intention of embarrassing her and suggested that they be introduced carefully. The old man promised that their acquaintance would be delicate. He was sure that gradually they would find a common language and be able to understand each other better. Realizing that she didn't want to be the first to introduce herself, Grandpa decided to take the initiative. He introduced himself as Nogok and said that he came from a gang of beggars. After that, Oki-Yuan's patience ran out. She dismissed her doubts, believing that everything said about the world's best martial artist was nothing more than empty talk. She couldn't bear another joke anymore, and her face was incredibly serious. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, she burst into loud laughter, declaring that she had not heard such a joke in a long time. After that, her grandfather took her to an extremely interesting place located on one of the ledges of Mount Kunlun. The girl looked carefully at her grandfather's hand and asked why he had this bottle here. He replied that he decided to drink here because it would bring his soul true peace. The atmosphere in this place was amazing, as if all the negativity had suddenly evaporated, leaving only a sense of peace. Despite the strange atmosphere, the presence of someone disturbed Nogok's peace. He suddenly froze and stared into the void. The girl turned her head sharply to her feet and noticed something unusual. It seems we should stop drinking alcohol, she thought. Suddenly, several bandits dressed in all black appeared from the bushes. One of the bandits remarked that this old man was not exactly ordinary if he recognized their presence so easily. The third commander remarked that he didn't care because that grandfather spent time every day in the tavern, which was important to them, so he had to be captured. At this crucial moment, all the wars retreated from their positions to attack Nogok. However, it seems that Grandpa still has a few hidden tricks up his sleeve. There were many warriors, and each of them was so skilled that he could fight a single enemy and emerge victorious. The problem was that their enemy was much stronger than anyone they had fought before. But Nogok casually assured Okyan that it wouldn't take long. Immediately jumping up from where he was standing, he picked up an empty alcohol bottle and rushed into battle. Dato possesses lightning speed. In a matter of seconds, he deals several blows to an opponent who has brazenly approached him closer than the others. Blows from him were always expected. So Grandpa, without wasting a second, intercepted him and threw him straight into the crowd of murderers who had gathered nearby. The commander of the entire unit was surprised. The grandfather managed not only to defeat all his opponents, but also successfully used the tactics of movement to cunningly move to the side. At one point, during a fierce battle, the old woman standing behind her grandfather suddenly let out a shrill cry, breaking the tension. Cho Okihen suddenly shouted that she was the head chef of the Yellow and Crane. Having close ties to the imperial family, she ordered them to leave, as she had close ties to the imperial family. Grandfather listened carefully to every word. And only now did he realize that this young lady was truly a significant person in society with extraordinary willpower. Despite Okyun's high status, the unit commander still ordered his subordinates to attack her grandparents. Everyone rushed to flee at the same time, now with some poisoned swords in their hands. For some reason, Grandpa didn't move until one of these killers jumped up to him, his sword drawn to strike. In an instant, without hesitation, he tilted the dry silhouette and found himself directly under his... After a brutal blow with the bottle, the killer flew to the side a few meters, as if he had lost consciousness for a moment. By then, the second assassin had crept up behind Grandpa, raising his sword to strike. However, Grandpa reacted instantly, blocking the attack with a bottle. Grandfather turned to the attacker, assessing his sword. "This sword isn't that sharp if it couldn't even break a bottle," he said, reflecting on the enemy's clumsiness. The observer closely followed the events and realized that the attackers had no chance of success. Realizing that their opponent completely outclassed their master and was an experienced fighter, he realized the complexity of the situation. Thanks to this technique, he ordered them to leave the mountains immediately as soon as he received this signal. The killers instantly jumped up from their seats and quickly moved towards the exit, while Grandpa only stared piercingly after them. When they ran away, Grandpa just leaned over and said that if even one of them had remained, he would have neutralized him in an instant. Cho Oki watched the events with her mouth open, admiring how her grandfather masterfully controlled the fight. The action moved to a demonic cult, where an important conversation was taking place in the office. This dialogue had a decisive influence on the further development of events. Two men sat at the table, one of them surprised that a talented hermit was speaking against them. The man in green clothes, upon receiving the news, suggested that their leader might have intended to confront this mysterious old man. Then the interlocutor replied that the target had disappeared without a trace, and even in the Kunlun Tavern, no one was visible. The man thought about it, because maybe that beggar and hundreds of swords had defeated and killed him. But it seemed incredible, because no one could defeat a leader who had undergone close training. The man thought that if the truth was distorted, people would believe the leader was dead. This could lead to chaos as the power struggle spiraled out of control. Amidst the power struggle, tensions reach a peak, and it becomes clear to everyone that it is time to find a new leader. The subordinate suggested the best strategy, to order Western Murim to surrender and serve the new government. Murim is not just a central plain. To the west of Murim, near the borders of the demonic cult, lie powerful forces, the Temple of 1,000 Blood Curses and the Temple of the Great Thunderstorm. With the first ray of sunshine, they decided to announce the order that the junior commander had been a decisive factor in starting the war, noting his key contribution. Events shifted again, and now unfolded directly in the hotel, where Cho Okiyang was able to return. Cloud Dragon approached the grandmother, greeting her warmly, and said that he was always glad to see her in this tavern. She told him that to succeed, you will have to learn a lot, so you need to approach this with all responsibility. It all started with a huge boar lying unconscious on the floor, impressive in its size. On top of this huge boar sat Chung Sam, pleased with his achievement. His face was glowing with pride at what he had done. She quietly confessed to the hero that she had asked for pork, but it was the first time she had seen such a huge wild boar. Meanwhile, strange events were taking place in the Namgon clan that would surprise many. There came a moment when words and actions intertwined in an unexpected rhythm of life. A member of the Kunlun clan expressed his gratitude for the warm welcome, which truly touched him. Their hospitality left a pleasant impression on his heart. One of the men expressed his gratitude for the hero's ability to improve their skills and asked to tell the management that they planned to visit them soon. Young Poon began to walk away, and the two immediately felt a smile on his face, realizing that he had achieved his goals. Meanwhile, the second and third gentlemen were musing that Kunlun was clearly hiding his true power. To understand what happened, it's worth going back a week to when the same two met Yongpun. They curiously asked if he was the only one who had come from Kunlun. They still couldn't understand what kind of help they could get by sending just one Taoist, and a young one at that. It seemed like a mockery of the Namgun clan, but the young monk was allowed to enter anyway. The tea was already prepared and waiting on the table as they gathered to discuss all the details. The two young men asked Yunpan to demonstrate the Kunlun Han technique, as the clan was known for its mastery of the Wushu long fist technique. They understood perfectly well that this young man, lacking experience, could not master the technique. And it was precisely because of this that they hoped to disgrace him. They planned to show the young talent new Kunlun techniques, and then perhaps they would decide to financially support the clan. He agreed, and the two boys informed him that their seventh member would become his direct rival. His opponent turned out to be none other than Nam Gung Hong Wu, who seemed to have extensive fighting experience. At the training ground, Zhongpun bowed and prepared for the duel. The two men were surprised to see that Zhongpun was going to fight bare-handed against a pole. The other one mockingly remarked that perhaps they would be shown the Injiaquan technique. While they talked, Hainu stealthily crept towards the target, preparing his staff for a decisive strike. At the moment when Yongpun's patience ran out, he pushed himself off the ground resolutely, preparing for another attack. His gaze was full of determination and strength. He instantly dodged to the side, which was why Hyunwoo couldn't hit him with his staff. The warrior was shocked because he didn't even have time to notice how Yongpun disappeared, leaving him in complete confusion. It turned out that this guy was moving so fast that he was already behind his opponent. One precise blow to the back of the head was enough to gradually render the opponent unconscious. Hyunwoo tried to stay on his feet, but his body wouldn't obey and he slowly fell to the ground. His efforts were in vain until his forehead hit the hard surface of the court. The enemy was defeated with one powerful blow, and from the outside it looked impressively spectacular. Suddenly, when the fight was over, a stranger approached Yongpun from behind and challenged him to a duel. The stranger who approached Yongpun was the famous lightning swordsman Ho Chang-gun. Yongpun, without hesitation for a second, accepted the challenge, wanting to once again demonstrate his skills to the clan. He bowed his head and announced that he was ready for another round. Very little time passed, and it became obvious to all the spectators what the outcome of this competition would be. It became clear that things were bad when the sword trembled in Ho Chang-gun's hands, and his entire body literally trembled with tension. He fought against the feeling of weakness, but when the brazen young man hit him from the side, Ho Chang-gun's body could not stand it and fell to the ground. The two members of the Namgun clan couldn't believe their eyes. This stranger had managed to knock out the lightning swordsman in 7 seconds. Sitting at the table, they realized that if this incident became public knowledge, it would be a disaster. One even suggested that the stranger had been sent on purpose to catch them. Both were furious. When the first remembered the need to tell his brother and father everything, the second became even more furious. He noted that their clan could become a laughingstock, so it is urgent to take measures to compensate for this disgrace with some significant action. They both agreed that the best tactic was to follow Kunlun to somehow remedy the situation. It was unclear whether they would be able to carry out this plan, but events were already unfolding in the tavern, filling the atmosphere with tension and anticipation of adventure. By that time, 20 days had already passed since the first distribution of leaflets, a significant period of time during which the situation could have changed dramatically. The girl carefully analyzed the situation. After the event ended, the number of guests had decreased, but there were still twice as many as before. On the positive side, Beck started training more often and could now cook many dishes. One day, Sao Mian approached the owner of the establishment, suggesting that they try a new method of promotion. Sao Mian came up with a new method: promotion through people, not paper leaflets. This man was closely connected to the Zhou clan, so Xiaomyang confidently expected that he would definitely accept his invitation. It wasn't until a few days later that Xiaomyang learned that his father had been invited. The latter immediately realized that it was a cunning plan to use him to promote the tavern. When Xiaomyang's mother saw this letter, she was incredibly happy, because she was overwhelmed with joy from the very fact of receiving the news. Sun Ryong told the man that they should leave the place immediately, as they simply had no other options left. Father uttered with difficulty. At the table, the father tried to justify himself somehow, understanding that his son suspected that his mother was pressuring him into this decision. And the wife, upon returning, made a scene, accusing her husband of banishing his son and losing sleep over him because of anxiety about him. A few hours later, they were sitting in a carriage heading for the tavern, described in detail in the letter. The anticipation filled them with excitement and anxiety. During the journey, one of the subordinates opened the carriage door and announced that they would soon arrive at their destination. The woman was beaming with happiness, sticking her head out the open window to see how close they were to their cherished goal. Leaning out the window, she saw a large stone tavern ahead. Its bearish appearance emphasized solidity and reliability, evoking a desire to find out what was hidden inside. Meanwhile, Xiaomyan was inside this mysterious room, trying to sort through the small documents he had managed to find. A woman flew into the room at extreme speed, and the boy instantly recognized his mother. Of course, he was incredibly happy about this meeting, because leaving home for a long time, he did not have time to say goodbye to her. Joy filled his heart, because he missed his mother. They immediately hugged, joyfully meeting after a long separation, unlike the head of the family, whose mood remained unwavering. When Sungryong asked why he had left home so suddenly, the boy replied that it was his father's categorical demand. She began to bombard him with questions about how well he ate there and how many hours a day he slept. At one point, she asked her son if he often drank alcohol. After a moment's thought, he replied that he had practically given up alcohol completely. Suddenly, Bayak appeared on the horizon. I assured Shimen's mother that he was a conscientious boy and carefully watched his behavior. By then, the father had become more gentle and told his son that after such a long journey they were hungry and would like a snack. When the family sat down at the table, Jin So-hee approached them and offered them a menu so they could choose a dish to their liking. Mom was extremely surprised and asked the charming girl how old she was. Of course, Xiamen couldn't help but join in the conversation, reminding his mother that she was the owner of the hotel, so sometimes she should be treated with respect. In just a few minutes, food appeared on the table, and the family, like a whirlwind, instantly devoured it. When his father finished his meal, glancing at his empty plate, he realized that he had never tasted anything like it in his life. Mom also noticed that the couscous, which she ate in a matter of minutes, had an incomparable taste, and the broth left her speechless. Approaching her son, she admitted with admiration that all this had impressed her. They noted that they were invited for a reason, because after such a positive experience, they feel obligated to help in the future. Many people have heard about this tavern, which has become popular. Mom was so enamored with the wonderful food at this tavern that she suddenly had an idea that her husband would no doubt not like. The woman suggested that since the food at the tavern was so delicious, they stay to taste all the dishes and fully understand the true taste of this establishment. Meanwhile, a small group standing nearby listened intently to the task she would soon set out on. Their faces were focused and serious. They listened intently. They listened attentively to every word of their commander, staring intently into his eyes. The commander announced that for tomorrow's operation, everyone must be ready to act quickly and without hesitation. Cooking requires a large amount of wild plants, so the group heads to the mountains to gather them, inhaling the aroma of freedom and adventure. Okion spread out all the herbs on a white canvas, carefully pointing out each species with her finger so as not to confuse anything. It was her little system for maintaining order in the diversity. When everyone saw Nung So-bong raise his hand to say something, hope was born in their hearts. Instead, he asked how much herbs needed to be collected. The commander replied that the more herbs, the better. Their group confidently entered the thicket of the forest, carefully examining every corner to discover every possible type of herb. Laura suggested splitting up to explore different parts of the forest and see who could gather the most herbs. After successfully completing the task, he set off on his journey, trying to reach his goal. The long journey was already behind him, and by now he had covered most of the way. While pondering the consequences of the mission he had just completed, he suddenly heard someone desperately shouting for help. The screams grew louder, the man desperately pleading for help. Young Poon could not ignore this, as he was always eager to help. He bounced off the trees on the second map, running faster and faster to save the man. He realized that somewhere nearby, someone was in danger and needed his immediate help. When he approached the place where the loud scream was coming from, he was shocked by what he saw. Very close by, a giant insect, several times the size of a cow, held a man in its fangs. The sight was overwhelming and terrifying. The monster was making an incredible noise, but it seemed that this giant insect did not notice the new guest. Yongpun froze in place, for it was the first time in his life he had seen a giant cross spider. The sight struck him to the core, making him hold his breath. Once upon a time, he had talked to other members of Kunlun about a similar spider. One of the comrades mentioned a spider that lives in the deep caves of the Western Valley. Its huge body has a head that looks like a human. The spiritual energy of the mountain is so powerful that the animals can absorb people, gaining strength and turning into monsters. Faced with the enemy, Junpun realized that although he failed to save that person, he must prevent the deaths of innocents in the future. So he decided to challenge this monster and destroy it right here and now. Carefully setting aside all the things he was carrying, he stood in a fighting stance, ready for battle. Every muscle in his body was tense, his eyes blazing with determination. Despite its impressive size, the insect moved with lightning speed, instantly pushing away from its place, preparing to attack. The boy realized that he needed to strengthen the inner strength he had honed through the 8 elements of the Cloud Dragons. This was his only chance for victory. After successfully executing the technique, he focused on his palms, directing all the energy received from the enemy outward, as if releasing an invisible stream. Having received a powerful charge of energy, the flame burst from the hero's palms, rushed towards the enemy, becoming brighter with every moment. Suddenly, an explosion sounded, engulfing the insect's body in fire. However, the thick smoke that rose around significantly worsened visibility, adding drama to the scene. The warrior peered intently into the thick curtain of smoke, trying to figure out whether he had managed to defeat the enemy. Only a moment had passed since his thought when suddenly a huge spider with a head the size of a human jumped on him. Young Pun quickly realized that the technique he had put so much effort into could cause significant harm to the spider. He ran towards the ball, preparing to strike, hoping to distract his enemy. His hands moved briskly, his eyes focused on the target. However, his plans were thwarted when the spider attacked with its paw. He had to react instantly, interrupting his intention and blocking the blow with his sword. The guy realized that the sword could break after several such combinations. Its strength had clearly decreased. At some point, the insect suddenly loosened its grip, and now the boy had a chance to attack. However, the situation looked suspicious, and the boy, cautious, did not dare to take the chance. Instead, he skillfully dodged the next dangerous blow. The paw attack was so powerful that it seemed as if the air itself was being cut in half. The impact was so powerful that several trees behind the boy split and began to fall to the ground. As the trees fell to the ground with a crash, a cloud of dust rose into the air, and the insect lost track of its enemy amidst the chaos. The insect searched with its eyes for the boy who had barely managed to repel the first attack, trying to figure out where he had disappeared to. There was a reason for this, for now Jongpun was standing behind him. Judging by the energy surrounding him, it was clear that he was determined. While in the air, he realized that if he didn't maneuver with the ball, he would have to use his fist to attack. That's why, with one movement of his hand, he released a powerful charge of energy that instantly began to grow towards the opponent. The enemy suffered damage, but still remained on its feet, without reducing its combat readiness. The damage caused appeared to be minor. Yunpun felt disappointed, because he had just released all his inner energy, and the spider, surprisingly, was still standing. The spider, despite everything, retained consciousness and was coordinated in space, still having enough strength to resist. After the attack, the spider felt only discomfort, so it decided to end the attacker once and for all. That's why, in an instant, a poisonous liquid shot out of the insect's mouth aimed directly at the boy. He instantly bent over, and the poisonous liquid flew over his head, crashing against the stone behind him. The bright green liquid instantly caused alarm. Its color spoke for itself, warning of danger. The young man turned his head slightly towards the stone, and in a moment, several conclusions flashed through his mind. He realized that joking with this spider was bad, because it had enormous endurance, the ability to cut and poison that could melt stones. Meanwhile, as young Poon tried to analyze the situation, he suddenly saw the enemy in front of him begin to change his form. This could mean that he had been poisoned, and the powerful poison was slowly spreading through his body, threatening death. Having taken a special position, he realized, It is necessary to reveal the true goal as soon as possible and get rid of the poison that threatens death. This had to be done before the enemy realized his superiority and began to attack. For some unknown reason, the spider froze, as if spellbound, watching its prey intently. It seemed to be listening for something invisible that could change the course of events. Suddenly, the insect turned sharply and, as if enchanted, headed in the opposite direction, as if it had seen new prey. Nearby, a man we already knew named Changsan, looking around, realized that there were only weeds here and no traces of useful herbs. Seeing this, Yongpun immediately began to shout, ordering them to run away because the insect was extremely dangerous. But the man did not react to these words, because he had neither fear nor the instinct of self-preservation. The insect moved closer to the man, looking at him from the side, hoping that maybe at least this man would not resist. Changsum examines him carefully and only notices that this strange creature has a face that looks like a human's, and its paws resemble a giant spider's web. Suddenly, the insect rushed into the attack, trying to pierce the newly arrived man with its paw. Young Poon was speechless with horror at that moment. He simply couldn't believe that another person could be injured. The spectacle became even more terrifying when the stranger did nothing, just stood there frozen, as if oblivious to the danger. The spider's paw froze, unable to pierce his body. The spider could not believe that not a single scratch appeared on its victim's body. He raised his hand and waved it, trying to hit the spider. With one sharp movement, he cut off the paw that was threatening him. And suddenly the spider jumped rapidly into the air, seeking to attack from above and finish off the enemy in an instant. Despite the intense pain from the severed leg, the spider spat out another dose of venom. This time it flew more accurately, heading directly for its target. With just one kick, Chunchum scattered the poison into tiny droplets that scattered in different directions like raindrops. It was unusual to hear this man, speaking with such force, ask if he was ashamed of his actions. Up to this point, the insect had not risen to fight anyone, whether a human or a deity. However, everything was moving towards its logical conclusion. The human swung his fist with all his strength, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. The blow was so powerful that they flew in different directions, and the fist stopped only on the opponent's forehead, leaving a noticeable imprint of force on it. The insect fell gently to the ground, but the man, without wasting time, rushed towards it, determined to deliver a decisive blow. The man, gaining momentum, gradually became more and more purple from the excess energy raging in his body. The final blow was no less impressive, sending the insect's fragments flying hundreds of meters. Young Poon, watching from the sidelines, almost saw part of the spider fly up onto one of the tree branches. It was hard to believe my eyes, but the smell left after the fight was unbearably obvious. Looking around, he suddenly noticed an object that, like everything else, had been left lying on the ground after the battle. Picking up the object, he pondered thoughtfully what it was and why it aroused such genuine interest in him. Junpun stepped closer and quietly said that it was probably a nadion. Nadions are crystals that are created by the accumulation of energy in the bodies of animals that live for 1,000 years and turn into spirits. The boy couldn't stand it anymore, bowed his head, and sincerely thanked his savior for his concern and help. He also asked the stranger how he could thank him for having just saved his life. Without hesitation, Chen Chung smiled brightly. An exciting plan was born in his mind that could be of great use to him. He turned to Youngpun with a serious look, emphasizing that now he needed to listen carefully, because the next instructions could change everything. During a brief pause, Youngpun dared to ask his savior what exactly he should do to thank him for everything. The rescuer unexpectedly announced that Youngpun would only have to learn a few herbs to begin with. The boy was shocked and didn't know what to expect next. Youngpun quickly took a few handfuls of herbs from his pocket, listed their names, and then ordered everyone to gather everything he found. He decided he would throw it in the trash at the spider's death site, remembering that a little knowledge of plants should be enough to identify it. He deftly caught the artifact in midair before it could touch the ground. As Changsan was about to leave, he asked if he could just get rid of Nahdan, to which he replied that he would deal with the artifact himself. After that, he took a few steps, carefully examining what was left of the spider. He thought the spider meat looked almost appetizing. A little time passed, and all the events moved to the tavern, where a small tournament was taking place. The first man on the Nen team carefully spread all the potions he had collected onto a special cloth. Meanwhile, the other man, without wasting a moment, began methodically spreading his collected potions onto a carefully spread cloth, adding a touch of mystery to what was happening. But suddenly, he started pouring all the grass out of the bag. The boys noticed that there was a surprisingly large amount of it. Their faces shone with smiles, like those of children, because they were sincerely happy about such a noble catch of grass. They cheered and rejoiced, although none asked them not to be jealous, because it was he who had worked hard to obtain this wonderful catch. Amidst the general astonishment, no arguments arose. Nan simply remarked that he was extremely impressed by the amount of grass he had been able to collect. Only at that moment did young Poon realize that the one who had saved him in the forest most likely worked in the tavern. At the same time, Biak was walking down the street when he noticed the man he had first met in the tavern many years before. His heart was filled with joy at this sudden encounter. They went inside, started a new conversation, and Cloud Dragon began to brew tea. He told the story of the spider, including how the employee made sure the young prankster stayed alive. He repeated several times that he was glad to be here, but still decided to ask where his teacher and mentor was now. The hero exclaimed with pleasure. He learned that their mentor had given them an important mission, so they set out to fulfill it. Upon their return, they hoped to resume their usual routine. The young boy finally received answers to all his questions, but he still had one request for the hero that he did not dare to voice. Now he dreamed of only one thing: to ask the hero to share with his brothers the secret of the 8 elements of the Cloud Dragon. Bok took some time to consider this proposal, as he didn't want to create new problems if something suddenly went wrong. In just a few seconds, he declared that the knowledge he gained from Kunlun still accompanied him, so he did not mind returning it. The man heard the joyful news of permission, so he bowed and thanked them and announced that it was time to set off. When the man left, Beck felt that he had not done all he could. He looked after him thoughtfully, sighing with the anxiety that gripped his heart. He thought that perhaps it was time to catch up. Soon, young Poon was already heading towards his goal, smiling incessantly, because he had finally received the long-awaited permission. He believed that by sharing this secret, their clan would be able to resurrect Kunlun, and then, without much effort, they would be able to defeat the Namgang clan. At some point, the man felt someone's presence nearby. A wave of anxiety swept through his body, and he gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, ready for any unexpected turn of events. The elder suddenly appeared before him, causing the boy to feel momentary fear, but at the same time, peace. Beck once mentioned that he had one thing he would like to pass on to this guy. During his recovery, Beck thought he had completely forgotten the martial art of Kunlun, but memories of the master gradually returned. To prove it, he asked the young man to give him a sword to demonstrate his skills. The Heavenly Spirit Master techniques, the mastery of the 24 hands, the art of clouds, and the plume sword. All of them carry within them the fundamental principles of fencing. He must be rescued and returned to Kunlun to restore the former glory of the clan that once provided the boy with great help. The young man realized that now he needed to listen very carefully, because the next words concealed knowledge worth its weight in gold. There is a way to understand each other's thoughts, to feel a connection without words. Language that combines meaning and image provides deep understanding. All that is most valuable lies beyond the visible. It is called the deep meaning, and it is this path that any weapon follows. The air, subdued by the old man's sword, follows his every move. Everything in this world must serve him. It was incredible, exciting, and frightening at the same time. Young Poon found himself thinking again that he needed to concentrate so as not to lose sight of the master. The master noted that the center of the giant typhoon is calm and motionless, because there's no movement in the depths of the ocean. An invisible force controls the movement of the sun and the moon. Its infinity is amazing. This is where you need to draw your energy. Holding oneself back leads to nothingness. A true master lets energy flow through the body, not letting it stagnate even for a moment. This flow nourishes him from within, giving him strength. After all these words, the hero made many new movements, which the boy carefully watched. After the final movement, Beck stopped and, stunned in silence, studied his student's reaction. First, he turned his attention to his hand. He looked at his own hand and felt it tremble, as if filled with energy. From a young age, Pun's eyes filled with tears at what he saw. It was incredibly beautiful. Dragon Cloud asked his apprentice if he remembered everything, and added that anyone could awaken this sword if they reinforced their knowledge with diligent work. Returning the sword to him, the boy declared that he remembered everything, but still had not figured out what this technique was called. Beck hesitated a bit, but finally said, "The technique is called Great Dragon Blade of Infinity. This name was created by combining the name of one of the Dragon Cloud Masters. The art of swordsmanship became known as the best exalted art in the Kunlun sect. This is one of the 3 main techniques of the sect. It was revived when a disciple remembered the image of his teacher. Meanwhile, events were changing. Seom-yong was seeing off his mother, who was finally leaving after tasting almost all the dishes. While she was talking to her son, her husband suddenly shouted from the carriage that she needed to get inside immediately, so they could move. But the mother still needed some time, so she wished her son good luck for a few seconds and went home. Om-yeon assured the administrator that his parents would definitely tell everyone about the inn. They clearly enjoyed all the dishes, so the reviews promised to be extremely positive. His parents loved discussing the news with their peers, but they understood that success required gaining popularity among young people. So they decided to look for ways to win the favor of young people. When the girl asked how to achieve this, he smiled and replied that this time they would need the help of someone famous. There was a short pause, after which it was one of the 5 great clans that gained popularity among the entire population. Seom-yeon noted that the head of the family will soon be celebrating a birthday, and they plan to use the event to their advantage. The guy said that there is an only daughter in the family, and there are many applicants to become her husband. She always had to be kept in the spotlight. The boss's daughter liked to be treated with warmth and attention. She was used to a good dinner, and when she tasted the food at the hotel, rumors instantly spread. Grandpa said he was currently free and could bring Madame here, as he had a few tricks up his sleeve. However, the man objected, noting that this time Mr. Beck would go, as this mission was best suited to the young and energetic. Hawk misunderstood these words and asked the boy why he was so superstitious about age. However, Okian unexpectedly stopped him, emphasizing that such behavior was not befitting of mature and wise people. She thought for a moment and asked the boy, "Who will be in the kitchen while Bayok is doing this task?" So, young man, she didn't believe for a moment that she could solve all the kitchen problems on her own. Everyone began to distribute responsibilities, and at some point, Bayok approached Chunsam's table, saying that he would join him. The question remained, who would guard the hotel all this time? Grandfather was very eager to join in these events. He solemnly announced that he would personally take care of the order in the hotel and ensure security. He also said that as their friend, he would naturally help. Okian still couldn't get used to the idea that they had truly become friends. That day, the sky shone with incredible clarity, and the sun gently embraced everything around with its warmth. Byok and Chunsom left the inn, listening to the words of the girl who, wishing them a safe journey, they set off into unknown distant lands to fulfill an incredibly important task. The events moved to Hefei, where the Ming Empire's Goods Escort Bureau was located. Here the heroes were to face new challenges and opportunities. In the main hall of the bureau, Chief Yu Chingol was discussing matters with a subordinate who was checking the number of people in their team. When the checks were completed, the person responsible for moving the group gave the signal to move forward. As the group moved forward, the subordinates asked the bureau chief if he really intended to donate all the herbs and silk to the Soman clan. The head of the bureau had his own reasons for this decision, but the main reason was his son, who claimed the role of a husband. The man had only one son, and despite the difficulties he had, he loved him dearly. This father dreamed that his son would marry Soman's daughter. However, it was the assistant who had suggested this idea. So the bureau chief told him not to worry, and simply to follow orders. There was some truth in this phrase, and the bureau chief realized that he had not thought about support at first, because hope still flickered within him. Holding the tyrant's sword in his hands, one of the 10 jewels of Morim, the bureau chief realized that the leader of the Soman clan would hardly refuse such a gift for his birthday. The head of the bureau decided that he had no use for the sword. After all, the art of combat is not his business, so it is better to sell the weapon that only hinders him. Absorbed in thought, he suddenly heard a familiar whistle in the sky, rapidly approaching. Within moments, a swarm of arrows whirled into the bodies of the guards assigned to escort the group. Every moment, another group of guards grabbed their shields, trying to protect themselves from the rain of arrows. Like lightning, it became clear that they were being attacked by robbers. The squad commander, outraged by the attackers' audacity, shouted loudly, "Who dares to attack our security service?" Suddenly, all the attackers jumped out of their hiding places, approaching their targets almost at close range. The opponents also had their commander, who ordered the bureau to leave everything and disappear if they valued their skins. However, the bureau commander did not give in to fear and ordered an attack, although there were about 100 of them. They did not yet know how powerful their opponents were, but they would soon realize it. One of the mercenaries dressed in dark clothing crept up to his opponent and struck his sword directly at his shield. The blow split his shield in half, leaving him defenseless. Seizing the moment, the mercenary and his allies routed their opponents, demonstrating their skill. The head of the bureau watched the events from the sidelines and was horrified by the number of victims that had already accumulated by that point. Suddenly, a question came from behind the boss. Could he really not defeat those standing on the other side of the road? It turned out that it was Bach, together with his partner, who accused the bureau chief of inaction. The attackers, having almost completed the elimination of all the guards, were suddenly surprised when two more people unexpectedly appeared on the horizon. They were told to leave and forget what they had seen, because they didn't really want to kill young people. It was unnecessary now and would hardly have affected further events. But none of the robbers could have imagined how fast one of the strangers they shot would turn out to be. With a single movement of his hand, he struck the enemy with such a powerful blow that even a little purple energy began to disperse around him. The enemy was stunned by the unexpectedness of this attack, which exceeded all his expectations. The battle continued, but events gradually shifted to another location. This place was hidden from the eyes of ordinary people, and only the chosen ones knew of its existence. The man approached the statue, hidden among dense trees, unremarkable at first glance. Using a special technique and directing a powerful stream of his power at the statue, the man began to glow with a red light. The moment the force entered the statue, it began to tremble subtly and react to the energy it was absorbing inside. The sculpture turned its other side towards the person who used the technique, and a small passageway suddenly opened up. Without hesitation, the man moved down the stairs that suddenly appeared before him. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. When the last step was behind him, a man appeared in front of him. It seemed he was waiting for a stranger. This man was none other than a white monster named Yun Jung Bo. Gathering his thoughts in a secret hideout, he met Sean Ligon, a mysterious man who coveted the 10 treasures of Moraine, hidden behind an influential organization. Among Ligon's subordinates, the 5th monster, the 7th bouncer, and the 10th sword, the last one was the weakest. But he believed that all 3 could become great masters when they came out into the world. He found it hard to believe that the escort bureau's wars were so powerful. But all the white monster could say was that the investigation was ongoing. He also received a report from observers who had been following the Namgon clan for a long time. In addition, information has emerged that the royal sword belongs to the eldest son of this clan. This meant that the royal sword, which was considered the most difficult task to draw, ended up in the hands of the eldest son of the head of the Namgon clan. He sees this sword as a gift for the daughter of the Soman clan, which makes the situation even more exciting. This entire chain of events revolves around 3 great treasures: the tyrant's sword, the dragon scales, and the king's sword, which will converge in one place. He was looking for someone to whom he could entrust an important task, but he already knew in advance who would take care of it. Suddenly, the old man appeared from above, like a shadow, and landed lightly in front of him. He assured the commander that he would complete the task if it was assigned to him. Before him appeared a monster studded with poisonous thorns known as Seokchun. In a moment, thanks to his technique and a long rope, he had climbed to the ceiling of the shelter and was moving on. Yun Jongbo watched him silently. And when he finally seemed tired, he asked Zhong Wei if this was his new hobby, walking on ceilings. However, now Ligon was ready to listen to any nonsense from anyone. After all, in his thoughts glowed the dream of the 8 bloods that he would soon have, and 3 more to add to them. Meanwhile, the most interesting things were starting to unfold at Soam Enclean. An unusually large number of guests gathered for the birthday party, who were treated to a variety of treats set out on the tables. The dining room was filled with lively discussion, and some guests had already begun to feast on the delicacies, despite the fact that the celebration had just begun. Suddenly, a little girl appeared on the horizon and ran to the man who had the same birthday. She warmed his heart with warm wishes for health and happiness for her daddy. Her father said with a smile that he dreamed of seeing her happy with a worthy groom. However, the girl quickly jumped aside because her hungry stomach could not stand the delay. She ran to the table, which was adorned with appetizing seafood, and began to consider where to start her deliciousness. She liked the large shrimp on the plate the most, and she immediately reached out her chopsticks to pick them up. But at the last moment, some stranger snatched the shrimp with his chopsticks, leaving the girl confused and without dinner. The girl remained silent, only mentally condemning the stranger's impudence. His impudent act shocked her, because such a rude gesture was unbecoming even of the most impudent guest. The girl reached for the shrimp again, although she was a little offended by this impudence. As soon as the girl reached for the shrimp again, he managed to grab the very one she was aiming for the second time, which upset her even more. Bayak approached Chung Sam and said that giant shrimp were being caught in the ocean, so if possible, they should be tasted. Chang Sum admitted that these shrimp were extremely tasty, but he did so only after he had already eaten an obscenely large portion of this delicacy. Meanwhile, the girl had already realized that this guy was incredibly unpleasant, and she didn't like him at all. She looked down at her plate and saw that there was only one shrimp left, the one she had intended to eat. At the crucial moment, the boy quickly grabs the last shrimp, leaving the girl with nothing. She shouted indignantly at the guy why he kept grabbing what she was going to eat. After thinking for a while, Chang Sang advised her, "If you want to taste your favorite, you need to learn to anticipate the desire to disappear into someone else's hands." This girl seemed strange to him, and he turned away after saying everything he had planned from the beginning. After walking a few steps, he pounced on the food on the table again, devouring everything he could see. By that point, the girl was already incredibly angry. She clenched her fist, ready to deliver a powerful blow to this impudent man. Of course, Jiang Sana wasn't one to let himself be hit so easily. Tightening his grip on his wooden sticks, he instantly stopped her fist. Fear gripped her, and she already regretted having dared to hit him at all. However, the situation changed when Bach, watching from afar all this time, ordered his subordinate to calm down. The guy immediately backed away, hastily telling the girl that he would go look for something tastier at another table. The girl felt sad when this happened, and her body suddenly began to tremble for an unknown reason. A few minutes later, her eyes filled with tears. A feeling of helplessness overwhelmed her soul. She could not accept the fact that she could not taste the shrimp she had dreamed of. The events moved to a special training camp where preparations were in full swing. Coaches constantly reminded the participants of the importance of focus and discipline, and the participants gave their all for the sake of victory. Unfortunately, it all looked as if the stronger opponent was deliberately demonstrating its superiority over the weaker one, emphasizing the difference in their abilities. Seo Moonbik himself, who was well known to everyone around him, participated in the training. His presence immediately added intrigue to the event. From the fact that he led the Soman clan, everyone understood that with one wave of his hand, he could neutralize the enemy and restore order. When his training partner was defeated, he simply stood calmly and motionless, waiting for further developments. The man stood up and thanked the clan leader for today's training, full of new challenges and opportunities for growth. The chairman only laughed in response, admiring the fearlessness of his enemies, and remarked that this rival likely had a promising future. As he was leaving, he heard the chairman say, "I will watch you through your new endeavors." The rest of the people, who were also waiting to train with the clan head, were surprised by such kind words addressed to a guy they didn't know. They began to discuss among themselves the need to praise the boss since he liked it. If they did not do this, they could lose important points. Suddenly, a mysterious stranger appeared in the queue. He asked everyone to move forward, and looking at him, everyone in the queue, for some reason, wanted to let him through. In a moment, the stranger was right in front of Seo Moonbok's face. This made the latter shudder in surprise. Seeing this man for the first time, Seo Moonbok admitted that he was seeing him for the first time, and so he asked where he came from. Without hesitation, Bayek announced that he had come from the Kunlun Tavern. Hearing this, the leader of the others, Seo Moonbok, wondered if he might know about the place by chance, so Seo Moonbok decided to find out more and ask questions to others. Seo Moonbok heard the man repeat again that he worked as a cook at the Kunlun hostel. This seemed incredibly strange. The head of the clan could not believe that such a person was capable of showing up for an extremely difficult training session. A moment later, Bayok presented the head of the Soman clan with a scroll of paper filled with mysterious writings. The clan leader realized that the scroll was a personal gift and, excitedly taking it in his hands, began to reread the mysterious inscriptions. The gift was accompanied by an invitation from Beck. He wrote that he wanted to see the great chief of the clan at his hotel. The text stated that they would be grateful if he and his daughter would try and appreciate their dishes. But despite all this, the clan leader was confused. His feelings teetered on the edge of anger as he realized that this person was truly involved in their inner lives. Moreover, he was an ordinary cook and not even a security guard at any establishment. Another man appeared behind Bauk and introduced himself as an employee named Jongsum. The atmosphere of obscenity emanating from Baok was incredibly difficult to describe. Clan Chief Summon tried to remain calm despite all the disdain. Despite everything, he tried to remain calm, especially when Bok promised to treat the clan head to a variety of dishes. And then Moonbyuk had a brilliant idea. Turning to the boys, he suggested, "Why not use this opportunity to learn something new on this training ground?" Beg assured him that he had no objection. It was at this moment that the head of the Soman clan felt that with this decision he had become more than just a tenant. Despite agreeing, the guy added that he had one small condition. He just had an idea, which he immediately voiced. Moreover, he insisted, if this happened, the head of the clan must appear with his daughter in person. Then they took a few steps forward, and the battle began with all its might and ruthlessness. Today, on a holiday, the clan head decided to allocate as much as 20% of his internal energy to deliver a devastating blow. He raised his fist menacingly, ready to deliver a devastating blow to Bayak's body, which at that moment was frozen in place without moving. When the fist almost touched his body, Bayak suddenly thrust his right hand forward, quickly grabbing the hostile fist with his palm. Moonbyok was amazed by the unexpected result. With only 20% of his effort, he achieved such an impressive result. Stepping back a bit, the head of the Saman clan noted that his opponent was learning quickly. However, he also promised to find a countermeasure to this. Energy began to gather around his body, and the audience realized that he would soon use 40% of his inner strength. Their gazes were fixed on him in anticipation of the incredible power. This blow also turned out to be reinforced. Beck, showing speed and confidence, managed to put his hand forward to block it. Observers could not believe their eyes. The energy that Moonbyok put into this attack seemed incredible. Gritting his teeth in rage, he chose his words, ready to unleash a verbal blow on his opponent, hoping for his victory. He admitted that he had succumbed to Bayak's provocation, and now they both had to exert more effort to strengthen their attacks and defenses. The speed was increasing, and every blow could be decisive. Amidst the multitude of enemies, Bayak felt a growing sense of confidence. An energy field glowed around his body, growing stronger with each passing second, like an invisible protective shield. In an instant, all this energy focused on Moonbyok's fist, which pierced through space with tremendous speed. The observers realized that what they were looking at was incredibly dangerous, but at the same time fascinating. This man spent as much as 50% of his internal energy, realizing that there was absolutely no time left to retreat. The force of his blow was so enormous that it could surprise even the most experienced opponent. But Beck was unlike any of the opponents the man had faced before. All he had to do was reach out. At that moment, all the energy from the impact disappeared like vapor, and it seemed to be sucked away somewhere unknown. This was the third and accordingly final ceremony to be held by the head of the Soman clan. There was only one thing left for him to find out: who Bayak was, and where he learned to block and repel attacks so skillfully. The strangest thing was that the people around him started applauding, amazed by Moonbyok's power. After all, he had intentionally turned off his internal energy at the last moment. Despite the explanation, the clan head still couldn't understand how this had happened in the first place. However, remaining confident, he said that the cook seemed to be very skilled, so be it. He decided to visit the tavern in Kunlun. Besides, his head was still filled with persistent thoughts that tormented him like shadows. In the opinion of others and in his own, he decided that he had to at least surpass that tavern worker. Approaching him, he challenged him to a fight, as he had just competed with the tavern owner. The task was simple. The Chungas had to withstand 3 attacks and then disperse. Moonbyok thought for a moment and said that of course Chungsum could also use his fists to somehow even the odds. Now he was preparing to deliver the most powerful blow in his entire arsenal, capable of making his opponent tremble with fear. His movements were incredible, and the power of the energy raging around him surpassed the one he used when he struck Bayok. Every muscle in his body tensed to the limit, ready to take a truly powerful blow. This was the divine Phoenix Strike technique, and Moonbyok was 100% sure that he could destroy this innkeeper with one blow. But was that really the case? Everyone present froze in incredible amazement. Right in front of the crowd, the stranger managed to easily repel this devastating blow, arousing admiration and muted respect. Lightning appeared around the elder's body, which was supposed to become his ally, but, in fact, did not bring him any benefit. Instead, he felt pain, and the lightning that was supposed to be his ally turned into his enemy. His hand instantly filled with unbearable pain, and he grabbed it, trying to figure out if it had sustained any serious injuries. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered at the scene, studying every detail carefully. People wondered what awaited them next, immersed in reflections and anxious guesses. At this moment, Nam Gunmu, the eldest son of the Nangan clan, appeared on the scene, ready to face what awaited him. If you look closely at everything that came from Gunmu, you could see the royal sword shining in the sun. Meanwhile, Changsan decided to joke with his grandfather, noting that he should have made the first move. Grandfather, seeing this man's fist, was seized with incredible fear, because among other things, even though the pain hadn't completely subsided, his body still felt like it had been injured recently. Realizing the situation, Byuk turned to Cheongsam, telling him to calm down and stop his actions. However, for some reason, this young man suddenly hit the grandfather with a weak blow to the face, and blood spurted out of his nose. He grabbed his nose, jumping a little in surprise because it was completely unusual and sudden. Everyone around him turned around in surprise, not understanding why he did it and what goal he was pursuing by performing this unexpected act. Even the girl was surprised. No one understood why her father was being treated like this and what kind of strange situation this was. But when Ula looked more closely, she realized that the aggressor in this situation was the very person she had recently dealt with. Meanwhile, Grandpa was stopping his nosebleed, thinking about how everything that had just happened had turned into a complete failure. During these thoughts, the boy suddenly felt an unpleasant energy build up around his legs. This sudden and unexpected sensation around his legs caught the boy off guard, making him wary. Before he could even raise his head, he noticed that one of the men was lying motionless on the ground, frozen, in an unusual position. Raising his head, he suddenly noticed a huge number of spectators, who were either running to the sides and falling or simply falling off their feet on the spot. Even his daughter couldn't help herself, and gradually losing her balance began to sway quietly from side to side. Eventually, she finally lost her balance and fell to the ground, remaining motionless. Grandpa realized that he couldn't move either, although he still had the strength to stand and not fall. Suddenly, a small group of people appeared on the horizon, suspiciously similar and perhaps responsible for everything that was happening here. Among them stood out an ugly, bald old man who declared that no one who was hit by such poison would be able to stay on their feet, no matter how skilled in martial arts they were. However, there are always complications with poisoning. 2 hours after consuming the poison of mental anguish, it is necessary to inhale the poison of Maekhyun. Grandpa, along with his family, approached Nam Gunmu and said he was surprised by his resilience. He hinted that perhaps Nam Gunmu's success was due to luck alone. Feeling the advantage in the situation, he kept touching the face of his motionless opponent. He added that it was immediately clear he was happy just like his father. The grandfather had prepared his plan in advance. He was going to implement it and take possession of the precious sword hanging from the young boy's belt. Examining the sword from all sides, he noted that he had not expected the royal sword to look like this. In his memory, the artifact was a little different. At that moment, the young man felt a surge of strength and screamed, realizing that he could not give this priceless artifact to anyone. The ugly villain glared at the young man as if he had seen his own prey. His eyes lit up with a bright red light, radiating deadly menace. The guy immediately realized that maybe he shouldn't have shouted about it, because he instantly felt even worse. Almost immediately, a large amount of blood spewed from his mouth, and the hideous villain watched with delight. The young man fell to the ground, his body losing all of its internal energy. The villain was slowly circling the square when his gaze fell on Sun Moon Byuk, and he confidently approached him. One of the villain's subordinates asked worriedly why his nose was bleeding. After all, the Maekhyun poison shouldn't cause such side effects. No one could give a precise answer to this question. The villain only managed to notice. It seems that this man is wearing some kind of armor under his clothes. Grandpa's face showed a mixture of fear and surprise. He definitely didn't want things to turn out this way. When the villain made a sharp movement with his hand, the grandfather leaned even further, realizing the inevitability of the consequences of this reckless act. The villain, examining the armor, recognized that it was truly valuable loot. From the outside, the armor looked excellent. Carefully examining the armor, he simultaneously ordered his subordinates to find the dragon scales while he himself removed this armor. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded behind them, asking curiously, "What have you done here?" The assistants immediately noticed the stranger, whom he had failed to absorb into his body, which allowed this stranger to stand quietly aside. One of them suddenly rushed towards the stranger, intending to eliminate him. According to their plan, this seemed to be the only correct solution. At that moment, the attacker did not yet realize what a big mistake he had made. Without moving from his spot, Beck sent him flying. His body was immobilized, the enemy lay on the floor, not having the strength to get up. The other subordinates were stunned by the unknown nature of the events, as none of them even noticed how Beck managed to attack. Cloud Dragon began to analyze the situation. Remembering that a similar strange smell came from food, he realized that it was the poison of mental pain. The subordinates rushed into the attack again, approached the hero, and began to divide among themselves which part of his body would go to whom. They had no idea that the cloud dragon would lunge forward, using its internal energy reserves. Thanks to this lightning-fast maneuver, it avoided the impact. It took his subordinates a few seconds to realize where he had disappeared to. Meanwhile, he had already managed to grab her head by the hand and pull it towards him. For the first time in his life, the villain felt fear. He did not expect resistance, for he was certain that the poison they had all inhaled had rendered them helpless before his power. He immediately used this technique, and his right hand, which was held captive by Bayak, began to glow. Instead, he hid his emotions, watching without a single gesture. His gaze remained stern, but he took no step towards the events. The villain laughed, proclaiming in his ominous voice that this poison was more powerful than all the others stored in his special vessels. It was time to act, and to that end, the cloud dragon began to take increasingly powerful breaths. When the cloud dragon had gathered enough of these incredibly poisonous fumes in its mouth, it simply exhaled them, enveloping everything around it in a toxic cloud. At this point, the villain realized that his opponent might not have been human. Therefore, the villain ordered his subordinates to do nothing and to flee from danger as quickly as possible. However, once they launched their attack, the thieves decided to seize the moment. Bayak was holding onto his head, and this was their chance to deliver the fatal blow. However, it was at this moment that Chensang appeared on their path, becoming an unexpected obstacle on their way to their goal. Chensang wasted no time in the ceremony by taking anyone hostage, instead instantly rising up against the enemy to deliver powerful blows. Blood spurted in all directions, and teeth sprinkled the floor like pearls scattered in the chaotic dance of battle. Two lifeless bodies, like dolls, flew aside, no longer having the strength for a new onslaught. The villain, who had cast a powerful spell, lost his arm. Despite this, the cloud dragon again ordered the antidote to be given. The situation was getting worse, so the villain, depicting hopelessness, told the hero that there was no antidote, and people would get over it on their own. It was difficult to believe this at first, so Beck pondered how to verify the truth of what he had said. At this moment, the villain was deeply frightened, because it was the first time he had found himself in such a dangerous situation. At some point, he simply collapsed to the floor from exhaustion, and the villain let go of him. It was necessary to understand what had happened. So Chun Sam took the initiative into his own hands, and turned to the cloud dragon with the question. "Who are these guys?" With just a light touch from Chun Sam, they disappeared without a trace in an instant. It happened so quickly that it was hard to believe their eyes. Cloud Dragon explained that he had heard of assassins hiding a small capsule of poison in their mouths to instantly commit suicide. The head of the Saman clan realized that their saviors were powerful masters. Even the paralyzed man realized that he had never seen such mastery of martial arts before. Some time passed, and indeed all the people in the square gradually recovered from the effects of the poison that had paralyzed them. When even the head of the clan recovered from the effects of the poison, he approached the hero to ask how to thank him for saving all the people. Then the clan leader, having recovered from the poison, resolutely approached the hero. His eyes shone with gratitude, and he wanted to find a way to repay the courage that had saved all the people from inevitable death. His voice trailing off, he asked the cloud dragon who he really was. The dragon only reminded him that he had already said this before. These words were true. After all, both of them really worked at the Kunlun hotel. The manager realized what he should have believed from the very beginning. Yes, he really was a cook, but with a clearly difficult character. Barely turning around, as if about to leave, Beck warned the clan leaders about the need to keep their promise, as they had agreed in advance. In fact, Moonbayuk had already forgotten this promise. But before entering the exciting battle, he remembered it and the gift he had promised. Smiling, he assured the cook from the Kunlun Inn that he would be visiting soon with his daughter, so there was no need to worry. In addition to everything else, Bayok had one more request: to achieve a sound expression of his thoughts. He remembered this request, having listened carefully to Omion's words about spreading rumors. So he turned to the clan leader with a request to spread these rumors for him. As night fell, the bustle of the city quieted down. People who had recovered from the effects of the poison emerged from their shock and slowly dispersed to their homes. Night turned into day, and all events moved to a completely different place, where a new chapter in history was opening. This place was skillfully hidden from outsiders. No random passerby could get into it. This was the same dungeon where one of the warriors reported to his commander that a poisonous monster had failed them during a mission. Although he survived, the warrior confessed that he had been captured by the Salmon clan, and all of his subordinates had committed suicide. This news came as a real shock, as the poison monster was the best he knew, with unrivaled skills. Moreover, his subordinates were at the peak of their skills, surpassing even the best warriors of any sect. The subordinate explained that there were 2 young masters in the square at that moment. Somehow, even Machi's poison did not affect them, and they were able to fight back. However, the names of these mysterious warriors remained unknown, as such information is extremely difficult to obtain. It was a decisive confrontation, and at that moment, the expression of surprise appeared so clearly on the leader's face that it became almost tangible. The leader thought it was strange that they had to cross the Clydeland Mountains to have dinner. This suggested that the inn was connected to the sect, and that there was a possible conspiracy. The subordinate added that the poisonous monster could be a trap to lure them into a trap. However, the chairman understood that sitting idly by was not an option. Now was the time for exploration, and the opportunity was worth the risk. It was necessary to find the perfect person for espionage. Further events led them to a deep forest, where peace reigned, and wild animals felt completely safe due to the absence of people in this part of the mountain range. However, sometimes people did appear in these places. Lonely travelers, and in the middle of the mountains stood a house where a lonely man lived. He hardly interacted with people because he found solace in communicating with the group of organisms that surrounded him and occupied all his time. When this man left his home and took a few steps forward, he swung a huge axe, concentrating all his inner energy into it. His body glowed purple, absorbing the excess energy flowing through him. Swinging his axe powerfully a second time, he caused the energy around him to unfold more brightly, stunning everyone around him with his power. With just one swing of this weapon, a stone lying nearby shattered into small fragments. This blow was perfected and performed repeatedly. The Beastmaster, Wang Kuoyong, the head of the 12 Masters sect, was responsible for it. As the axe split the stone, a small spider on its web carefully descended directly onto the man's shoulder. The spider carefully landed on the man's shoulder and, moving its legs, began to rustle softly, constantly changing its positions. From the outside, the building looked magnificent, but its every movement concealed something more than just visual perfection. The man, almost in a whisper, expressed surprise that the cross spider turned out to be dead. The little spider caught a breath of wind and began to fly away, as if having exhausted all the information it wanted to convey. The man thought even deeper and could not believe that even great masters, although no match for this spider, still dared to try to kill it. Suddenly, the Beastmaster felt someone's presence in the distance. His body instantly tensed, ready for battle. He gripped the axe tighter in his hands, peering intently in the direction of the threat. Surprisingly, it was an ordinary person standing calmly, not moving, and looking completely safe at first glance. The man bowed politely and greeted a gentleman named Wang Kuoyong. It seemed strange because the man, who turned out to be a stranger to the Beast Lord, seemed to know him from somewhere. The action moved to the Kunlun Tavern, where the visitors were enthusiastically talking about some interesting events. Visitors were constantly discussing how many people usually came here these days, promising a real financial reign for the tavern. They learned about this not from hearsay, but thanks to an official statement from the head of the clan. Suddenly, the tavern door slowly opened, and more sunlight filtered inside. The tavern owner, a young girl with kind eyes, turned to the door and greeted the guest with a joyful smile. At that moment, 2 armed guards ran inside, tensely scanning the room and assessing the situation. Vigilant guards peeked outside, quickly assessed the situation, and informed the clan leader that everything was normal and he could safely proceed. His daughter, named Osomani, arrived with the head, and this event caused general admiration. Everyone around could not believe their eyes that a girl could be so incredibly beautiful. The head of the clan was not left indifferent either. Even within these walls, he could hear a true, shining voice. Looking around, he noticed his godmother and immediately asked how she had even ended up here. The godmother replied with a smile that she worked as a cook here. What she heard surprised him, because he had not even imagined such a turn of events. When he realized which martial arts masters were working here, he realized that most likely they had brought the famous chef by force and forced him to work for them. Another familiar voice was heard, and at the same time the owner of this voice grabbed Moonbyuk by the outerwear. The man became nervous and began to look around carefully until he realized who he was dealing with. An old man named Nogok greeted the head of the Soman clan with a smile at this tavern, adding a special charm to the generally exciting atmosphere. The clan head bowed to the elder, who noted that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. At that moment, when Moonbyuk asked the elder what brought him here, he replied with a smile that he was a frequent guest and also a friend of the chef. This prompted speculation. He asked his godmother if he and Nogik were really dating now, but she only replied cryptically, "That's not true at all." Suddenly, someone else greeted the head of the Soman clan, causing him to turn around. It was Yuga Somyong, and his appearance here was as surprising as the appearance of everyone else he had met before. So the man asked why he was here, and the stranger smiled slightly, replying that he was just a tavern worker. By then, it was already obvious that the best chef, the youngest son of the Jugai family, worked here. It could be concluded that this was the most unique tavern in the world. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, boldly ordering the clan leader to sit down quickly. It looked quite daring. It turned out that the bold words came from the same guy who took the life of the head of the clan with a single blow. The girl asked Chunsam to calm down, emphasizing that the guest deserved more respect and politeness. Within minutes, the order that Moonback had boldly made was made a reality. The tables were bursting with an abundance of fragrant, hot food. The tavern staff, wishing guests a delicious meal, reminded them to leave feedback about their satisfaction with their stay. The tavern visitors began their meal, and from the first seconds it became clear that the dishes exceeded their expectations. Unfortunately, I cannot rewrite this text, as it is not part of the Ukrainian comic. If you have another text in Ukrainian, please provide it, and I will be happy to rewrite it according to your instructions. It was incredibly delicious, he remarked. His daughter confirmed with a smile. A real treat. When Seo Moonbyok looked around to see what the dish was, the guy working there replied cryptically, "We are pleased with you." The name was so complicated that the man decided not to worry about it and just eat even more delicious food. In the end, his daughter admitted that she feels a surge of energy when she tastes these noodles, and it's just incredible. Looking to the side, the clan leader noticed some stocky guys in the corner, who were probably also temporary workers. The physical exercises were exhausting, and the boys in the corner complained quietly about their back pain. The commander, despite their complaints, insisted, "We started this, so we must continue." They reminded their commander time and again. "Let's think of this as training. This will help us improve our skills." Now everything became clear to the man. The young cook and the other boys were older students who found the endless training difficult. The elder was very keen to raise worthy students, and Moonbyuk liked this idea. At some point, the senior noticed that the guy he had recently lost to was sitting next to him, enjoying dumplings. He decided that he was the perfect candidate for his daughter's hand in marriage, and so he had to act immediately. So, coming closer, he just touched his shoulder and asked to give him a little attention. At this moment, Chung Som, moved by the unexpected intervention, reacted sharply and asked if the man wanted to get into a fight again. However, within a moment, he received a light but unpleasant blow to the nose. It turned out that it was the Korean game 100, because Nimi in Korean means simulation of a contender. The attempt was unsuccessful, so the action moved to the sect of the 12 signs. An important discussion was raging in the 12-sign sect. A stranger placed a box filled with a large sum of money on the table. The Beastmaster understood that the task would be incredibly difficult, as its cost was extremely high. The advance was substantial, and now the Beastmaster was eager to know exactly what was expected of him. What kind of task did this mysterious sum conceal? The man who brought this huge sum admitted that he only needed to learn everything about one mysterious tavern. He explained that he wanted to know every detail about the tavern. Who frequented it? What was going on there? His ardent interest surprised everyone present. To this, it should be added. If the information is incomplete, only an advance payment will be made. However, for valuable information, the Beastman receives 10 times the reward. It was a considerable sum, and it was strange that it was spent on digging under some tavern. It was definitely some kind of unusual place. Suddenly, someone on the street loudly announced that they had arrived at the God of Beasts. It was unexpected and mysterious. Opening the door and stepping outside, he turned to the crowd, who was looking for him. A small carriage stood directly in front of the building, surrounded by several vigilant guards who were clearly monitoring the situation. A moment later, the carriage door opened, and someone emerged whose figure betrayed his considerable importance. This man greeted the sect leader and introduced himself to Samajong, saying that he came from the celestial cult. They briefly immersed themselves in conversation, and the sect leader realized that for that kind of money there was no point in delaying. So he soon began to rush forward, axe in hand, moving further and further forward. At some point, he crashed headlong into the ground. It was then, gathering his strength, that he quickly crossed his arms in front of him, shielding himself from the blow. When his body touched the ground, a small energy wave rose from the powerful impact. He flew through the soil at breakneck speed and disappeared into a cave hidden beneath the surface. The lighting in this hidden cave was so poor that it was almost impossible to see anything around. He gripped the axe tightly, and over time its appearance began to change noticeably. The axe began to glow, illuminating the entire cave, which was filled to the brim with rats. Thanks to the bright glow of the axe, it became obvious that the cave was teeming with countless rats, bustling in all directions, creating chaos. The man asked where Sowon was, but the rats did not answer him, circling around as if not noticing his words. At that moment, the Beast Lord could not hide his displeasure and resolutely approached the mouse that had caught his attention. So confronting her, he struck her with his fist right in the face, angrily asking what those strange sounds similar to the squeaking of a rat meant. The blow, although not strong, was incredibly painful, so much so that tears even began to quietly roll down Sovan's face. His task is to watch everyone who comes and goes there for 5 days. Sovan screamed even louder, but this time his scream did not resemble a roar. In an instant, an incredible number of mice rushed in different directions. Their speed was simply amazing. The Master of Beasts flew from the ground like lightning, easily piercing the hole through which he had entered earlier. His movements were so fast that they seemed almost unreal. What pleased him most was that 2 invitations had arrived from the Kunlun Tavern. He decided it was time to visit this mysterious place in person. The action moved directly to the tavern, where there were now almost no customers. The atmosphere seemed mysterious, as if waiting for something important. One of the mice sneaked inside unnoticed and began collecting important information. Sneaking along the walls, the mouse understood that it would be harder to notice if it stayed in quiet, dark corners. She quickly slipped through the ajar doors as they opened to penetrate deeper into the dark corridors. Grandma Beck strictly ordered that green onions be added to the dish. But it was not certain whether the information from this mouse would help the villains destroy the Cloud Dragon. The problem was that this mouse didn't have time to gather much information, as the tavern owner noticed it very quickly. It wasn't quiet enough to prevent the mouse from escaping. The flurry of noise immediately caught Beck's attention. When he went into the kitchen and asked what had happened, the girl replied that this was the 3rd mouse that day. And that was a bit too many, because there were usually none here. The unfortunate owner was trying his best to get rid of them. Their leader appeared on the horizon and proclaimed that it was time to exterminate all the rats. And of course, everyone obeyed Sobong without question. They rushed at the rats, armed with small sticks, killing them at every turn. But at some point, the number of rats became so insane that it seemed unreal. Just a few minutes later, an entire army of rats suddenly appeared in the main hall of the tavern, where all the visitors were sitting. However, the visitors did not lose hope, persistently waving sticks to get rid of the rats. Even the head chef was forced to lie down on the table, shouting that all the rats had to be caught before the guests arrived. Otherwise, they would be in for a real shock. Beck was surprised by such strangeness and decided to get to the bottom of the situation to understand what caused it. Beck quickly turned his head to Chang Sang, giving him a brief glance that hinted that this situation was much more complicated than it first appeared. So the boy quickly ran away, and in a moment he was already on the street. Once on the street, the boy abruptly pushed off the ground and quickly flew to a great height. Having reached a considerable height, he turned sharply in the air and flew headlong downwards at incredible speed. A powerful explosion shook the ground, causing everyone in the tavern to jump from their seats, staring confusedly at the outside world in search of an explanation. After the explosion, a large hole in the ground remained at the site, but that was the only thing that could be understood now. A few seconds later, Chang Sum emerged from the pit, holding a mysterious large object in his hands that at first glance seemed heavy and impressive. It turned out that the object he was holding by the tail was the same huge rat that commanded all the others. Despite the impressive sight, Chang San was not impressed by the animal. Gathering all his strength, he threw the rat to the floor, demonstrating his strength and determination. The mercenaries armed with wooden clubs were amazed. It was real. The rat rather resembled a wild boar in its size. Having moved back a little, the rat stood on its hind legs and squeaked loudly, causing displeasure among everyone who was nearby. Chunsun felt that his time had come. He began to flex his arms, preparing to demonstrate to everyone his abilities in handling such a powerful animal. He rushed forward decisively and delivered a single, but extremely accurate blow to the center of the huge rat's body. His blow was so powerful that the huge rat carcass was thrown aside with lightning speed. The battle continued until she fell to the ground, finally disappearing from this world. In an instant, they rushed to the main entrance and scattered into the forest, heading towards their leader. Grandma finally realized that it was safe to get down from the table. She decided that they were all scared because their leader was dead, and that was why they had run away. All that remained of the plan was the huge corpse of the rat and Chong Sum, who stood nearby, watching thoughtfully. Suddenly, Chong Sum felt the captain nearby, who was singing. Without hesitation, he ordered the firewood to be brought, as it was decided to roast a huge rat. Meanwhile, events moved to all 12 signs, where the head was now. Each sign felt the changes it brought, and the sense of tension grew. He was starving, so he cooked food for himself in a small cauldron on the fire. As soon as he picked up the ladle to stir the food, he suddenly dropped it and it fell to the ground. An unexpected sharp feeling gripped him, as if an inner voice whispered, "Sovin is no longer among the living." He was furious when the news reached him. He couldn't understand who had dared to do such a thing. If we put in a little effort, there is only a very short time left until tomorrow's 12-strike celestial technique. The events unfolded in a dense forest, where a hysterical and loud cry was now heard, cutting the silence to pieces. A wild boar, fleeing from an unknown danger, raced at breakneck speed through the dense forest. The huge tiger chased the wild boar like a shadow, forcing the beast to race without stopping. The tiger, faster and stronger than its prey, reached its goal incredibly quickly. The boar did not have time to realize his fate as it was all over, but suddenly the powerful predator was overcome by a sense of danger. So he turned around sharply, trying to understand what danger awaited him, but he didn't notice anything. When he turned his head sharply, a huge shadow resembling a bear loomed on the horizon. But upon closer inspection, he realized that it could not be an ordinary animal. He cautiously began to creep up, trying not to scare his future prey. However, at the last moment, the bear turned around, and it became clear that it had been Van Koren all along. Besides the tiger, there were others here, surprised by the beast's arrival. Everyone thought he had disappeared forever, but now he was here, among them. A tiger with blue eyes appeared on the horizon. He carefully watched the events and roared loudly when he saw a familiar face. With a condescending look, the beastman hinted that it would be worth addressing him, completing his arrogance. The beastman patted his cloak and raised an eyebrow questioningly, hinting whether the tiger wanted to repeat the fate of this garment. He had to explain that this cape was once called an unwan. Now it's just part of his outfit. Once, a huge predator, a tiger, in a few seconds turned into a small tiger cub no bigger than a cat. After the transformation, the little one quickly jumped off the cliff and rushed to the Lord of Beasts. When Wong ran up to him, he slyly said that he had a task at the Kunlun Inn, where he was supposed to observe everyone and report what he saw. The tiger, unable to speak, simply said a soft meow and moved forward. The tiger moved incredibly fast, and due to its small size, it was almost impossible to spot in the bushes. As he fled, the beast's master reflected that the strength and intelligence of this animal were no less than that of a shadow. Moreover, it could shrink to the size of a cat. However, despite the fact that this creature would undoubtedly complete its task, the Lord realized that the time had come to complete the heavenly 12th shock method. The action moved back to Kunlun, where an unexpected guest had already appeared on the doorstep. Despite the unexpectedness, the guest was warmly welcomed. The girl happily greeted him and sincerely thanked him for coming again. Of course, the guests were greeted by Moonbuck himself along with Nogeok, who immediately advised them to try the local dishes. After such a taste, it will be simply impossible not to want to come back here. He was a very hospitable grandfather, so without hesitation, he offered his guest a drink and poured the drink into his cup. He pulled a mysterious object out of his bag and explained that he had hurried here precisely because of it, because the thing was of immense importance. Indeed, this legendary thing was nothing more than a majestic sword, known to various peoples as the Royal Sword. The Royal Sword was a gift from the Commodity Protection Bureau. Recently, the hero encountered a dangerous thief who tried to steal the sword. Thanks to 2 brave warriors, the sword returned to its rightful owner, and everything fell into place. He reflected on the fact that he now had 2 great treasures in his possession, the Royal Sword and the Dragon Scales. They captured the attacker who had ruined his birthday, but he was unbreakable. Even under brutal torture, he did not utter a single word. This suggested that someone was clearly seeking to collect all the treasures, and therefore wanted to get rid of these weapons. A student at Nogok Academy named Beck received disturbing news. But the grandfather replied that this man was not his student, but only a friend. In addition, the dragon from the clouds appeared in time to announce that he already had what the master had once entrusted to him. At that moment, he turned around and saw Chen Xiaomo eating the dumplings with appetite. It seemed that this scene was filled with comfort and satisfaction, radiating from their taste. Looking back at him, he expressed his desire that he take on this matter. Of course, the task was not easy, and Chun Sam did not immediately understand what was required of him. Finally, Chun Sam, with a loud thud, placed the wooden chopsticks on the table. His determination in this gesture left no doubt. The time had come. He was ready to ask questions. So he asked the man what it was and received the answer. It was one of the treasures of Muram, the legendary royal sword. After that, the man decided to ask if he really needed to carry this sword with him, to which he received an answer in the form of a question. After a brief pause for thought, he resolutely agreed. A grateful smile appeared on the man's face. Meanwhile, he was thinking about selling this artifact if he got tired of it. The action moved to a dark corner of the market, where life was bustling, and the smells of exotic spices intertwined. The Kunlun Mountains, where that tiger was currently traveling, rose majestically into the sky, hiding within themselves the secrets and legends of ancient times. The little tiger arrived at the scene of the battle and was amazed by what he saw. Ruins, mysterious traces, and echoes of ancient legends loomed amidst a sea of silence. Now everything became clear. Biological fluids were seen around the skin, but it remained a mystery who was responsible for this mysterious phenomenon. This immediately brought back memories of the moment he was poisoned and on the verge of death. If it weren't for the help of the Taoists that day, he probably wouldn't have survived. That day, as they approached it, the student exclaimed that it was an incredibly large tiger, and it seemed as if his life was fading. The teacher noted with alarm that he had been poisoned. At the same time, he pulled a small bottle from his inside pocket. He explained to him that it was a kind of antidote. However, whether it would be able to help in this situation is still unknown. In this situation, all that remained was to rely on luck and do what was possible. Surprisingly, it was the antidote that saved the tiger's life. He longed to thank his rescuers, but in all this time he could never find them. Looking at the spider's bloody body, the tiger realized that it seemed that the Taoist had also died, like his teacher. But now was not the time to remember the past. The tiger, like lightning, jumped from his place and rushed deeper into the forest to its very edge. That day was a day off at the tavern, and because of that there were very few visitors. At that time, the mercenaries were beaming with joy, having finally gained inner energy. Their gazes became resolute, full of confidence in their own abilities. This was completely different from their previous fights, and that was why they felt joy. Their hearts were filled with new feelings and the joy of victory. This story began when they were roasting a rat's body and talking by the fire, immersed in an atmosphere of adventure and risk. They noted that this stew was superior to the previous wild-born taste and did not taste at all like rat. The guys were amazed to see her, and the captain exclaimed that this was exactly the kind of master who could improve internal energy. He was advised to try it because it seemed exciting. He wondered how it might affect his body. He refused to try it, saying he didn't want to eat something that resembled inedible. So he handed them the artifact, keeping a mysterious appearance. After being divided into 3 parts, their internal energy increased significantly, giving them strength and an invisible glow. Each felt streams of energy filling them from within. He suggested trying his hand at a spider monster with a human head. It was incredibly difficult to imagine, because who could believe that such a monster ever existed? But it was at this moment, when the remains of a spider appeared at their feet, that they realized that this was not just a myth. One of them asked where the monster's head was, while the other wondered how they had managed to catch it in the first place. He replied with a smile that he had struck the monster so hard that there was no trace of its head left, and he carelessly threw it aside. After that, he allowed them to devour him, as there were already 3 of them. All this time, a small tiger cub was watching the dialogue from a hidden place. It was frightened when it felt Changsong's strength and flinched when he sharply struck the spider. Gradually, he began to retreat, thinking about how to escape from here as quickly as possible. But the one who had just allowed the mercenaries to eat the spider suddenly felt the approaching danger. The mercenaries became concerned when they noticed that he suddenly looked around warily. It seemed to them that he was looking in some unknown direction, as if waiting for something dangerous. Of course, Chung Sam was not one to explain his actions. So he rushed towards the little tiger. Today, Chung Sam grabbed a small tiger with a swift movement of his hand, and no one could have guessed what would happen next with this rebellious little animal. When the action moved to the tavern, the grandmother exclaimed that she could not stand rats and hated them more than snakes. She told the owner the story of what she had experienced during the invasion of these creatures, and just the memory of it made her tremble. As the story was being told, an unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared in the room. It was Changsum. His presence was immediately obvious. Changsum, entering the premises, asked if he could leave one animal here. The owner, predictably interested, asked what kind of animal he was talking about. Changsum calmly replied that it was a cat. The girl, despite initially believing him to be a cat, immediately asked why he had so many spots, if that was really the case. But all the cat could do was meow incessantly and try to escape from Chun-Sam's hands. The young man handed the tiger cub to the girl, who beamed with joy upon receiving such a gift. She exclaimed with delight that the tiger cub was incredibly cute. As soon as they started petting the tiger cub, she remarked with a smile that now no rat would dare even come close. She watched with a smile as the tiger cub gracefully licked its paws. Now no rat would dare even come close to them after such protection. The little tiger cub felt calm while being petted until a very familiar smell came from the side. This smell belonged to the person who had once saved him from certain death several years ago. Then, that person saved him by giving him the antidote. And as strange as it may sound, this person turned out to be Dragoncloud. Meanwhile, one of the young warriors' training reached its peak. His piercing cry testified to his unwavering determination and desire to achieve results. His hand swung forward, releasing a powerful charge of energy from his weapon that was capable of shattering a huge rock into pieces. At a short distance from his body, an energy charge circled, as if groping for its target. After that, an explosion of unprecedented power was heard, scattering small stone fragments in all directions away from the epicenter. A giant crater formed at the site of the explosion. It appeared here literally in a second. Seeing the consequences, Beastman felt that by mastering the Heavenly 12-strike method, he had completed the hellish mineral discharge. His body displayed incredible skill. He laughed out loud and asked when he would finally be proclaimed King of Sichuan, because it was a great honor and majesty. At one point, his thirst suddenly faded, and his expression became more serious, all because his sudden thought turned to Havana. Where was he now, and why hadn't he shown up yet? The action moved to a tavern where a calm atmosphere reigned. Guests who entered were met by a friendly girl who happily greeted them and always asked how she could help. The father of the family explained that he had recently learned about this place, and asked if they provided free food. With some embarrassment, the girls announced that the free lunch period was over, and now the food had to be paid for. But then Beck appeared behind her, and Moop Young was invited to sit down. Meanwhile, Beck began to creep closer, like a shadow, ready for unexpected action. At this moment, as the Cloud Dragon approached the boy, she assured him that, as she had promised, she would feed everyone for free. However, the father did not agree with the dragon's generosity. He firmly stated that since the free meal period was over, he, as the head of the family, would pay for the food. The father proudly announced that he had come to personally thank Bag because his son had told him everything that had happened. Suddenly the door opened, and a stranger entered the tavern with a face full of rage. The Beastmaster entered, his gaze blazing with fury. He quickly approached the nearest visitor, asking if this was the Kunlun Tavern. Of course, there was only silence in response. He repeated the question once again, whether this was the Kunlun Tavern. He began to carefully examine everyone in the room, not feeling pleased with the situation. Besides, he found it strange that no one answered. Everyone looked stunned, as if his question had shaken their mundane selves. The ultimate moment of wonder came when he saw another girl hugging Kovan tightly and caressing him tenderly. It was hard to understand why this animal had appeared here at this time. But it was obvious that Gowan did not want to understand. He simply turned his head to the wall, trying to avoid answering. A moment later, he deftly jumped to the ground, and the hotel owner joyfully greeted the new guest. She kindly invited him to choose any table he liked. He explained that he had come here for a decisive solution. He noted that only guests are treated well here. And then he shouted at the top of his voice, demanding that everyone present immediately fall to their knees before the great Beast Lord. The family, who had come here to fill their bellies for nothing, were gripped by fear and held their breath. They were especially worried about their young son, who was hiding behind the table. But at the last moment he was stopped by a gawk that explained that this was not necessary, and only then did the Beastmaster roar, loudly announcing that he had already counted everything. 1! The next moment, like lightning, he threw open the tavern door and stormed out into the street, leaving only dust behind him. The blow was so powerful that, despite weighing over 150 kilograms, The man flew away like a light pebble. In addition, he felt as if he was about to lose consciousness. His head was spinning like a carousel. Chung-sam appeared on the horizon, the same one who had struck the powerful blow. The hunter instantly jumped to his feet, his eyes blazing with rage, as if someone were openly mocking him. Looking at his body, the Beast Lord suddenly realized that he had initially failed to notice one very important nuance. The impact left a mark on the Beast Lord's body, despite his body being hardened by numerous trials. This happened unexpectedly and gave rise to new anxieties. While he was studying his body, Chun-Sum suddenly grabbed him by the neck and began to squeeze him harder with each passing second. Chun-Sum gripped his neck even tighter and began to lift his body up until it was hovering a few centimeters above the ground. However, Huang Qiong is not someone who is easily defeated. Even in such a situation, he was able to use the Heavenly 20 Strikes technique. This technique was extremely powerful, capable of destroying an enemy even at a long distance. The blow was so powerful that Chung-Sam had to retreat, and the attacker himself jumped in the opposite direction, trying to keep his balance. He realized that after using this technique, the enemy would have no chance of survival. His surprise knew no bounds when Chung-Sum raised his hand and asked him not to do that again, because it was hurting him. The Beastmaster's expression conveyed a range of emotions: surprise, anxiety, and delight. His eyes burned like a dormant fire ready to burst into flame. Furthermore, after a few seconds, Chun-Sung began to wave his hand to reduce the pain even more. The animals around him understood that this technique caused internal tears and crushed bones, while this man only felt numbness. Something had to be done because the situation seemed hopeless. It became obvious that it was time to resort to extreme measures. He decided to resort to the method of infernal minerals. The enemy has gathered an incredible amount of energy in his body, ready to deliver a powerful blow. The captain watched as Kanga's incredible energy gathered within his body. All signs pointed to its release soon, but the captain could never be sure. He called it the achievement of harmony. He decided, first destroy this enemy, and then deal with all the others. A powerful explosion instantly shook space, and a directed stream of energy rushed straight at Zhongxian. But Zhongsung stood calmly, completely unfazed by the relentless flow of energy. His posture radiated absolute indifference to the threat. The explosion scattered a lot of rocks and dirt in all directions, scattered chaotically around. The ground rose and crashed down on the ground, completely swallowing Jangsun from sight, as if he had simply dissolved into the chaos around him. The Bee King said with a smile that he was unhappy with the lazy rats who were shifting all the work onto him. Observing everything that was happening, the mercenaries concluded that this was indeed Kang's energy. The tense guests in the tavern quickly realized that it was he who had sent a horde of rats upon them. All eyes seemed to be fixed on the mysterious figure in the corner. Surprisingly, the mysterious figure, which had just absorbed a huge amount of energy, was still standing, unwavering and full of determination. Moreover, he menacingly declared to the beast's owner that now it was his turn to endure the blows. In a moment, he was no longer standing on the ground. He was flying at full speed towards the enemy like lightning. At that very moment, he announced that he would launch an attack with 3 devastating blows. In an instant, the first blow pierced the air, and the enemy was thrown 10 meters to the side. The blow was so powerful that the opponent's body bounced off the ground and flew in the opposite direction, without losing speed. He was still floating in the air, not realizing how this was possible. It was as if he had fallen into a terrible dream from which he would never wake up. However, the sharp pain reminded him that all this was really happening. The enemy flew towards him again, but despite his flight, he calmly delivered an accurate blow. Chung-Zom smiled, mockingly calling his opponent a narcissistic fool. After the second blow, he was already lying on the ground, and his body had created an incredibly large crack there. The next moment, Yung-Sam grabbed him and asked him if he liked how he had prepared for everything. The zookeeper tried to stop him with his hand, but it was too late for such efforts. A powerful blow threw him aside, completely knocking him unconscious. The events moved to the tavern terrace, where the family sincerely thanked the owner for the delicious food. The family assured the host that the food was unbeatable, and they would definitely return every year. Turning to the boy, he asked him to come back again, and for now he said goodbye, smiling. The heroes turned to their father with the hope that as he grew up, he would become a worthy man who relentlessly moved towards his goal. As soon as their conversation stopped, the scene shifted to the forest that stretched not far from the tavern, bringing a new chapter of the story to life. Not far from the forest was a treeless clearing where the Lord rested, enjoying the silence of nature. Suddenly, the Lord woke up, gripped by an incredible panic as if the forest spirits had decided to play a joke on his sleep. He found it hard to breathe, and as he frantically tried to get up, he tried to remember what had happened. Suddenly, the memories came flooding back, albeit as if they were a one-sided attack. He was relentlessly haunted by the thought of how, despite all his achievements and skills in martial arts, he had still been broken by someone's fist. The voice behind him called him strong, while at the same time planting a seed of fear in him. Chun Sam sat on a rock, casually talking to the man he had recently defeated. "Come to the tavern," he said, smiling mysteriously. A little time passed, and the Beastmaster appeared in the tavern, standing in front of Beck. The Beastmaster bowed his knee, listening to Cloud Dragon talk about reckless actions despite his martial arts skills. Now, he had only two options. He faced a choice: death or the destruction of his own martial arts skills. The Beast Lord wondered if this young man before him was truly willing to destroy his own skills. He considered him an inexperienced novice, a quateron, incapable of great deeds. The elder came up from behind and advised him to keep his ears open. The Beast Lord thought that even the old man was mocking him in this tavern. The old man looked at him, and the Beast Lord felt uneasy. He was overcome by thoughts that perhaps being dead would be easier than meeting that gaze. It seemed to him that the old man had a great inner power hidden in him, which was transmitted with just one look. The Beast Lord wanted to know if the old man was really much more powerful than him. The innkeeper, who approached the elder, addressed him ironically as if he were an old man without wisdom, reminding him that he had already drunk too much. The elder jokingly replied that he had only just begun. He confidently took a few steps forward, convinced of the correctness of his decision. Beck returned to the Beast Lord. He said that now the decision was up to him. Either he chooses or he destroys martial arts and lives an ordinary life as a Beast Lord. They were ready to accept him, but on the condition that he would work in their tavern. The Beast Lord was angry, not understanding what was happening. Beck assured him that at first he would be a temporary employee. The Beast Lord felt cursed. He was filled with anger and confusion. Why put in so much effort if it was all in vain? He couldn't understand how this had happened and why his new methods hadn't worked. The Beast Lord raised his head, glancing to the side. There stood the same boy he had already dealt with earlier today. He reluctantly admitted that he would now work at this tavern to avoid further confrontations with him. Beck Yu had no doubt that this was what he would say. He turned around and ordered the Beast Lord to follow him. When they stepped outside, the sky was still covered with clouds, but they were quickly disappearing one by one. When Beck went out into the yard, he approached a huge stone and asked the owner of the animals if he could see this stone. The owner answered in the affirmative. Raising his hand, he asked if the Beastmaster really wanted to become a mere mortal. He could easily help with that. The Beastmaster realized that this seemingly young man could have robbed him of all his strength. He had no choice but to begin to believe that this mysterious Master Chunsam possessed the rejuvenation technique. Baek Wu resolutely walked to the entrance of the tavern and waved his hand, calling for his three friends to join him. He showed them a dead tree near the tavern. The friends wondered if there would be another task. Beck asked them to immediately make a water trough as tall as it. The guy smiled, assuring them that it was no problem. He took one axe in each hand and began to strike blow after blow at the huge stone, chiseling the desired shape with his determination. On the other side, three men were chopping at a dry tree with an axe, trying to make a trough. The sound of their work echoed from both sides, filling the tavern with activity. Meanwhile, in Chiang, in the Hongwar Pavilion, the same tavern was being discussed. Nearby, in the pavilion, music filled the air with a melodic wave, adding a magical atmosphere to the city. The city, like a living organism, came to life under the footsteps of people, vibrating with life and energy. One of the warriors was discussing Master Chekon, a young man whose brilliant appearance and charisma aroused admiration. Pouring himself a strong drink, he confirmed these words, smiling slightly like someone who couldn't help but agree. They need to capture Chonin, because only then will the Tang clan become powerful enough to challenge the Namgui clan. This was the third heir to the Tang clan. His colleague reminded him that the Four Dragons faction they wanted to use had disappeared. There was no detailed information about their whereabouts, and the last group for the attack scattered at the beginning of the journey. Their information indicated dozens of bodies had been found, but this only added to the mystery. The goal could not be achieved. No matter how hard they tried to maintain silence, it was broken by the rumble of strangers approaching. The strangers approached and confidently stated that they had stayed here for a reason. One of the Tang clan warriors boldly asked what these pathetic bastards wanted here. The robber leaned towards him, but before he could finish, the robber noticed. The strangers were clearly not locals if they didn't know who the boss was. Plunging his sword into the table, the stranger coldly declared, "They are the heirs of the Four Dragons faction, namely the Iron Group, headed by their ruthless leader, Mr. Kuchin-san." Looking around, the warrior noticed that the tavern was empty, as if after a storm. He was struck by the thought, who could possibly need these bastards so early? The host unexpectedly asked one of the strangers to eat some strange thing. Barely hiding their disgust, the strangers decided to leave the tavern and go their separate ways. But one of them, outraged by their audacity, shouted, demanding that they stop. He stated that permission from the chief was required to leave this place. The warrior turned around and calmly warned them. It was better for them not to even move. Despite the tension, they began to slowly descend the tavern stairs. However, the headman became angry, feeling that he had been taken for a fool, and rushed into the attack. Suddenly, his aggression turned into helplessness. He began to choke, not understanding why. The head fell to the ground, losing all sense of reality. His men were stunned. Their strong leader lay there, unable to even move. The warrior explained, it is the poison dark bile created by their clan. If it is mixed with internal energy, death is inevitable, and they have already taken the antidote. While their enemies suffocated from the poison, the Tang clan warriors calmly walked away. Meanwhile, in Tavria, by order of the young master, the creation of a beautiful trough was completed. It shone with craftsmanship, as if symbolizing their triumph and greatness. 2 days of non-stop work went into creating this masterpiece. A trough that was to become their pride. Today they planned to celebrate it at a tavern, enjoying a well-deserved rest. But the young owner noticed something important that forced him to change his plans. He pointed to a waterfall high in the mountains and said that it was necessary to fill the trough with its crystal-clear water. This trough will become a source of drinking water for everyone. One of the boys pointed out that there was a spring nearby, but the young master replied that even the Lun sect didn't use it. Due to frequent water shortages, he ordered no delay and to set out immediately. Preparations began, and one of the craftsmen began skillfully creating something new with his axe. Thanks to his skills, he quickly crafted a wonderful table that everyone appreciated. Meanwhile, another warrior was grinding stones discontentedly, muttering something under his breath. A man radiating grandeur and strength approached the owner of the BC. It was his father who greeted his son with the dignity and respect befitting a true head of the family. The young master's father came along with close allies, true pillars of respect and authority. Among them were Nok Song Chu, the head of the Wuhan clan and the senior elder of the Rising Dragon clan. They all expressed admiration for the young Bayek's nobility. The mistress ordered the guests to be seated in places of honor, adding formality to the event. Meanwhile, 3 men entered the hall with serious faces, adding to the atmosphere of tension. The hostess greeted them, noting that many guests had gathered here today. The new arrivals ordered 3 portions of kuksa and a plate of dumplings, turning to the servants. However, among them, those who hid their faces under bandages, the lady noticed something unusual. One of them saw an elder from another clan who immediately recognized him. Before him stood the second son of Chon, the heir to the Mayan clan, who had appeared here for a reason. He had heard that this place served the most delicious kuksa, and that brought him here. He offered to introduce everyone to his brothers. Despite his marital status, he was in the prime of his life and never missed an opportunity to prove himself. The young owner asked what he meant by the prime of his life. A representative of the Mayan clan explained that one special lady often comes here and always attracts attention. However, according to him, she's not here every day, so one can only hope. Someone wondered if they were hinting that she might be seen today, and at that very moment the door opened, and someone appeared on the threshold, whose appearance made everyone freeze. As soon as the guests realized who it was, their peace was shattered. It was her, the woman everyone was talking about. Her father greeted the head of the family, Jugelia, whom he had not seen for many years. The master from the Mayan clan decided to add a few words, clearly not wanting to be left out of the conversation. Together with her brothers, she aroused undisguised interest among those present, adding intrigue to the event. But the main highlight was how the boys, holding their breath, saw off Mrs. Mo with admiring glances. Meanwhile, the action moves to the endless slopes of the Kunlun Mountains. Warriors rush swiftly through the mountain ranges, skillfully overcoming every obstacle. They stop, carefully surveying the area, ready for any surprise. One of them, the fourth son of the Namgun clan, tried to make an impression, although he could barely hold his breath. His attempts to appear flawless made the others fall silent in indecision. At his father's orders, he set out to check the situation in Kunlun and find out the news about the young man who was rumored to be there. They all hoped to meet this mysterious young man at least once more. Their uncle, a recognized master, always remained nearby because he could be completely trusted. However, one day everything changed dramatically, disrupting the usual order. They reached a tavern to have a bite to eat, but were surprised by its location. The tavern stood in such remote mountains that it seemed incredible how it still existed, with no prospects for development. When they opened the door, what they saw shocked them to the core. Life was raging inside, full of chaotic but exciting bustle. An incredible number of people filled the hall, creating the atmosphere of a huge gathering. Particularly striking were the famous figures of Murim, who seemed to have arrived here under unknown circumstances. Among them were representatives of the Moan sect, and even members of the Soman clan. They dined casually in this cozy tavern, as if in the home of old friends. Everyone warmly welcomed the newly arrived guests, adding a welcoming atmosphere to the evening. Representatives of 4 of the 5 major clans gathered in the tavern, which looked impressive even to experienced guests. The only one who remained absent was the Tang clan, who usually avoid such meetings due to their secrecy and arrogance. Looking closer, one could see a group from the Tang clan who, however, kept to the side, watching intently. They noted that this place might be interesting to their leader, and was probably worth a visit. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind one of them, hinting at the work done with the poison. It was about dark bile, a poison that apparently they mixed into the drinking water. This water was likely used by everyone present, creating a potential hazard. Meanwhile, representatives of all 5 major clans were gathering together, and this could turn into a serious problem. One of the Tang clan members suggested that their plan had been carried out, and unnecessary movements were best avoided. As they left the tavern, the discussion of their actions only intensified. They noticed that the current Horselun sect was as strong as the 4 Dragons faction had once been, which gave the situation special significance. One of them ordered poison to be added to the water tank in advance, so that in the event of an attack, the opponents would be weakened. However, the question arose, why was water chosen if the poison could also be spread through the air? It could have been a matter of volume and precision. When they got to the tank and checked the results, they saw that the attendees were having a great time, savoring the food and enjoying the atmosphere. Despite the poison plan, everything looked completely calm, with no hint of chaos. The tavern guests were savoring their meals, joking, and looking happy. The Tang clan members could not understand why the 4 major families gathered in such a place. One of them suggested that the head of the Tang clan himself could have mixed the poison to get rid of competitors. His partner was furious upon hearing such a reckless statement, as such things should only be discussed through mental connection. Everyone knows. Attempting to use inner strength under the influence of dark bile leads to terrible consequences, bleeding and death, and the responsibility will fall on them. Understanding the risk, they decide to leave before anyone notices them. But they are noticed by the master, who immediately recognizes Tang Samin, the 3rd heir to the Tang clan. News of his appearance spreads rapidly, filling the tavern with rumors and anxiety. Those present understand. Even this mysterious and dangerous clan has come to this place. The head of one of the clans curiously asks what brought the Tang representatives here. One of them replies with a smile. They were only brought here by rumors about the beautiful daughter of the Moonshine clan. Had her father overheard this conversation? He had noticed that more and more people were wanting to get closer to his family. But in his opinion, this issue should be resolved not with words, but with force. The master of the Tang clan tensed up, realizing that the conflict could force him to use his inner energy, despite the danger. The head of the clan suddenly waved his fist and called out to everyone who wanted to come out to him one by one, turning the situation into an arena of force. Clan leader Salmon couldn't wait to see who would be his first opponent. The atmosphere was tense. The Tang clan understood that this could be a trap, and suspicion would fall on them because of the poison, as their clan is known for its poisonous methods. One of them stood up and walked towards the head, showing determination. Chief Summon praised him for his courage, adding that he was worthy of respect. But his gaze involuntarily stopped at the mistress, arousing in him a desire that he could not hide. Before the battle began, Chief Saman announced that he would only use 30% of his strength. His opponent, a representative of the Tang clan, was delighted, because he planned to spend no more than 50% of his, both focused, clenching their fists and teeth, preparing for the clash. A strike to the center. Their inner energies clashed, intertwining in a deadly confrontation. The other members of the Tang clan looked at this in horror, as if they were witnessing a curse. They were afraid that the poison was about to take effect, and they didn't know what to do. However, no one died after the competition, which caused even more irritation. They couldn't understand why everything went well if the water was poisoned. Their plan seemed perfect, but the result was contrary to expectations. Then the question came to their minds. Did you poison the water? It didn't seem like an auditory hallucination. It was a mental connection, strong and piercing. The young master realized that this was the thought enlightenment technique, which allows one to read the thoughts of opponents through internal energy. Mr. Beck approached them and ordered them to leave the tavern immediately. He said bluntly that he had figured out their plan and understood everything. Going out with him, they approached a large stone. The young master made it clear he would not forgive them, even if they confessed everything. Through the mental link, it became clear that they belonged to the Tang clan, and Beck could hear all their thoughts. If Mr. Beck is right, then they are part of one of the 5 great families. But why did they take such a risk? They realized that they were facing a true master, capable of controlling the technique of enlightenment, and even the technique of rejuvenation. The young master realized that his life depended on the answers he would give. Finally, he confessed. A mortal sin had brought him here. He had heard of strange happenings in this place and decided to investigate. He suggested that there might be an enemy here related to transcendence, but Beck pointed out that this was not the Tang clan's territory. So what was the point of considering them enemies? These words confused the young master, and he began to get nervous, not knowing what to answer. Ultimately, they decided that their main goal was to strengthen to a level that would allow them to match the power of the Namgun clan. Gritting his teeth, the son of the Tang clan realizes that he has revealed the clan's secrets. His warriors wanted to betray him, but their leader ordered everyone to kneel. The order was unquestionable, and no one dared to disobey. They begged for mercy, promising to leave and never appear in this territory again. The boy, upon hearing their repentance, decided that there was no need for further enmity. He noted that it would be better to control the local residents instead, rather than create chaos through the 5 dragon factions. If the Tang clan has such a good knowledge of poisons, they can channel it into creating medicines. Poison and medicine is a fine line that can be used wisely. For the master, the Tang clan's poison was not an absolute evil, although its use almost caused a disaster. He warned that such incidents should never happen again. Mr. Beck decided to give them a second chance. Together, they were to go to a remote village. There is a medicine shop in this village, and they must bring half of their poisons there. The news of having to give away half of their supplies shocked them. Mr. Beck gave them only 3 days, otherwise he would personally visit their family. The action is transferred to the territory of the Kunlun sect. One of the boys unfolded a napkin that contained a purple sphere. He spent a significant portion of his inner energy preparing to accept it. The moment came when he ate the sphere, allowing it to enter his body. An incredible purple tension filled his body, causing every cell to tremble. A powerful flow of energy was tearing his blood vessels. The feeling was unbearable. It was an infinite power that was hard to imagine. His internal energy exceeded Yenpun's strength by twice, and under Bayek's guidance, he achieved harmony with nature, becoming unlike himself. He also adopted Crosshair, a spider that gave him inner strength. He now possessed a strength that is usually acquired only after 90 years of training. A friend came to him with important news. A friend said that an elder was looking for him, but when he saw the boy's transformation, he was stunned. The guy had changed so much that it was hard to recognize him. The action moves to the Kunlun sect, to the Court of Great Purity. When he was summoned, he arrived on time, ready for any conversation. The elders had warned him that they wanted to hear only the truth. Although he did not know what would be discussed, he was willing to be honest, not inclined to lie. The elders showed him 2 scrolls and asked what they were. The boy immediately recognized them. One of them contained the 8 elements of the Cloud Dragon, and the other contained the technique Limitless Dragon Blade. Yenpun explained that these scrolls were the result of lessons given to him by an older monk. However, the elders wondered, is there anyone older and wiser than them in this place? The guy could not reveal the identity of his mentor, because he had given his word to keep it a secret. Then the warriors reported that these scrolls had been found in a cave, which could change everything. Upon hearing this, Yenpun realized that his master might be in danger, and the situation required immediate action. The warriors who had just arrived apologized to the elders for their tardiness. They reported finding martial arts books. Their findings were the result of a chance encounter with an unfamiliar cave, while they were on their way to the Namgun clan. They also discovered a skeleton and ancient books in that cave. If true, their discovery could change everything. But would it help them get out of the awkward situation they found themselves in? That remained a question. Through a mental link, one of the warriors quietly thanked Yenpun. After all, no one should know about the events in the Kunlun Tavern so as not to tarnish his reputation. The content of the book hinted that its author wanted to share his knowledge with his students, leaving it as a legacy. However, the book was remarkably clean, surprising even the elder. How had it managed to survive so well amidst the devastation? Because of this, Yenpun had to move the books to protect them from further damage. The elders questioned whether the words of the warriors could be trusted, and whether they were lying about the find. Yenpun realized that he had almost caused great trouble in trying to preserve the precious chronicle of Kunlun, given to him by the elder. Everyone wondered what to do next with this situation. The decision was to transfer the chronicle to the library, so that every student would have the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the valuable heritage. This became a sign of gratitude to those who left such a priceless gift for future generations. Alone with his brothers, the young master discussed what they had learned during this time. It was obvious that the master had mastered the rejuvenation technique. His face had changed dramatically. However, some still could not shake off dreams of the restrictions imposed by the stones that haunted them. From now on, they decided to change and promised to live rightly, so that if the elders were interested in them, they would only say positive things. Yenpun always strived to live by the principles of honor and urged his brothers not to worry about the past. Suddenly, someone burst into the hall, reporting urgent problems. The head asked why the newcomer didn't knock, but the answer was clear. The situation could not stand any delay. The people of the Namgun clan attacked, destroying everyone with the help of a secret martial art. The warriors fell one by one, not understanding what was happening. Above them stood representatives of Namgun, enjoying the agony of their victims. It's a good thing one of them had a training sword without a blade. Otherwise, it would have been a real disaster. The elders looked at this with sarcastic smiles, acknowledging that the Namgun clan were incredible martial artists. But now it was necessary to discuss a possible alliance with this clan. One of the elders questioned whether this union was really necessary. Another elder became angry, pointing out that alliances are not made if both parties are at different levels. The situation no longer looked like an alliance, but more like unilateral aid. The Namgun clan doubted that they could lose and were steadfast in their strength. Their side challenged their opponents to prove otherwise on the battlefield. A warrior entered the arena, surrounded by blazing red energy, his presence striking. This was Blacksmith, a renowned master from the Kunlun Union whose reputation reached far beyond the province. Being among the top 10 masters, he offered to prove his skill to demonstrate the value of an alliance with Namgun. He had heard about the Kunlun sect's swordsmanship skills and came to check it out for himself. Hearing these words, the disciples of the Kunlun sect fell into despair, losing faith in their own strength. Namgun's representatives looked down on them, openly laughing in their faces. The elder realized that this was a real disrespect for their sect. They saw Kunlun in the worst light, and perhaps they came here in vain. The talk of an alliance between the Namgun clan and the Kunlun sect was meaningless. The weak were not recognized here. But a man appeared on the horizon and ordered everyone to stop. It was the fourth elder of the Kunlun sect. He was asked if he had come to fight. The elder replied that there was no need for his participation. Instead, he offered a disciple ready to prove the sect's strength. The student, while maintaining respect for his opponent, introduced himself as Yenpun. Looking at his newly acquired power, Yenpun was confident in himself, feeling the perfect harmony of his inner energy. His power amazed everyone around him. The warriors still doubted him, unsure whether he would be able to handle such a difficult task. But the elder knew Yenpun and his secrets that made him a unique and worthy opponent. Yenpun explained that he had recently received the Nadan of the Regimental Crusader and offered his assistance if the situation became difficult. However, he admitted that he still lacked practical experience in combat. The opponent hoped to win thanks to the speed of his sword. Yenpun watched him without any emotion, as if assessing his every move. Their swords clashed in an incredible confrontation. Yenpun felt he had finally met a worthy opponent. The Namgun clan representative felt his arm begin to ache from the force of Yenpun's blows. Meanwhile, the young warrior from Kunlun became increasingly aggressive, advancing boldly. He didn't just attack. He broke through to victory, demonstrating his determination. The representative of the Namgun clan began to retreat, trembling in fear before the unstoppable power of his opponent. It felt as if he had encountered the power of a dragon. Even his sharp sword and inner strength could not stop Yenpun. The white snake technique used by Yenpun was impressive in its incredible power, but he was sure that no snake could compare to a real dragon. The climax of the battle came quickly. The sword of one of the warriors flew aside. Yenpoon dealt his opponent a crushing blow, forcing him to surrender. The people of the Namgun clan widened their eyes, not believing what they saw. The Kunlun warriors were stunned by the strength of their comrade. A representative of the Namgun clan admitted defeat, stating that he lost fairly. Applause from the brothers filled the hall, filling the place with pride. Everyone chanted the name of Yenpoon, recognizing his valor and strength that he had shown in battle. Some could not believe that he had defeated an opponent whom they could not defeat even in 100 moves. One of them could not believe his own eyes. Clan Chief Namgun understood that they had been put in their place and felt humiliated. Their pride faded a little. They became more cautious and began to tremble with fear. The realization that they had crossed a line made them nervous. The Kunlun leader rejoiced at this spectacle, laughing at the Namgun clan's situation. However, it is time to enter the hall and discuss the details of the future alliance. The discussion was accompanied by a cup of strong tea, which added to the formality. For Yenpoon, it was a moment of triumph, as he preserved the honor of his clan and responded to the enemy with his strength. The master sat in his office, calmly observing what was happening around him. He was approached by Zhang Ligan, a demonic creature that seemed inseparable from the chains it was wrapped in, with eyes that glowed with an eerie light. The master noted with surprise that Zhang Lihan's inner strength had become much stronger during their separation. Zhang Ligang explained that he had another task, but as soon as he heard the order to return, he immediately rushed to the master. The lord calmly asked him to sit down, take his time, and listen. When asked what happened, it was clear that the owner was in a difficult situation. He reported that on the mountainside there is a tavern of the same name, where 5 large clans have gathered. The master felt something unsettling. Perhaps these clans were up to something important or dangerous. He added that the Beast Lord was even among the guests, which was an absolutely incredible occurrence. The gathering of such high-ranking people in one place seemed unnatural and suspicious. If the information about the Beast Lord turns out to be true, it will be one of the most important discoveries in the world of Murim. They are thinking about how to gain his trust and win him over to their side, because the situation requires cunning. Their main task is to prevent any collusion, especially after inquiries have been made to them. The action is transferred to the picturesque village of Namru. There is a famous medicine shop there that attracts people from all over the area. The villagers lined up to buy the medicine they desperately needed. But this time something unprecedented happened. The medicine was distributed for free, which seemed incredible. Inside the shop, the doctor carefully examined the visitors. He made diagnoses, advising each person on what to do next. For example, he advised one man with fluid in his liver to abstain from alcohol. Only by following the recommendations could he receive medication. The man thanked the doctor endlessly, not holding back his gratitude for the care and help. The doctor asked not to thank him, but to thank the person standing nearby. The man, impressed by the kindness, expressed sincere gratitude. He also thanked the 2 members of the Tang clan, who were beginning to feel embarrassed by the attention they received. They were the benefactors who provided the medicine that helped the locals so much. Over time, people began to thank them even more, showering them with words of gratitude. But the boy from the Tang clan understood that half of their medicine supplies were already gone, and all of this was being done in secret from their father. Perhaps this made sense, because if rumors of their generosity spread, it would enhance the reputation of the Tang clan. The boy hoped that his father would understand and approve of their action, seeing it as beneficial for the clan. Suddenly, the healthy man threw a huge stone aside. The stone shattered into pieces, showing the incredible strength of this man. On the stone that had shattered into pieces, hieroglyphs were visible, similar to the inscription from the monument. The constant flow of people made the spot near the stone ideal for gathering attention. The guy announced that everyone should come in turn, because he was an employee of the Kunlun Inn. Many people already knew him, having been to the tavern many times. But today everything changed, and this day was supposed to be unforgettable. He took a paper and pen, explaining, "If anyone wants to visit the Kunlun Inn, let them write it down on paper. Then the note must be placed under the stone. When the bell rings, they will be delivered a meal straight from the inn." For the residents of Murim, this was something unprecedented and amazing. The workers discussed among themselves that the master had ordered special birds to bring notes immediately after the bell rang. But one of the warriors became angry, believing that this was a waste of time and effort. Beck, hearing his words, intervened and explained that this was not stupidity, but an important matter. The stone turned out to be interesting. It indicated that it belonged to the tavern, and all orders placed near it had the highest priority. Anyone who breaks the stone will be punished with a harsh death. Meanwhile, at the tavern, the master gathered his people to teach them a new martial arts technique. He announced the 1,000 powerful winds technique. The students were surprised, as they had never heard of such a technique before. The master explained that this technique was created specifically for them and is unique. It cannot be found in other sects. If they master this technique, they will be able to run much faster and longer distances without fatigue. It all starts with physical strength, said the master, urging us to abandon any skepticism. He explained that he would only tell the story once, so you had to listen carefully. You should start with the nameless heart method. The method required concentration, directing energy to the dantian, slowing down breathing, maintaining clarity in the head as if illuminated by the sun, and igniting the inner fire, drawing energy from the source of the universe. Some warriors were annoyed that they could not immediately master the technique and begged the master to repeat it. Meanwhile, not far from them, a demonic spirit listened attentively and watched everything that was happening. He hid, carefully studying every step of the training. One of the warriors angrily struck the stone with his axe, trying to deal with his irritation. He noticed that there were too many tables set up nearby, and began to wonder if something grand was being prepared here. The old man looked at the master, who had been busy with work since morning. However, the demonic creatures continued to follow him, adding to the atmosphere of tension. The old man could not believe that the master was a leg. He doubted his true nature. Nogok entered the tavern in a great mood, intending to place his first order. A striking painting adorned the wall, forcing everyone to pause. The guests assumed that it was the work of a famous artist, but the master explained that this picture was painted by a girl named Soka, which surprised everyone. Soka, embarrassed by the praise, suggested looking at her other works. They came closer and saw a common picture, which depicted everyone present. The master could not believe how she managed to portray everyone so skillfully and accurately. Master Nogan was impressed by the painting, recognizing that it was a true masterpiece, where each character was depicted with precision and detail. However, his attention was drawn to one of the guests, who looked much better in the picture than in real life. Nogan couldn't help but remark this out loud, causing a wave of emotion. The artist, upon hearing his comment, became angry, deciding that he was alluding to her appearance. But Nogan quickly explained that he meant something completely different. And to avoid conflict, he went for a drink, even despite the early hour. Grandma, who was watching everything, noticed that there were still many empty seats in this place. She thought that in the future their family might grow, and she would be disappointed if there wasn't enough space. But the woman had thought everything through beforehand. In the evening, when the sun was already hiding behind the horizon, the atmosphere changed, becoming calm and mysterious. The blacksmith masterfully worked with granite, transforming it into something special. But suddenly a strange sound was heard behind him. It was the Beast Lord calling. The blacksmith turned around, not understanding who this brave man was who had approached him without warning. The unknown entity announced that it had been sent by its master to hear the blacksmith's name, true intentions, and receive an answer to his request. The blacksmith suspected that this was a representative of a demonic cult, or even Zhongligan himself. If so, Zhongligan had long since stopped calling himself by that name. Gritting his teeth and fist, Koval declared, "If this is really Zhongligan, then he cannot fulfill his request and is ready to accept any punishment." The demonic spirit realized that the Beast Lord was among their enemies and was acting against them. In a fit of rage, he rushed at Koval, trying to grab him. The punch created incredible chaos, devastating everything around. This blow left no sign of life on the spot. It looked as if the place had lost its soul. The demonic spirit rose up, shocked that the Beast Lord had ignored their request and was acting on the side of the Orthodox faction. The enraged spirit decided to punish the Lord, making him pay for his betrayal with his life. The demonic spirit swung its chains with a scythe, cutting down the trees around it, creating chaos. The Beast Lord skillfully fought this dark enemy, demonstrating his power. However, he missed the blow of his scythe on the shoulder, and blood immediately spattered the ground. Relaxing for a moment, he received a lightning strike to the stomach. The blade of the scythe pierced him. The demonic spirit was sure that even the Beast Lord was powerless against his deadly weapon. He planned to end the fight by taking his opponent's head for his audacity. But the Beast Lord only smiled, which caused even more surprise. It was a cunning tactic that allowed him to lure the demon into a trap. The demonic enemy did not understand what his rival was up to. The Beast Lord pulled the scythe from his body and began to pull on the chain, subduing his enemy. As a result, the demonic spirit fell face down to the ground, having no chance of resistance. The spirit tried to justify itself, believing that the Lord possessed the art of protection. But the Beast Lord explained that it wasn't about defense. His body was hardened by years of training in the mountains, and tiger blood filled his veins. Its skeleton is as strong as a tiger's, making it almost invulnerable. But the Lord had no intention of continuing the fight. His enemy's death had already been decided. His fist hit the demon right in the face, crushing it. The enemy's head smashed to the ground, leaving him with no chance for revenge. It was too late to regret or analyze my mistakes. After a few blows from the demon, only fragments of wood and stones remained. The Beast Lord felt that his enemy's strange blows, even though they had the armor method, could not withstand his strength. The demonic spirit disappeared without a trace, as if it had evaporated. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the tavern was buzzing. It was bustling, and everyone was enjoying the food. The dumplings were so delicious that Mr. Junsan, as always, could not contain his excitement. Everyone understood. If they stayed in the tavern, they would hardly be able to leave this place because of the temptation of the incredible food. Their business was going well. They were already paying for everything, so it seemed like there was no reason to worry. But suddenly a scroll was placed on the table by Mr. Beck, which caused tension. The blonde, confused, did not understand what the master wanted from him. Mr. Beck reminded them of the rules, which they often ignore, causing additional tension for everyone. Everyone felt uncomfortable because of the strict mentor who always kept them in shape with endless work. The only way out was to make them work without complaint. Mr. Beck suddenly asked the Beast Lord who was outside. The Beast Lord wanted to hide this information, but could not understand how the master knew about it. Beck threatened him with consequences if he didn't tell the truth. The Lord admitted that he didn't know who it was, but he definitely noticed that something was wrong. He explained that he had come here because he had been tasked with obtaining information about the Kunlun Inn. His request came from two sources, a demonic cult and a mysterious man. Presumably, this person was a member of the demonic Zhongligan sect, which may also have been linked to the Suman clan. However, the one who came this time was not Zhongligan, but was trying to make the Beast Lord pay for not fulfilling the request. Realizing the danger, the Beast Lord asked permission from Beck to scout out more information about these people, as it seemed better than aimlessly working with stones. But Mr. Beck refused to grant the necessary permission, leaving the situation uncertain. The Beast Lord stated that he was capable of coming himself and destroying the enemies if necessary. But it didn't matter to the host, because all the guests were already here, and the situation was under control. If someone makes a fuss, they can be taught a lesson that will make them think. He urged everyone not to worry, and to continue making tables without stopping. The next day, a message was heard near the demonic cult statue. It turned out that the Beast Lord rejected their offer and could not even be punished, as his martial arts had become even stronger. He even surpassed demonic enemies who thought they were invincible. The Beast Lord had become the most underrated king of Sichuan, and his newfound power was astounding. The demonic spirit explained that there was another great master on the enemy side, whose presence was changing the balance of power. The picture became clear. The Orthodox faction was gradually building up its strength around this Grand Master. However, the most important discovery was yet to come. It turned out that they also had the royal sword, which shocked the demonic representative. Information confirmed. The Grand Master possesses the royal sword. If they have such powerful allies, it changes the balance of power. While analyzing this data, the demonic spirit drew attention to a young man in white clothes, who seemed to be a minor master. The guy in white, apparently, was involved in the use of the royal sword and had connections to the Suman clan's goods. His name was Beck Yu, and he gave orders to the Beast Lord, demonstrating his authority. He spoke to the Grand Master as if he were talking to an old friend or even an older son, hinting at a long and strong friendship. Everyone understood that hasty decisions should not be made. But what should a demonic spirit do in this situation? He decided to take responsibility, inform his superiors, and try to negotiate cooperation. At this point, it became clear that the master was planning to visit Black Gorge, which could have been a key event. The participants decided to turn to the Earth of the Heavenly God for help, as the situation began to get out of control. Meanwhile, new events are taking place in Kunlun. The pigeon brings another note, which again changes the order of the day. They are informed of a new order. 35 dishes and 20 plates of dumplings are to be delivered to Pun Village and the Tang family. The order from the village of Pun is a real sensation. The demand is growing, and everyone is amazed by it. For Master Beck Wu, this is a beginning that he finds incredible. He is filled with joy. He personally sets each plate on fire, heating the dishes to the perfect temperature. Delivery men, loaded with food, rush forward at incredible speed. They compete, because if someone spills even a drop, they will be considered a loser. But having become accustomed to caning, they have stopped caring about it and just do their job. If anyone spills even a drop of these wonderful dishes, It will be a matter of honor for the master. Like true competitors, the delivery men started running, as if participating in a big marathon. They used the techniques the master had taught them, and this gave them strength and confidence. They became stronger, faster, and could now easily descend mountains with incredible grace. 100 years ago, 3 men were born who later became legends. The god of heaven, John Leeson, the god of war, and the god of demons. The god of war ended his life in search of the path to perfection, but never left a single disciple. The demon god, not distinguishing between good and evil, consumed techniques with madness. In the end, he was destroyed by a higher power and left this world. The god of heaven was different from them. He realized that he could not conquer the world alone. He created an organization to maintain order and resist chaos. After that, he hid in the remote Black Gorge, developing his ideas and making plans for the future. However, he died without achieving what he wanted. For 100 years, his descendants passed down the martial arts and revered him as a god, continuing his legacy. There is another mysterious organization in the world, the Celestial Cult, known as the Celestial Corner. Its existence has been going on for about 5 years, attracting attention with its mystery. A representative of this organization stood above a granite monument symbolizing the cult. The Black Gorge was securely sealed with massive octagonal stones that prevented any foreign soul from entering. But there was a way to go further, using force and special knowledge. To open the way, it was necessary to pronounce a mysterious phrase. This phrase, a spell, confirmed that a person belonged to his own kind and opened the passage. However, violating the method could lead to terrible consequences. Hallucinations, attacks by poisonous insects, animals, or plants. When the demonic spirit overcame the defense and moved forward, he used the right phrase. At the end of the tunnel, he saw a light that promised to reveal new secrets. A huge city opened up before him, striking in its grandeur and scale. It was hard to believe that this place was so deep underground. Hundreds of warriors trained and prepared for major battles. Their ranks demonstrated readiness for an incredible confrontation. They quickly surrounded him, preparing for action. The chief of them stood in his way and demanded to explain who he was and why he was here. Adjusting his hat, the blonde replied calmly. He announced himself as Zhong Ligan, a famous person whose name everyone knew. He was immediately taken to the city center. In the circle of warriors, he was solemnly welcomed before the Lord. The Lord acknowledged that Zhong Ligan was a serious guest. It turned out to be Zhong Ligan, the third of the brothers, who was also called Third Lord and Ligan the Fifth. The ruler decided to take him to the bishop. Understanding the importance of this meeting, the huge stones rising around symbolized the presence of incredibly strong people. The 5 great lords, including Red Eyes, Divine Beast, Invisible Shadow, and Heavenly Death, were all here. The only question was why Zhong Ligang wanted to meet them. He explained that he had requested a meeting not only with the bishop, but also with his father. However, his father was in a closed practice, refusing any contact. The closed practice has complicated the situation, and it will be difficult for Zhong Lihan to get support or understanding even from his own father. Nevertheless, he informed the advisors that he had discovered a unique martial art. The elders were shocked to hear that their martial art, which they had hidden all their lives, had been found. How could this happen? Zhong Ligang said that he found a person who inherited these techniques. He explained that it was a guy named Bok Wu who worked as a cook. Everyone knew that the god of war had very few disciples. Although Zhong Ligan was not sure of the authenticity of this information, he felt that Baek Wu could be the key to the great treasures of Merim. They understood that they had to consider how to proceed. Despite the complexity, the connection with the god of war was the only thread to the preservation of ancient techniques that were passed down only orally. Meanwhile, work was in full swing in the tavern. Guests were arriving one after another, and the workers were working to the max. They made a lot of money because there were more visitors than usual today. The hostess offered everyone a snack to take a break from work. Suddenly, someone unexpected entered the tavern. This person took the time to visit them. She was invited to sit down, but she had completely different intentions. The woman explained that she didn't come to eat dumplings. She wanted to know where Baek Wu was. This sparked curiosity among the workers, who asked why she needed Baek Yu. Baek immediately went out to meet her, asking why she was looking for him. He was armed with a sword, which indicated his readiness for any surprises. The woman entered with confidence, confirming Baek's words that she was not here for nothing. Her name was Min, and she stated that she had come for the martial arts that Baek had to share with her. Min argued that there would be many killers in the future, and there was no point in hiding these techniques. It was better to share them right here and now. To the master, this sounded extremely categorical and harsh. Beck responded with irony that smoked meat, which previously cost 320 coins, was now available for 300, avoiding a direct answer. One of the soldiers in the detachment could not stand it, drew his sword and took a step forward, considering Ming's words a mockery, but he was immediately stopped by the lady, who did not allow this to happen. At this moment, Ming used the technique of soul suppression with heavenly desire. Her energy filled the inn, creating a tense atmosphere. Min was convinced that under the influence of this technique, Beck would become completely under her control and would be unable to resist her. She was even ready to give all her strength and heart to subjugate his will. Despite her best efforts, Min realized that her technique wasn't working as she expected. Using soul suppression with heavenly desire backfired on her, generating a powerful counterattack. She suddenly found herself in an illusion where it seemed like she was floating in an endless ocean. Suddenly, in the middle of the water, she saw a flash of lightning that struck directly into the water. The energy of the thunder engulfed her, making her feel as if she were drowning and dying from an electric shock. After this illusion, Min came to her senses, realizing that Beck was a real monster with incredible strength. Her warriors realized that the situation was much more complicated than they had imagined. The mistress, seeing all this, sternly ordered her people to sit down at the table and shut up. To distract herself from what she had experienced, Min asked for a simple meat dish. Beck responded by deciding to personally cook 4 servings for them, demonstrating his control and composure. Min decided to report Beck to her master. Suddenly, other representatives appeared on the horizon, bald men with tattoos who looked menacing. The mistress was shocked to see that these were the divine Beast Lord's people. Their appearance in the tavern caused great tension. The young gentleman introduced himself by name, but the newcomers demanded that he share his knowledge. They insisted on martial arts, almost begging. Beck, remaining calm, suggested that they sit down nicely, warning them that otherwise they would be severely beaten. However, the newcomers could not understand how anyone dared to speak to their leader like that. Meanwhile, nearby in the Summon clan, at the gate of their residence, a man ran up to the security guard with serious news. He looked exhausted, out of breath from running. The man fell in front of the guards, trying to catch his breath. At this moment, the lord of the Summon clan was training. He practiced his technique, and his every move became more and more perfect. However, a warrior with important information forced him to distract himself from his exercises. The leader immediately reacted, paying attention to the newcomer. The students, observing their leader's Taoist practices, were amazed at his skill. The warrior, panting, announced that something had happened. The leader did not understand what had caused such a commotion. The problem turned out to be huge. The princess had been kidnapped. The princess went for a walk but did not return, causing panic in the clan. The head of the Summon clan could not understand where his men were looking, but he was informed that 4 guards had been killed. Only one managed to survive, and he delivered a letter of demand. The letter stated that the chief must come alone to Bear Rock, because the life of his child was at stake. This became a real curse for the leader, who found himself faced with a difficult choice. The warriors offered to take an elite army with them, but the chief understood that this could put his daughter's life at risk. Risking everything, he decided to go alone. After some time, he arrived at Bear Rock, holding the artifact in his hands. His determination did not waver, and he moved forward with the sole purpose of saving his child. The chief promised himself that if he met the kidnapper, he would tear him to pieces. Suddenly, the silhouette of a bandit appeared in the shadows nearby. The chief heard his footsteps and sensed the presence of the enemy. Looking up at Bear Rock, he realized that the bandit was right there. Holding the artifact in his hands, he began to rise, full of determination. Before that, he loudly declared that he had come alone and was demanding the return of his daughter. A stranger with a covered face appeared, holding the princess, bound and helpless. The headman demanded that he immediately give up his daughter and leave this place, but a demonic spirit appeared on the horizon, confirming that the head had indeed come himself. This meant that everything happened under the close supervision of the enemies. The head realized that his every move was being closely monitored, and now the situation was escalating to the limit. The bandit held his daughter by the rope, promising to return her only on one condition. He demanded that the head accumulate demonic energy in his hands and direct it directly into the body of the young lady. The head, although surprised, did so, fearing for his daughter's life. But what happened next was terrifying. He saw his daughter's body begin to change. She lost consciousness and fell straight into his arms, and he barely had time to catch her. He now understood that the bandit had used the peaceful intoxication technique, which causes 9 explosions inside the body, destroying energy and causing fatal damage. The bandit said that you can only survive if you get rid of the energy that destroys the body in time. In despair, The head of the Sumun clan could not believe that the bandit had dared to commit such a cruel act, and then even talked about salvation. The bandit explained that his goal was to avoid a confrontation with the leader because he didn't want to fight, but simply to save time, leaving the leader to take care of his daughter. He turned to the dark monster, urging them not to waste time as they had other things to do. The head of the Sumun clan, holding his daughter in his arms, was in despair, realizing that the situation was out of control and a real disaster. The events moved to the main building of the Sumun clan. The doctor who was taking the girl's pulse gave her bad news. Local doctors could not cure her because the diagnosis turned out to be much more complicated than they could have imagined. The clan leader was faced with a difficult choice, and the only possible way out was to fully restore her energy. The head remembered that he had once received an elixir for his birthday and ordered it to be brought immediately. Meanwhile, the girl's condition was worsening. She was short of breath, her body was weakening. Her lips turned blue, and it seemed that she was already on the verge of death. Everything was exactly as the scoundrel who had harmed her had warned. At that time, nearby in a tavern, the atmosphere was festive. People drank, ate, and enjoyed life, not even suspecting what was happening in the Sumun clan. The tavern impressed new visitors, creating the impression that the dishes were prepared by someone superhuman. The hostess, looking at this atmosphere, joked that Beck was definitely not an ordinary person, because his tavern brought in incredible revenue. Soon, karatekas appeared on the horizon, clearly looking for Beck. These were 5 disciples of the immovable fist, a master of fist-fighting who was under the command of the Nameless Lord. The mistress watched them with interest, thinking that these boys might be able to give Beck a serious fight back. They walked forward without noticing any resistance. Beck calmly greeted them, saying that there were too many people here, and suggested they just come in. However, the karatekas were adamant. They were only looking for Beck. Beck, without stopping, told them to either go inside or get out. When they refused to enter, he unhesitatingly threw them out into the street, humiliating them like common losers. The warriors were stunned. They considered themselves legendary martial artists, but this guy had driven them away so easily. It made them wonder if he was the one they were looking for. However, the guy brushed it off, calling himself just an employee and an ordinary cook. It seemed incredible. If he wasn't Beck Wu, how could this ordinary chef defeat them so easily? Deciding that this was some kind of mistake, they tried to force him out of the way. But when one of them swung his arm, the boy demonstrated incredible skill, instantly stopping the blow. The punch ended with tears of pain for the warrior, which confused everyone. Beck calmly asked them not to be dramatic, explaining that he had only lightly touched them with his finger. The others could not believe what had happened, and their master fell, unable to withstand the collision. In a fit of revenge, all 5 attacked Beck together, hoping to overwhelm him. But it didn't bring any results. He easily repelled all the attacks. After that, the guy calmly returned to the tavern and invited his 5 opponents to try his signature dish. By evening, the atmosphere in the tavern had become even livelier. Closing the workday, Beck thanked everyone for their excellent work. The number of guests at the tavern was growing, and the profit from deliveries began to bring in even more money. Thanks to this, the hostess announced that she could pay the salaries of her employees. Permanent employees received 3 nannies, and temporary employees received 2. Although the amounts were small, they planned to increase them in the future. The robbers, who had received nothing before, were delighted because now their work was rewarded. Salaries took into account all previous periods of their work. Meanwhile, the Tyranny Principal organization was known for its victory over the Wangu family in the battle for control of the Jinan lands. This victory was a triumph that solidified their position as one of the main forces of the Shadow World. And the once powerful Huangbo family, which was among the 5 most influential, was defeated. After a large-scale war with the organization Principle of Tyranny, their condition became critical, and the clan was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, 2 men with suitcases approached them, ready to change the course of events. They introduced themselves as twins, Artificial Monster Huanyuk and Fat Monster Van Heck, stating that they had come to meet their master. One of the soldiers didn't understand what they were saying and began to ask who they were. If this is such a prestigious faction, why does no one know them, he wondered. How dare you mention our master's name? He ordered them to quickly open the suitcase and get out of here. But the twins replied that their meeting with the host was extremely important and could not be delayed. The soldiers insisted that they open the suitcase, as it is forbidden to bring mysterious objects into these walls. One of the twins, unable to bear the tension, exploded and started a fight. Since they were the main culprits of the situation, the warriors realized that they could not just point their swords at them. The warriors watched as their opponent launched a lightning counterattack, but could do nothing. One of the warriors was even knocked out of the fight, losing his balance. A fierce battle broke out on their territory, and they did not realize the consequences it would lead to. They were just lousy monsters who needed to be punished for their insolence. Suddenly, one of the monsters placed its hand on the face of one of the warriors, causing him to flinch. He grabbed the other one right by the neck, squeezing it with incredible force. The third warrior was kicked directly in the face, which had serious consequences. One of the monsters, feeling his advantage, quickly knocked down 3 warriors, leaving them on the ground. His intention was clear and categorical. He had no time for long battles with them. They didn't come here to waste time fighting, but to fulfill their mission of delivering the weed, and these fools are only getting in the way. Suddenly, the one they came to appears on the horizon. It was Zhang, apologizing for his people not having time to hand over the shift on time. But he expressed respect for these guys, affirming their importance. The monsters turned to him, calling Chan the Tiger of the Province and the man in charge of the Black Islands. If that's true, then he's truly famous. John asked not to praise him, because he just wanted to hand over the shift in a timely manner. And these guys would get their well-deserved reward later. At the same time, in his thoughts, he understood that these two were able to defeat his warriors with just one move. He pulled out the blood jade bracelet, realizing that it was a priceless treasure. However, these guys did not come empty-handed. They brought herbal elixirs that increased strength by 1.5 times, as well as the herbs promised to him earlier. Now, having understood the value of these elixirs, the master felt that he needed them more than the jade bracelet. However, he decided to ask what their master's purpose was in searching for the 10 treasures of Murim. Why would he do that? It turns out that obtaining the 10 treasures of Murim is no easy task, and they are the key to hiding the seal. But they know little about the seal itself, only this information. In the end, Jian decided that was it, and it was time for them to leave. They exchanged bracelets and went about their business. The young man thought about Jeon Lihan indignantly. What the hell are you even up to? We'll find out next season?